the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of January 14th, 2021 to order. First, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So for those who would like to join me, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. If someone in chambers would like to lead us in that, City Manager, lead the way. Thank you. We did that individually. Next, we have a roll call. The city clerk could please conduct that.
Councilmember Garner?
Here.
Councilmember Coors?
Here.
Councilmember Woods?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
Present.
Mayor Holstage?
Here.
All council is present.
Thank you. Next, we move to presentations. We have a few presentations tonight. The first one I'm doing, which is the presentation of a proclamation declaring December 18th, 2021 as International Migrant Day in the city of Palm Springs. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation from the city of Palm Springs for this important day. So whereas migration has been a courageous expression of the individual's will to overcome adversity and to live a better life, and whereas the city of Palm Springs understands every day all over the world, people make one of the most difficult decisions in their lives to leave their homes in search of a safer, better life. And the city of Palm Springs has provided a safe and welcoming home for migrants of all races, genders, abilities, economic and social classes, religions, and sexual orientations and identities. Whereas the city of Palm Springs has benefited greatly from people fleeing to our community, fleeing from persecution inside and outside of the country as migrants strengthen their host communities like Palm Springs by making them more diverse and open in our fast-changing world. Palm Springs depends on the contributions of all people. And whereas the city of Palm Springs reaffirms the city to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that proclaims that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth therein without distinction of any kind. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, by the power vested in us, do hereby join the international community in recognizing December 18th, 2020 as International Migrants Day. So we'll go ahead and present that proclamation to the community virtually on Zoom, which is not as meaningful as when we do it in council chambers, but it's no less meaningful for us today. So the next presentation we have tonight is the COVID-19 case update from Emergency Management Coordinator DeSalm.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council. So you're gonna have 3 total updates on COVID tonight, one from me, one from the Assistant City Manager, and then one from Greg Rodriguez from the county on different topics. So just a numbers update. The county is averaging 3,500 new cases per day. So obviously that puts us in, the most restrictive tier. There's no ICU bed capacity across Southern California. All the hospitals are executing their surge plans. We're actually putting up a new tent at Eisenhower over the past couple of days. So we have room for patients in the valley and in the county. Just the percentage is still at 0. So just going back for the past 6 weeks for the county and for Palm Springs, as you can see, we had the big spike after Thanksgiving. Cases remained pretty high. They looked like they were trending downward, but it's really just a flattening. What's concerning is new cases just this week for the county is at 17,000. which conversations with the county today, that actually looks like it's the post-Christmas and New Year's spike that's going to reflect on Monday and Tuesday when numbers are updated again. Same thing goes for Palm Springs. All of last week, we had 191 cases total, and just since Monday, there's been 203, which again shows that post-Christmas and New Year's spike is starting to happen now.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Thank you. You got really quiet there. Could you speak more into the mic, or we could turn up the volume for everyone on Zoom and the audience?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So what I was saying is Palm Springs had 203 cases this week since Monday. So if you compare that to last week with 191 across 7 days, it's just showing the upward trend following the Christmas and New Year's holiday. And the last thing I'm going to talk about is testing, and then I'll turn it over to the Assistant City Manager. You have 2 test sites here in Palm Springs. We're going to keep the one at the Convention Center, which is free. That's run by the county. That we're averaging about 160 people through there per day. And we also have the airport, which that is a charge for patrons that use that. The price ranges from $145 to $475, but you get your results within 60 minutes. And then some other Valley testing sites are listed down at the bottom, and all of those are listed on the city's website. If you go to the COVID page, scroll down to the bottom and hit testing. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Next, we have Assistant City Manager Fuller on the COVID-19 wastewater treatment update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For those in the public that aren't aware, the city owns its wastewater treatment plant and sewer collection system. And we opted back in August to begin sampling to detect the presence of the COVID virus in the wastewater system. And as shown in this graph, back in mid-October, we were sampling and detecting approximately less than 30,000 copies of the virus per liter of wastewater, which is the metric that they sample and test for. And as you can see, the trend line over time, close to Thanksgiving, it increased to over 300,000, which caused us some alarm. But then you can see after the beginning of December, it spiked to almost 2.5 million, and then again after Christmas to 2.6 million. The good news is that it has dropped. This number is slightly under 2 million copies of the virus per liter. That was a sample taken last Tuesday. We take samples on Mondays and Tuesdays. We're waiting for Monday's results that were taken this week. Hopefully we'll see a trend line continue for the reduction in the number of cases. This is the actual lab test, and so how do you decipher the number of virus per liter and determine how many cases that represents? That's a lot of debate in the science community. There's a half a dozen or so labs around the country that are working on this in collaboration with universities. We're working with a lab in Colorado. And so based on that number, they develop a range, a high and a low range of the number of positive cases represented in that day of the sampling taken. In this case, last Tuesday, it represented a low of about 1,800 cases to as many as almost 8,000 cases. And their best estimate based on the science that they know, that represented around 3,400 positive cases on January 5th. So comparing that to the cases that are actually reported to Riverside County as confirmed based on the current data, there was just over 2,900 positive cases confirmed. Almost 2,000 have recovered, and unfortunately 78 deaths. So that would leave 838 positive cases. So the wastewater data does reflect more positive cases than have been reported. The good news is the trend line is down. The bad news is that the positive cases reflect later as the exposures manifest into, the symptoms and ultimately visits to the hospital. So we will continue to do this, and we update this information on our webpage so that the public is well informed about the trend lines with at least the number of COVID virus and the cases that predicts in our wastewater. Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate the update. Our next presentation is the Riverside County Vaccination Update from Greg Rodriguez, working with Supervisor Perez's office. I know this is what all of our residents really want to hear about is vaccination schedule and availability. So thank you, Greg, for being here at short notice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council and staff. Appreciate the opportunity to come explain a little bit about the vaccination and distribution. I'm going to talk a little bit about what you see on the screen now in the graphic and the tier system. I think a lot of people are familiar with this. I will say, though, that this changes sometimes on a daily basis, as we noticed yesterday when we went from phase 1B to in tier 1, what was supposed to be 75 and older went down to 65 and older. So you can imagine the scrambling, and I know that's been a lot of the calls that you've received as a city. But basically on the tiered system, we have been operating under phase 1A in vaccine distribution, which has gone quite well throughout the county. That's primarily all of your healthcare workers. So anybody that really is in direct contact with anybody in a healthcare setting. Additionally, we've been testing pharmacists and dentists, anticipating that they are going to be some of our vaccinators as we move through the tiered system. As I said yesterday, we moved into phase 1B, and there are 2 tier systems for that, so we are now in tier 1 of that. So again, that is for individuals 65 and older, no matter what health conditions, and then obviously our frontline essential workers, and that's primarily our education, so teachers, law enforcement, food distribution, and agriculture workers, and then emergency services. And then we anticipate moving into tier 2, and I'm not going to give you a time, because if I did, it would probably be either a week later or a week earlier. So we anticipate not in the near too distant future. I'll get into some of the challenges we're facing down at the end as well. And then obviously phase 1C pretty much is covering the rest of the population. And you don't need to keep the slide up now if you don't want to, but I want to talk now a little bit about the distribution locations, because this has been the most common asked question today is, why can't I get in to get a vaccine? Why did they fill up so fast? What we are doing is, it's basically kind of a 3-tiered system, and I don't mean to use the word tier so much, but what we're primarily looking for in vaccinations is for individuals to contact their primary care physician to see if they are actually doing the vaccination. Many of our larger medical groups, such as like Eisenhower, Desert Regional with their urgent care centers, if you have primary care facilities there, Desert AIDS Project is a prime example as well, they are licensed to vaccinate. The challenge with some of them in individual private practitioners is they don't have the cold storage, so then you would have to go to a public site as well. But we are encouraging that, and as we roll out more vaccines, especially the Moderna that doesn't have to be as cold as Pfizer, and then eventually Eli Lilly, and then Johnson & Johnson too, will be able to have more in the primary care settings. The next distribution point is what we're calling pods, or point of distribution centers. That's what you saw open today. And are operating the 7 sites, I believe, through the county over the next few days. We do have the one in Indio that's at the fairgrounds adjacent to the testing site. We are frantically working to open more. I know we're in conversations with the Convention Center in Palm Springs, other facilities throughout the desert. We have an incident management team that is actively working on MOUs and operational and logistics as well. Our office has also been in contact with Golden Voice, who reached out and has offered help, so the county is in contact with them. That probably wouldn't roll out until probably not till March or so, when we have definitely an adequate supply to be testing the number of individuals that center would hold. Most people probably know that when they got on to sign up yesterday, literally we closed out all sites within 2 hours. And the good thing about that is we're seeing a high demand, so we're not getting that hesitancy, at least for the vaccine. But that creates the challenge of people not being able to get vaccines. We are also seeing some difficulty in the registration side. A lot of that is just volumes, but right now we are utilizing the state registration system for signups, and we have seen some hiccups in that. They've fixed most of that, but what we're doing as a county is looking at how we can supplement or augment that on not only the technology side, but actually ramping up a large scale phone center operation for appointments as well. And then the final area where we'll be doing the distribution is in community-based teams. And these are going to be primarily in areas that are hard to reach. So this would be our agriculture community. Right now, the county public health is working with the Desert Healthcare District to kind of expand the Promotora model that we've been using in the testing in the agricultural and East Valley communities, as well as other hard to reach communities. And we should be rolling that program out next week, especially on the agricultural workers. I wanted to just highlight a couple challenges, and then I'm more than happy to take questions. Sometimes we get better answers out of the questions. We are experiencing some challenges in our skilled nursing facilities and long-term care facilities. The federal government through the CDC worked out an arrangement with Walgreens and CVS pharmacies to do the vaccination programs within those facilities. We are seeing a little bit of delay on the part of Walgreens and CVS, and we're trying to find out why those delays are happening, but the county now is actually mobilizing our SOS teams, which we've been using for outreach within the skilled nursing facilities and long-term care facilities to supplement that testing so that we can get the most vulnerable population tested on that. And then I spoke about the registration site challenges, and then really the most important or the most challenging thing right now is just the supply chain of vaccines. And that is a lot of the explanation why we can't open, 15 sites in the valley or 40 sites throughout the county, because we just don't have the level of vaccines. We do see that supply chain getting better and anticipate, especially within the next couple weeks, especially with the actions of the federal government releasing the additional doses as well as ramped up production we anticipate within the next month. So we do see that supply chain getting better. That is a lot of the reason why the appointments filled up so fast and why we didn't open as many locations as we would. But we are starting to get better allocations in. So far, we have received about 114,000 out of the 158,000 doses requested, and to date have vaccinated about 40,000 people. That number does lag, and so that number will significantly go up, especially after this weekend when we will vaccinate thousands and thousands of people. So with that, I'm more than happy to take any questions. I would just say, please be patient. The county is not ignoring a vaccination distribution plan. It's actually been up on our website for quite a while. Again, it's just a matter of working through these supply issues and registration issues. I'm confident the county team that we've assembled that has done an incredible job through the whole pandemic will get through this. One last thing is the graphic that you saw, and a lot of great, not only graphics, but frequently asked questions. The registration are all located at ruhealth.org/COVID-19-vaccine. I'll say that one more time. It's ruhealth.org/COVID-19-vaccine. And happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Greg. We really appreciate you being here tonight. And I've seen how hard you worked on this, and you're working every single day. So we know that this is a huge community priority, and we appreciate it. And thank you for working and considering the convention center. I know I'm hearing from a lot of residents in Palm Springs that they can't make it to Indio, that it's too far, especially for homebound seniors or low-income folks, have hard time with public transportation. So we very much appreciate your work to get a site closer to Palm Springs. Any questions for Greg? I see Councilmember Garner and then Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you so much, Greg. That was really helpful information. I'm pretty sure your office knows about the petition that was circulated about increasing putting domestic workers higher on the list. And I'm just curious if there's been any movement on that or what the current status is.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Garver, for the question. It's a great question. And we are working with County Public Health to see if we can move them up in the priority line. A lot of that determination has to come from the state. Our hands are a little bit tied. If you asked our public health director, she'd like to open this up to everybody so that we can just start getting shots in people's arms. But we did receive that, and so we are in consultation with the state to see if we can move them up.
Thank you. I really appreciate that you're looking into that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. And Greg, thank you for all of your work and everyone else in the county. We truly appreciate it. You've somewhat answered the questions I was going to ask, but who I'm hearing from most significantly are seniors who are both tech challenged and transportation challenged. So could you elaborate a little bit more on, for those individuals who, whether they have access to the internet or not, it's not the skill that they're best at, as to what alternatives they have in order to make a reservation, and are there any plans to help individuals who are transportation challenged to get to the sites for vaccination?
Yeah. Great questions, Mayor Pro Tem. On the transportation side, I haven't heard any discussion about that, so I'll check into that and follow up. Obviously, our public health department will work extremely hard to make sure that people that are transportation challenged can get the vaccine. To the mayor's point, that's why we're trying to open more locations spread throughout the valley so that at least they're somewhat closer, and possibly maybe working with Sunline on the Sundial program and stuff. So I'll definitely look into that. And I've totally missed the first part. I'm sorry. I didn't miss it, but I forgot it.
For those individuals who either do not have access to the internet or their internet skills are very limited, are there alternatives to going online to be able to make reservations?
Yeah, so we have listed the Office on Aging number. As I did mention, though, we are going to be ramping up, scaling up quite rapidly, a call-in center line, and we will definitely publish that line as soon as that becomes available. But for now, again, we encourage the online if they can do it, but I know it can be challenging and frustrating, especially for our senior population, not just senior populations, there's other individuals that have challenges too. But we encourage the online operation. If they can't, please call the Office on Aging. Unfortunately, I don't have the number here. And then again, we'll have the hotline, and I'll make sure that I get that to Amy and the city staff to get that out, and so that you'll all put it on your website. I didn't really mention here too, but it has come up about the communication plan and aspect of that. As you all know, this is a rapidly changing thing. Literally, again, it can change hourly. But we are working on a very extensive communication plan, especially as we move into these next phases for a media campaign outreach. We will work very closely with city staff throughout the valley, chambers, et cetera, so that we are getting the word out, not only about locations, but really, we really want to encourage people that this is an extremely safe vaccine and that it's really essential that as many people get it as possible.
Greg, thanks so much. And this is important to all of us. If there's ways that we in the city can be more helpful to you and to the county, please do ask.
We will, and I want to thank the mayor because she's already reached out a number of times, and we really appreciate that. So, and it is all about partnership. We can't do it alone as a county, and you all know that. And the city of Palm Springs has been amazing through the whole pandemic with the coordination that we've done with the county.
Thank you, Greg. We appreciate it, and we are willing to help in any way. Just for anyone following along at home, the Riverside County Office on Aging's phone number is 1-800-510-2020. That's 1-800-510-2020. Greg, I also heard you could call 211 for information to connect about the county's vaccine and appointments. Is that right, or is that not right?
Yes, primarily for information, not for the registration aspect of it. So
they can call 211 for information and then get the right contact information or probably assistance.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. Other questions for Greg? I don't see any. Greg, thank you so much for your work, the supervisor's work, and the whole county on this. And we will see you again and work closely with you to get everyone vaccinated.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I realized that I thought we could do questions all together instead of one-on-one for each presentation. So does any council member have questions for Marcus or Danny on the COVID-19 update that we got from city staff? I don't see any. Okay. Next, we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is acceptance of the agenda. City Council will discuss the order of the agenda. We may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items to be removed for separate discussion. So I would like to first move to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items staff or a council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion or vote? And I believe the city clerk would first like to make an announcement before we do that.
Madam Mayor, staff is requesting that the City Council reorder the agenda to move consent item number 10, appropriation of Quimby Act park fees, as the city's local match for the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant for the Demuth Dog Park project to unfinished business, which would be item 4A.
Thank you. So can I have a motion to accept the agenda?
Can I actually ask, I would like to pull a consent item.
Sure. I was going to ask for a motion. Go ahead and pull the items that you'd like.
Sorry, 1X?
Okay. 1X, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other items that any council member would like to pull? Councilmember Court.
If we can pull 1G, as in Jeff, spelled correctly.
Remember that we're using Palm Springs terminology for the items that we pull.
Yes.
Other items that any council member would like to pull? Let me see, I might have some. I had 1G as well. Okay. So can I have a motion to accept the agenda with items 1X and 1G pulled for separate discussion, as well as item 10 change to unfinished business and item 4A?
So
I heard a motion by Councilmember Woods. Do I hear a second from Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
You do.
Thank you. City Clerk, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Woods.
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Mayor Holstech.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request the city attorney provide a report on the closed session.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public, the City Council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to discuss the items that are listed on the closed session agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You're asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you're speaking about. Please note that testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and then public comments on general items that are not on our agenda will be taken later on in the evening around 9 p.m. is when we usually do that. So tonight, the city clerk will be contacting speakers by telephone. City clerk, if you could please begin. And if everyone who is listening in at home, if you could please mute your TV or your computer that you're listening when you're giving public comment, or we'll hear a feedback because there is a few seconds delay. Thank you, city clerk.
Jimmy McGill, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. My name is Jimmy McGill, and I'm here with my partners Stephen Piacenza and Brian Rogers. Hello. Hi. And as residents of the city, we are thrilled to be participating in a small business venture here in Palm Springs. Even more exciting is our location, which is at the gateway to the city. And most will remember this as the old Dinks or Glitch. We signed a long-term lease back in September and have been working on rebranding this property since October 1st. It is a work in progress, for we are submitting minor architectural reviews via Steve Poland at S&P Designs for an outdoor patio, new signage, and eye-catching landscaping on the rounded corner of our building. The interior will have many nods to the mid-century architecture, which brings countless visitors to our city. We have submitted a letter of necessity and convenience to the planning department, as well as a sample menu created by our chef. Our goal is to provide a laid-back lounge and restaurant that will provide coffee in the morning, and this will transition into lunch and dinner. We'll also have outstanding Wi-Fi for our guests to utilize the location as a workspace. We will have soft, pre-recorded music that will include everything from Sinatra and Doris Day to Three Dog Night and Tears for Fears. This will not be a nightclub, nor will we have live music or performances. Initially, we plan on hiring at least 20 local residents, and as animal lovers, we also plan on having countless fundraising opportunities for our amazing Palm Springs Animal Shelter. We want to thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing you all at Booze Hounds Palm Springs and showcasing our beautiful venue.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Robert Nunez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Oh, great. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, Planning Commission, and Agave developers. This is item 2B.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nunez, I had you for the wrong item. 2B will be taken a little bit later in the evening, and we'll give you a call back.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you. Dieter Crawford, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor, staff, council. My name is Dieter Crawford. I'm calling to speak on item 5C, the Proposition 64 Public Health and Safety Grant Funding. I just want to say that I wish that we could do this program in-house with city staff. I see that we didn't mention working with the City of Palm Springs Parks and Recs Department or with the Muth Community Center or James O. Jesse Community Center. And I know these are the areas where the cannabis businesses are mostly located. And I would just like to make sure that they're not left out with this education program that's going to be going on. And that's it. That's all I have for tonight. Thanks.
Mr. Crawford, thank you. Lisa Linnes, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'd like to address the homeless issue here in Palm Springs. I live across the street of Highway 111, across from Smoke Tree, between Cerritos and Farrell. And the encampment of the homeless, with COVID going on, I'm seeing them walking around Market. They're all over the ATM machine. They've made homes around the B of A. By the way, all the B of A's have been closed in Palm Springs. That's another issue. They're all over the closed Coco's restaurant, making a home. I see them using our public area that we pay taxes for as a restroom. It's not helpful. Walking in the market, I just can't even go to the market there anymore. Residents in my community around, they are actually want to get out of the city and stop bringing money in the town because of this issue. It's very dangerous with COVID. I feel it's an important issue, and it really needs to be addressed. Just go up and down here. You'll see it. It's all over. It's a big encampment. Kind of feel like I'm back in East LA. So I really feel that it's a health situation from what I've observed, and it's not good for our community here, and someone needs to help these people relocate. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Linnes, and we'll disconnect. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment for tonight.
Thank you, City Clerk. The next item is City Council Subcommittee and City Manager's comments and reports. Does any City Council member have a report to give at this time? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of items. Yesterday, there was a Riverside County Transportation Commission meeting, and I wanted to update Council on a couple of things that came up during the course of that meeting. We had a very good presentation on Measure A revenues. Measure A revenues, as we know, are based on sales taxes, and they come back to various cities and to the county to help fund transportation projects. At the beginning of 2020, the estimate for the city of Palm Springs was that Measure A for the calendar year would produce $2.5 million in revenue. In April of 2020, based on projections of a downturn in the economy due to COVID, the projection was revised downward to $1.9 million. We've now gotten to the end of the year, and I'm very pleased to report that for our city, the funding came in at $2.4 million, almost equal to what the original estimate was. But moving forward on to some other numbers that were, and this will come as no surprise to our friends in the restaurant industry, but for most sectors, the amount of sales tax was somewhat depressed. And there was a breakdown, though, for food products, and food products includes restaurants, groceries, liquor stores, and food processing. For Western Riverside County, all of the cities west of the pass and the mountains, food products were down 5% in the calendar year 2020. Within the Coachella Valley, the number was down by just over 20%, most of that coming from restaurants and largely dine-in restaurants that were not able to be open and therefore had substantially lower revenues during the course of the year. So, and I know we will be talking later about some issues in terms of providing support. I wanted to get these numbers out because they are another indication that truly, in fact, the restaurants in the Coachella Valley as a whole, most particularly dine-in restaurants, have suffered far more greatly than other industries as a result of COVID. On a personal note, at the Riverside County Transportation Commission meeting yesterday, I was unanimously elected to represent the Coachella Valley on the executive committee of the Riverside County Transportation Commission. And lastly, I want to bring up an issue that will come up tomorrow at the Cal Cities. That's the name change for League of California Cities. The policy committees have been meeting today and tomorrow. Tomorrow there will be a meeting of the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee. And at that meeting, the Revenue and Taxation Committee will hear a recommendation that came from yours truly, worked with staff, and it reads as follows. Cal City supports emergency state and federal aid being allocated to cities without discrimination for population size or location, and that the allocation objectively account for the impacts that a disaster or emergency has had on a city's residents, infrastructure, economy, and revenues. In the event that aid is provided solely on a per capita basis, Cal City supports that it be done equally per resident. As we all remember from last year when the CARES Act funding was provided, the 6 largest cities received funding of $174 per capita. The next 7 largest cities received $85 per resident, and the next 500 cities, Palm Springs included, received approximately $12.28 per resident. What that meant in just for our county as an example, in CARES funding last year, the city of Riverside, with 16% of the population of the county of Riverside, received 57% of the funding from the CARES Act. This recommendation being made to Cal Cities does not change the policy of the state, but it will change and make very clear what the advocacy of Cal Cities will be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. Other council members. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just start and share some news for myself, which is that I'm now going to be on the Desert Regional Medical Center board. We'll have our first meeting, I believe, next week. And I'm really excited about that opportunity and the ability to connect more with our healthcare community and make sure that our council is well aware of what's going on at our local hospital. So thank you for that. And there's also a food bank that's every second Tuesday and Thursday at the James O. Jesse Center. There's also a food bank at the Convention Center, and I'm sorry, but maybe the mayor will know the dates on that one. But these food banks have been extremely important for our residents during this time, and I just want to say thank you to all of the people who have been volunteering at those events every single time. There's so many of the same faces whenever I have the opportunity to go. And just a quick thing for staff during the food bank, it's still kind of wrapping up just right now, and it's dark. And the lights at the JOJ parking lot are covered by some of our trees. So if we can get someone there to cut down the branches that are blocking the lights, that would be great. It's something we've noticed whenever it starts to get dark over there. And then finally, I just wanted to let everyone know that the Palm Springs Black History Committee is having their Martin Luther King Jr. event on Sunday, January 17th at 2 p.m. It's going to be on Facebook Live, and I know our mayor will be reading a proclamation, so that should be a really good event. And if you haven't attended one of these events in the past, this is a great opportunity to do it since it's online. You can even watch it later if you can't make it at 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Garner. Other comments? Councilmember Kors.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations, Councilmember Garner and Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. I'll add mine. At the last meeting of the California Mayor's Coalition, I was elected co-chair for this year. They decided to elect 2 people who just finished serving as mayor to move forward with the coalition. So both Mayor Holstage and I will be on, but I will be co-chairing it. And it's really a great opportunity for folks who aren't aware of it, for mayors, particularly from those 500 cities that aren't in the 13 largest, to advocate for funding and other things. It's bipartisan, so it really centers on what all cities can agree on, which of course goes to that equality in funding that's so important if we're going to be able to provide the same services to our residents and businesses that other cities get to provide. So once you have that resolution, please forward it to me so we can support it in that coalition. Just other thing, there have been, Mayor Holstage and I have been on weekly calls every Wednesday morning with hotel and restaurants. The COVID business task force has been meeting regularly, and we'll report more on that as part of the business support program, but that's really been the focus the last few weeks with them. We've also had meetings with several restaurant organizations, as well as others, as we've been working on coming up with a proposal that we'll be discussing later tonight. But I just want to take a chance now to just thank everyone who has participated in that task force for, sadly, it will be a year soon, to really help our businesses as well as nonprofits work their way through this process, and the staff who has participated in that. And this morning, the Palm Springs Hospitality Association had their monthly board meeting. And right now, most of the meetings are really focused on a few things that I just wanted to share. Obviously, COVID and Greg Rodriguez with Supervisor Perez's office often presents on that data, the situation that the various businesses are going through, ideas to help each other. And I think the businesses really have come together in our city, as always, to provide assistance for each other. And it's just really nice to see that kind of cooperation. So I want to just update that there's a lot of activity on that front. And the other piece is we've really been sharing, and I don't know if it'll come up briefly later, but the sort of the We Are Palm Springs campaign, the effort to really have our residents focus on, buying from local businesses, doing takeout and delivery from local restaurants, our support of them during this as individuals, as well as whatever the city can do, is how they're going to get through this. So I just want to encourage people who can to really focus on, if you can order online, try and do it from a Palm Springs-based business. It really makes a difference for them. And to utilize our local restaurants, because they are all of them are a part of the fabric of what makes Palm Springs unique and special. So just want to encourage folks to do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods, do you have an update? You're muted.
Thank you. Sorry, but no update at this point. Most of the committees and commissions that I'm on were canceled during the holiday. So there's nothing really to report there. I just really want to wish everyone a very happy new year. I hope this year that is yet to come finds us in a better position, health-wise, financially-wise, spirit-wise, all of that. I ask everyone just to hang in there. It appears the vaccine is on the way. And just be as positive as you possibly can through the next couple of months. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Woods. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, but appreciate your words for our community. I know we're all expected 2021 to be better, and so far it's been a really difficult year, only 2 weeks in, and so a lot of instability in our government, in our communities. People are really fearful, and it's difficult times. So I appreciate your comments that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully we are nearing the end of this, though we are at the very peak of this pandemic too. The LA Times just said 1 in 3 residents in LA County, not the city, in LA County, they think are positive for COVID-19. So, we encourage everyone, you saw the data that we have, to stay home as much as possible. Please save lives in our community. Really are depending on everyone to do that as we enter the last few months, hopefully, of this pandemic as it is now before we're all vaccinated. City Manager, do you have a report at this time?
Yes, Mayor, I would just like to note that there was some questions about, as we roll out the police department, the body cameras.
I'm sorry to interrupt. If we could have the volume louder or you speak closer into the microphone. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is that better, Madam Mayor? I would just like to note that next week, the next City Council meeting, we'll have a presentation from the police chief on the rollout of the new police body cameras. They're in the process of finalizing. They're rolling out as each officer becomes trained. They're partially rolled out. It should be complete over the next few weeks, and the chief will have an update for the council and the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. I just have a few quick updates. Everything else has been already discussed. Councilmember Garner and I had a meeting with city staff and the police chief about mobile home park issues in our community. So complaints about substandard mobile home parks for common areas. I know Safari Park in my district has raised this issue. And so just to tell the community that we're thinking through ways that the city might be able to support those issues. And if you live in a mobile home park and you want us to be aware of the issues that you're facing, please email us and reach out to us so we can have that discussion, and we'll include everyone in that. And then next, I am having a District 4 town hall this coming Tuesday. That's January 19th at 3:30 p.m. Anyone is invited to attend that meeting. We talk about district issues and updates. You can contact City Hall or me if you'd like to participate in that. And with that, we can move forward to the consent calendar. So I will entertain, I think we already did that motion to accept the calendar. And so we'll move forward to item 1G, which is Councilmember Woods' poll.
I'm sorry.
Or Councilmember Court.
I pulled 1G.
I'm sorry, Madam.
Sorry, Councilmember Court.
Madam Mayor, typically we do take a separate vote to actually approve the full balance of the consent calendar.
That's right. Sorry. So we'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the full consent calendar except for items 1G, 1X, and 1O.
So moved.
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you. A motion made by Councilmember Wood, seconded by Councilmember Garner. Can we have a
Councilmember
roll
Woods.
call vote, please?
A, yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. Sorry, I jumped the gun there. So the next item is item 1G, which is pulled from the consent calendar by Councilmember Force.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. One, I know we were sent some minor changes just where there are co-appointees. Make sure everyone saw those that the city clerk has sent us. The other question I had on the sort of task forces, stakeholder meetings, I don't think those are ad hoc subcommittees, which would then have to have a time limit. These are meant just to be the two representatives from the council who attend those meetings and report back to the council and the public from those meetings. So I just want to get that clarified, because that was my understanding, that they weren't ad hoc subcommittees.
That was my understanding too.
Would it be okay if we renamed it to liaisons like we used to?
Task force liaisons, I think that's
Yeah,
fine.
I'll relist it as that.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. I had another
sorry.
issue on item 1G, which is we have some existing appointments to make for our commissions and boards. And so I know we're transitioning over. So I just wanted to get the council's feedback about if you want Councilmember Garner and I to complete the current opening vacancies, or if we want to transition those over to the new liaison. Because the city clerk needs direction since we need to act pretty quickly on some of these appointments.
I'm happy to transition over if you'd like some relief from that.
I'm happy to do so as well. But if there are any interviews that you're in process with, I think it would be most appropriate for you to complete them. And if you want to stay in, I have no concern with that either.
Thank you. So we'll work with the city clerk to do any that are urgent right now with me and Councilmember Garner, and then we'll transition the rest if that works for everyone. So can we have a motion to approve item 1G?
So moved.
Second. Motion made by Councilmember Coors, second by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 1X, which is pulled by Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I pulled this item for a couple of reasons. First of all, I want to acknowledge that our Public Arts Commission is doing a fantastic job on getting art dispersed throughout the city. And I just want to give kind of credence to their work that they're doing. On the amount of money that we're doing to administer this, I think needs a little second thought on a couple of levels. One is a lot of money that we're paying just to administer the program when we possibly could be doing that in-house. And secondly, that money could be better spent on actually putting out more art. There's also been some complaints in the community about some of the art that's been put out, particularly in regards to historic buildings, where some of it is seen by some as being inappropriate. And I know some neighborhoods have actually requested something and not heard back from anyone. And I don't think that type of communication is very good when a neighborhood wants to do a piece of art as part of the program. And it just seems to me that the program itself needs a little bit of tightening. So I would just ask this to come back to be a little more robust and an understanding if we can't do this work in-house.
Thank you. Is there a staff response on these issues?
Yes, Mayor, I will can respond to that. The reason why it is a consultant, over the years we've had it both, whether it's been city employees doing it as staff support or as outside consultants. A couple years ago now, we went back to the outside consultant, and we did that as a way to have some increased savings. So actually, the contracts traditionally have been less expensive than having in-house employees. Now, certainly we can revisit that. There's pros and cons to both, but that's what this particular amendment is. It's an additional $25,000, which allows the consultant to work through the end of June, I believe.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Court.
Sure. I just wanted to, I did also get a couple people comment about sort of painted benches and garbage cans in front of historic designated properties and didn't feel that was appropriate. And I just would like to get staff's thoughts on that and what that process might be.
Councilman Kors, could you repeat the general question again? I didn't hear specifically.
Just about painted benches and garbage cans, the really colorful ones that are great that we're seeing pop up everywhere. I have heard from some folks who love them but don't want to see them in front of historic properties like City Hall or the airport. So I think Councilmember Woods raised it, so I would like to hear staff's sort of thoughts on that, or if there's any process in that situation that should be utilized.
And if I could add, because I heard the same complaints, and I'm not sure if it was completely opposed to any historic sites, but just what process is there for review if it is a historic site. Thank you.
Yeah. So generally, in the past, all the art that has emerged from the Arts Commission has matriculated to City Council for approval. Those have usually been public arts. What these particular things you're seeing with the bench program, the Commission has sort of wanted to do this where they had different artists doing different benches in different areas. Now, it started as a downtown benches. Council had some general discussion, and it was our belief you wanted to move forward with that portion. The Arts Subcommittee is generally approving these designs. That's for the downtown benches. As they've moved beyond that, so for example, at the Airport Commission took a look at the requests from the Arts Commission. They were in favor of it, so it was a pilot project. They did a few at the airport. The Airport Commission at that point seemed to be fine with it. The City Hall was a little different. Again, it was a temporary project. The reason it specifically didn't go to HSPB, as you know, that any change to a historic site, particularly like the City Hall, would require a review from the Historic Site Preservation. The planning director indicated because this was a temporary was not required to do that. Now, that's not to say that it couldn't, and so certainly this is a temporary, and if council wishes, those can be moved to other areas. But I think the general question you have is, what is the oversight of who's approving these? It's certainly, if council's direction is all of these come to council before anything is done, that's certainly within your right, and staff can make sure that occurs.
I guess I would just, sorry.
No,
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
So, yeah, I want to be sensitive to historic buildings, but part of this was an effort during the middle of the COVID crisis to get art out into the community and create activity for so many of our artists. And I would hope we would have some forbearance with this process and allow the Arts Commission to continue to manage this process with as minimal bureaucratic oversight as possible. And that may be a minority position, but sometimes it's really important to just let people be able to run with something. And I would ask that the Arts Commission and artists be very careful when it comes to historic buildings and reach out to do the kind of consultation that would perhaps eliminate some of the issues that have emerged.
Thank you. Councilmember Wood.
You know, I would just ask that it be a little more formalized. If a neighborhood wants to do a piece of art and they put in an application, that there be a feedback loop, that they're told why it's not happening or why it can happen or when it will happen. You know, all of that is really very loosey-goosey at the moment, and I just think it needs to be tightened up a little bit because it really is. And we got a letter from the Desert Valley Builders Association regarding this. And the amount of money we're spending on administration on this versus actually doing it. $25,000 will give us 25 more benches. So, you know, it's just something to consider.
Thank you. Other comments? So this is an item for the contract amendment. So we can take a motion in a second and then we can discuss that. In terms of the other direction that Councilmember Woods brought up, does City Council want to do that now or have a different discussion on a different day?
I'm not sure. I don't feel like there is anything else to add personally. I trust that our Arts Commission can take the feedback and move forward. That's my view of it.
Okay, thank you. I saw heads nodding, and I agree. And I think the Arts Commission has done an incredible job with this, and we do need you to have freedom to, you know, express art in our city. And so I think the direction to, you know, be thoughtful about historic sites and is a good one. And then maybe city staff, for Councilmember Wood's comments, can think about, or the arts can work with the Arts Commission to, you know, respond to neighborhoods and have a clear, defined process for the community. Does that work? Can we have a motion either way here?
So moved.
Thank you. So a motion to approve the contract amendment with Scene Creative for project management and consulting services. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Kors, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So our next item, we'll scroll down here. The next item is 2A, a public hearing to consider a plan development district application to construct a 71-unit multifamily residential development on a 1.76 acre site located at West Stevens Road and North Palm Canyon Drive. So first, I'd like to ask for a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor, and members of council. The project before you is a senior affordable housing project by West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. Sorry, just one moment while we get the clicker to work here. But the project before you is for a 71-unit senior affordable housing development. The site is located at the southwest corner of Stevens Road and North Palm Canyon Drive. As you can see here on the screen, it is an undeveloped site. There previously was a cistern that was there on the property on the corner. And the site extends all the way to Camino Norte to the southwest. You can see at the bottom left of the image there. The architecture is a mid-century vernacular design, as you can see here in the rendering on the screen. The building is loaded towards Palm Canyon Drive, and you can see the parking is located to the rear of the building with access from Stevens Road, as well as a driveway from Camino Norte. There is a large covered pedestrian paseo along Palm Canyon Drive. The communal spaces for the residents are located near the corner of Stevens and Palm Canyon Drive, and those include a primary or a main lobby area, manager offices, a gym facility, a laundry area, and then a communal kitchen. And then a communal kitchen. The remainder of the property you can see is all of the one-bedroom units, and in between there are courtyard spaces as well. The project design, as I mentioned, is a mid-century vernacular. You can see the different materials that are being proposed on the elevation. It is a variety of stucco and textured block, as well as satin aluminum windows, and a wood soffit on the underside of the overhang. The site is zoned C1 for the property at the corner of Stevens and Palm Canyon. There is a split zoning for the southerly portion of the project site, which is C1 on the easterly half of the site and R2 on the westerly half. In terms of the project density, the site is a mixed-use, multi-use designation by the general plan land use map. In that designation, the city permits 15 dwelling units per acre, but 30 may be permitted if approved under a planned development district. So that is why the application is being proposed as a planned development district request. The project is also requesting a density bonus as permitted by the city's density bonus ordinance, and that would be for 35% above the max permitted under the general plan. And so that is based on the size of the site, the proposed density is conforming to the maximum of 30 dwelling units per acre, as well as the 35 additional permitted in the density bonus ordinance. In terms of the development standards for the project, there is a maximum zoning height in the C1 district of 30 feet and 24 feet in the R2 zone. In the city's density bonus ordinance, an additional 11 feet is permitted, and that is also consistent with state law. The project does comply with the maximum height for each respective zone with this additional permitted height, with a ranging height of 23 feet to about 33 feet. And again, the roofs are varying roof angles, and so that is the reason for the higher roof height. When you're standing on the second floor, a person standing in one of the second floor units probably has an eye height, if standing in that unit, of about 18 feet. So we don't expect there would be any potential concerns with privacy issues on the properties located west of the site. In terms of the setbacks, the project complies with the setbacks along Palm Canyon and Stevens Road, with 5-foot minimum required. They do also comply with the 10-foot minimum at the ground floor and the 24-foot, or depending on how high the building is, as the building steps back from the side or interior property lines, they do comply with the height limits along the interior property lines, and they also comply with a minimum of 25 feet along Camino Norte. The project is proposing, as required under our Plan Development District Ordinance, there is a requirement to provide a public benefit. In this case, the project is a 71-unit development for lower income households, and all units will be deed restricted to affordable levels for at least 55 years. And I'll note here in just a minute, the Planning Commission also provided another recommendation for a public benefit for this project. So that would be related to the paseo along the front, the open paseo walking area along the front of the project on Palm Canyon. A subcommittee met on December 30th of 2020, not 2021, as shown on the screen. It included members, Mayor Holstage, Council Members Coors, Chair Wermuck from the Planning Commission, and Planning Commissioner Hirschbein. At this meeting, they provided direction to the developer related to hosting another neighborhood meeting, which the applicant did hold, and that was on January 7th. They also provided some direction related to an alternate site plan, as well as a potential commercial component for the project near the street corner of Palm Canyon and Stevens. So what you have here on this screen is the alternate site plan that the applicant prepared. And what it does show is an alternate access to Palm Canyon based on the comments that we were receiving from the public about creating an additional access point to Palm Canyon and not from the Camino Norte entrance. So in regards to the traffic and site access, the project itself is anticipated to it's projected to have 263 total trips per day, with about 14 in the morning during the peak hours at the highest point, and 18 in the evening during the evening peak hours. If in the event that the applicant did include a commercial component at the street corner of Palm Canyons and Stevens, the increased total projected trips would be 346. And that would be assuming the worst case scenario of being a highly intensive use, such as a cafe. And just so for a comparison for the benefit of those who are not traffic engineers, when we're looking at trips per day, what does that mean? When we compared it to what was previously the draftsman and what we know for the International Transportation Engineers Manual, that use is projected to have, or has roughly 583 trips per day when they are at capacity. And so that is for a restaurant use. Another comparison that we showed is that the Arrive Hotel, with the number of units that it has, as well as the retail commercial on Palm Canyon, generates about 1,722 trips per day. So the project itself at either 263 or 346 would be well below what is currently on adjacent properties to the north. We also have some additional analysis in your report related to the original site plan in the event that we restricted access from Camino Norte, restricted vehicular access from Camino Norte, and the project still is well below the maximum thresholds for not requiring additional further analysis, as well as not having significant impacts on the adjacent network, street network. We do, however, request that the applicant provide an exhibit to show what a turn lane would be in the event it was determined the project requires a turn lane from Stevens Road into the development. So we've asked for that to be a possibility, and it's something that we would evaluate at a later time. The Planning Commission reviewed the project yesterday at their regular meeting and made a recommendation by a vote of 5-0 to recommend approval of the project to the City Council. They recommended approval of the originally proposed site plan and not the alternate plan that I showed just a moment ago. They also recommended that that plan have restricted vehicular access on Camino Norte. They recommended also that 12 parking spaces at the south end of the parking lot adjacent to the building be available for outdoor usable space by residents. And staff would review a proposal to do that and approve it in the event this project is approved with that condition. The Planning Commission also recommended the dedication of an easement for public access to the front paseo for a dog park or similar amenity. And they've also recommended that a small commercial retail space at the corner be provided if financially viable at the corner of Stevens and Palm Canyon. That use would be required to be consistent with the underlying C1 zone. And then lastly, the Planning Commission recommended that a pedestrian gate on Camino Norte be installed and be keyed or locked, and only the residents have access in and out of that pedestrian gate. And so those are the recommendations from the Planning Commission last night. And as I mentioned, staff is not in support of the alternate plan, as the commission also is not in support of that as well, for a number of reasons that we've identified in your staff report. So staff has prepared a draft resolution for your consideration as a part of the attachments to your report. And I'll conclude with that, and this is a public hearing. Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you for the staff report. Are there any questions from council members for staff before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. David, can you just clarify, the Planning Commission is recommending that we remove 12 parking spots and turn that spots into an outdoor space? Is that correct?
They are, so the discussion was that based on the applicant's experience with other projects that they have built, that generally the population or the residents that live in those developments, about half of them have a vehicle. So based on that, based on the type of use that is being proposed, they wanted to allow for usable outdoor space of the parking area in the event that it's not being used for parking. So so they were okay with allowing the 12 spaces adjacent to the building if we can demonstrate that the on-site parking is not being dispersed to the adjacent streets. And so that would be something staff would review if the council chooses to approve.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. I saw Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of questions. Let me start with the one that I think would be for Dave. There was a number of comments that we received from the public that was concerned that while the gate on Camino Norte was to be for emergency vehicles only, that it would be possible to change that rather quickly sometime down the road. Would it be possible to place a condition on changing the access of that gate to require that the Planning Commission hold a public hearing before the access of the gate was changed?
Yeah, absolutely. We can put a condition in the approval that, as you mentioned, any opening or changing change to that gate on Camino Norte requires Planning Commission review and approval at a public hearing.
All right, thank you. My next question, I think, is probably for Jay Barada, and That's a question of where are we right now with our RENA numbers? How far short of what we need to meet are we, and what would be the impact of this project towards meeting the state mandated RENA requirements?
I think I can answer that, Mayor Pro Tem, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Okay. So the city currently is going through an update to the housing element right now. This project, if built within the 2-year period of entitlement, they would be in the what's the next cycle of our housing element. In that cycle, we expect that we're going to have about 2,500 units required for the 8-year period. This would obviously help the city achieve its lower income levels that are required. And we've actually looked at including this as a part of our assumptions for the update to that plan. For the current cycle, which concludes at the end of this year, we haven't done very much in terms of meeting our numbers. And so, as I said, this project would be in the next cycle and would help us achieve what we're looking at with the much higher numbers than what we've had in the previous cycle. It's about 10 times higher than what we currently have in our current cycle period.
All right. So if I'm following correctly, we need to build 2,500 new affordable housing units in the next 8 years. And how many do we currently have approved and in process?
So Mr. Verada is here, but I'll just mention that of the 2,500, not all are required to be low income. There is a share of those that are above market, but generally the city has the hardest time finding the moderate to lower income levels. And the previous 8-year cycle, I think we've had less than 50, I'd imagine, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. In the upcoming RENA cycle, I believe the number of affordable units the city is being asked to produce is 1,700, with the remaining units being at market rate. And affordability is defined as those that are 80% of area median income or below.
And approximately how many do we have approved and on schedule?
With the affordable units, I don't believe there are any on the books other than maybe smaller projects that have agreed to incorporate affordability. The Monarch project is approved. However, they will need to secure additional funding to commence construction. And that represents about 60 units, 59 units.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions of staff? I just have one. David, if you could go over the parking requirements. So the staff report says that under our affordable housing ordinance, 71 parking spaces are required, but I thought that fewer spaces were required because of state law. So could you just go over the parking requirements again, please?
Yes, certainly. So under the city's density bonus ordinance, which is consistent with state law for affordable housing projects, we require one unit or one parking space per unit for a senior affordable housing project. So it is consistent with our ordinance in terms of what they are providing for the number of spaces. But again, the developers' experience and surveys that they've done with their current residents shows that only about half of the residents have a vehicle. So again, it's the city has a one space per unit requirement. That's different than our normal parking requirements for multifamily residential projects. A one-bedroom unit is required to provide, I believe, 1 1/4 parking space. So if there's, for instance, 4 units, it's a 4-unit development, they would be required to have 5 parking spaces, as well as 1 additional guest space. So the city's standard requirement is, as I said, 1 parking space for, or 1 for each 1-bedroom unit, 1 1/4 parking space is required, plus 1 additional for each guest, for a guest parking space for each 4 units.
Thank you. I know a lot of cities require less than that, like half the space per unit or something. That's more along the line of their experience here, since so many residents don't have cars. But are we required to do 1 space per unit here?
Correct. So there are some other formulas that the city has in its density bonus ordinance. So for instance, if the operator provides a paratransit or vehicle that can transport residents on site, then that other formula would kick in, which is 1/2 space per unit. As well as if another option, another potential is if the project is within a short distance to a transit stop that is is occurring at more than every 15 minutes.
And that doesn't apply here, even though it's on a Sunline route?
I don't believe it would apply here because I believe the routes themselves are beyond the 15-minute mark.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Seeing none at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. The applicant will have up to 5 minutes to present their case. If requested, the applicant will have 2 additional minutes at the end for rebuttal. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. So first, the applicant, you have 5 minutes if you can begin.
Hi, good evening. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, community members. My name is Jesse Flansky. I'm the president and CEO of West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. We are thrilled to be here tonight to present Agave at Palm Canyon. It's a 100% affordable apartment community exclusively for seniors age 62 and up. This evening, I'm going to very briefly reintroduce ourselves. Our architect, Will Carson from 64 North, will go over some of the project design, and Matt Mason, our Director of Real Estate Development, will outline the financing and the project's timeline. I just want to start by saying thank you again to staff. As you all know, this is a city-owned property. We view ourselves as the city's partner, helping to execute your vision, and staff's help has been invaluable. We are a community-based nonprofit organization. We've been creating affordable housing for 34 years. Our mission is to build homes and provide services that move community members from insecurity to stability. We focus on affluent communities with vocal and active constituencies. We started in West Hollywood, and over the years we've expanded. Today we house over 950 residents in 597 units in 18 buildings in 3 cities. We have 7 more projects in development. And so now I'm going to pass it over to Will. Thank you.
Thank you. Palm Springs has such an important architectural heritage, and our goal has been to create a project that fills this void in your existing city fabric and is a worthy extension to this legacy that you can be truly proud of. The 2-story design arrays active programs along the street to activate the Palm Canyon frontage with broad overhanging canopy, providing shade and a place for public gathering, floor-to-ceiling glazing connecting inside and out, and broad overhanging roofs consistent with the modernist language of much of Palm Springs. The material palette, as Mr. Newell reviewed, is contemporary and warm, including cedar, concrete, aluminum, and plaster. From a siting perspective, We set the project more than 80 feet away from our neighbors, which combined with a site wall and landscape screen ensures their privacy, and we've met with them and they are supportive of the project. As reviewed, we've made a number of changes in response to community feedback in working with city staff and the Planning Commission, City Council Study Group. We have this 3,500 square foot public paseo, added the puppy pit stop and dog watering station, the flexible use space at the corner of the project, and the monument sign for the neighborhood. We've heard the concerns about traffic, some of which unfortunately is based on erroneous information. Happy to address those if you like. We've closed the Camino Norte access point, which we only need for emergency access for the fire department, and keyed that gate for pedestrian, for residents only, just the pedestrian gate. We evaluated that secondary entrance onto Palm Canyon, but did not pursue it given city feedback and safety. Cars will enter and exit from Stevens, where we're looking at the dedicated turn lane with city engineering. Importantly, the total number of expected residents in the project is just 80 people, with 12% of the units occupied by couples, everybody else is singles. And I just pulled back up AB 744. I believe that Mayor Holstage is actually correct that 100% affordable housing for seniors within a 1/2 mile of somewhat frequent transit is 0.5 spaces per unit. So my guess is we're at 36 required spaces. We can verify that. But overall, we're talking about less than half the people having cars, which is 130 trips a day, a quarter of what Throssman has, and a 1/10 of Arrive. And we've also heard the concerns about overflow parking, and we've configured this flexible use plaza and are confident there'll be zero overflow parking in the community. Lastly, Matt Mason can speak.
Hello, Matt Mason, Director of Real Estate Development for West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. So the Agave at Palm Canyon project will consist of 71 one-bedroom units, all for seniors. Every resident will be a senior age 62 and greater. 44 of those units will be set aside for residents making no more than 80% of the area median income, which is set at Riverside County levels. So between $10,000 and $40,000 annually based on the current area median income. And then 25 of the units will be set aside for formerly homeless, permanent supportive housing units for formerly homeless residents. We have reserved 2 one-bedroom units for 2 full-time on-site building managers, both a day manager and a night manager, which is beyond what we generally do, in order to provide a greater level of security both for our residents and for the surrounding community as well. We will provide office space on site along Palm Canyon Drive, which will house full-time employees, which will provide resident services to our residents, including 1 full-time resident services coordinator from West Hollywood Community Housing, 1 from Desert AIDS Project, and 1 specific to the permanent supportive housing units from Riverside Health. Thank you very much for your time.
And I'll just note that 5 minutes has elapsed.
Thank you. So next, we have public comments from the public, and everyone will have 2 minutes to give your comments. City Clerk, if you could please call those commenters.
Greg Rodriguez, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor and Council and staff. Greg Rodriguez again. I work for Supervisor Perez. I do all of his, not only the healthcare policy on COVID, but also housing and homeless policy. I'm also intrinsically involved in the joint venture with the county and Lift to Rise to establish 10,000 affordable units over the next 10 years in the Coachella Valley. I'm calling in support of the Agave project, not only design-wise, but just the integral and integration services that they're planning to do, not only for seniors, but for our formerly homeless as well. I wanted to address a couple of concerns that I heard in the community forum. First of all, the permanent supportive housing units. These are not people coming directly from the streets. These are people that have been through transitional housing, who have been through substance use services, mental health treatment, and people that actually need a permanent home. It's just like any other senior who may have other health or mental health issues as well. We have got to have more permanent supportive housing units. Homelessness in Palm Springs cannot be solved. We do a great job with outreach and transitional housing, but we can't solve it if we do not have the permanent supportive housing units. Another issue that was brought up is about the proximity to grocery and amenities. This actually project is in the same distance, if not closer, than many of our other county current units that we have, not only in the city of Palm Springs, but other communities as well. Finally, also, there's the location, and this is the classic NIMBYism, but people do not realize that throughout the county, and especially in the Coachella Valley, we have numerous affordable housing units that abut not only lower income neighborhoods, but higher income neighborhoods as well, and all studies prove that there is no impact to real estate values on affordable housing development. I would finally end with it. Again, this is just a great project, not only the design, and I only live like a block and a half away from this design, but also the partnership with the Desert AIDS Project and with the county behavioral health system. And this truly is a great project that needs to be advanced by the council. I didn't get to sign up, but I'll end with I'm also in favor of item 5A on the agenda. So thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Taylor Varner, you are live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Mayor Holstage, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council members of Palm Springs. My name is Taylor Leibel Varner, and I am the Regional Affordable Housing Planner for Live to Rise. We are a local collective impact organization that works to achieve a future where all Coachella Valley families have access to healthy, safe, stable, and affordable housing. It is truly my pleasure to be with you this evening and express our strong support for this project, an extremely important project for the city of Palm Springs and the region, as it'll get us closer to addressing the crisis level deficit of affordable housing in the valley. We support this project as it aligns with our Housing Collaborative's multi-year action plan to increase housing stability in the valley by dramatically increasing the supply of affordable housing. It really is a crisis. Data analysis and community listening consistently show that high housing costs and the lack of affordable housing are primary causes of personal struggle for families in the Coachella Valley. And we know that even before the pandemic, over 55% of rental households were paying more than 30% of their incomes on housing costs. And our work in the rental assistance program with the county really has exposed the severe level of housing instability facing Coachella Valley families. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Middleton touched on this, the impact, the level of impact of the valley. To date, we have expended over $1 million in CARES Act funding to Palm Springs households through this rental assistance program, and there are hundreds of residents on the program's waiting list. And we recognize that it's important to keep people housed in this emergency, but we know that it is a temporary fix to a long-term problem, and we need permanent solutions like producing more affordable housing. And this project is an important step towards meeting our production goals. So we applaud the city, we applaud West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation and everyone involved in this project for your efforts to make it possible. And we're excited to see it through to completion and the impact it'll make on the lives of residents. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Robert Nunez, thank you for your patience. You are live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'd like to thank the Planning Commission subcommittee and the Agave developers. Appreciate the time and consideration of our concerns and agreeing to certain changes and modifications. Two quick things that the neighbors raised aesthetic issues are, is the landscape screen going to be planted out on either side of the screen? And then secondly, are there going to be consistent window treatments? People have raised the concern that, you know, just the appearance of the building from the street and neighborhood, if there are random towels and blankets in the windows. I'd like to also follow up my January 10 letter to the council. My primary concerns are with public safety and risk from the existing and increased pedestrian and vehicle traffic resulting from the project. Where the entrance is on Stevens, it's directly across the street from the parking lot and entrance exit for the soon-to-be open gastropub. What I didn't mention in my letter is that on the other corner, the northwest corner, it used to be the former Coral Sands Inn, and that's recently been sold, and I'm not sure what the new owner has in store. But so there's a real cluster of traffic and including pedestrian traffic right there at the entrance to the project. In the 5 years I've lived here on Stevens, I'm two buildings west of the project. The volume and speed of vehicle traffic has significantly increased without mitigation, with the exception of a stop sign at the intersection of Stevens and Via Norte. You can see that on the vicinity map. There are no crosswalks, additional stop signs, medians, speed humps, or other speed mitigation resources on Stevens.
Mr. Nunez?
Yes.
Your time has elapsed.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Paschal, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. This is Nikki Pascal. I'm a neighbor at Pompeii de las Palmas, which is to the immediate west of the proposed agave development, and I very enthusiastically support it. The need for this type of housing is evident and urgent. Research shows older adults with low incomes are among the highest risk of becoming homeless. And this location alongside Palm Canyon and the transit corridor there makes this location make a ton of sense. The empty lot we have right now for a neighbor is frankly an eyesore, and the design of this project is very exciting. It's clear the developer has really gone above and beyond to deliver a project that is iconic in design, that reflects Palm Springs architectural history, and also really respects the neighborhood, the mountain views we have, and particularly the historic designation of our property at Pompeii de las Palmas. Most importantly, the design is very high end, and I think while the people living in the development are intended to be low income, the structure is one that I feel like someone of any income could really be proud to call home, that I would be proud to be a neighbor with, and I really appreciate the thought that went into bringing that kind of dignity to the future residents. I also want to note that the developer has taken a considerable time to meet with the community. There have been numerous public information sessions. I think they've really kept us informed every step of the way, and in particular worked with our homeowners association at Pompeii de las Palmas and addressed really on an individual level potential concerns that the neighbors on that side of the property have. I don't live on that side of the property, so I won't speak for them, but I know that they took steps to address, issues around wall height, to take recommendations on landscaping, and I really think that and hope that that's indicative that they're interested in being a good neighbor over the long haul. So again, thank you for your time, and I enthusiastically support this project.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Jean Carrera, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Great, thanks everyone. Hi, my name is Jean Carrera. I'm calling in just to talk about I'm talking about myself and 25 abutting neighbors who have read and signed letters that were sent in by myself and Lauren. We're not against the project as a whole. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great concept. I think it's the developers seem to be adept at managing their properties and wonderful design, which fits into the community. The main issue with us was trying to address the access to Camino Norte. As you know, Old Las Palmas is an established neighborhood with a lot of single-family homes. There's about 290 single-family homes in this neighborhood and about 30 condos in this area at this corner of Old Las Palmas. And with 71 units in the project, you're increasing the quantity of residences in this neighborhood by about 20% overnight. And so we don't think that adding the density bonus is a good idea, but I realize that you guys are up against a wall on how many of these type of projects you need to add into the city. I understand that. The whole problem is Camino Norte is a very dark, cornered, narrow street, and we just really don't want the traffic going through there. I think it's great that you guys have listened to us and added a locked gate that only residents can use, and that's fantastic, just as it would be for any other condo association or apartment association anywhere. Only people that live there can access that, and people that live there are welcome to walk through the neighborhood and enjoy themselves. What we don't want is the traffic, because we all who live, and the 25 people who signed the letters that I'm aware of, live very adjacent to that property in the circle. And anytime someone goes around that corner, we're with our dogs, we're walking at night, it's dangerous. And we just don't want that traffic coming through. What we would like to add, based on everything I've seen, is that somebody mentioned it tonight, that emergency exit have to go to City Council for approval if they ever open it up. We don't want that ever opened up. I don't understand why we can't switch it over to the main street on Palm Canyon. I don't understand why that's an issue, as that's not really a third access point, it would be a second, and only for emergencies. So that's what we really want, is not to have that access to Camino Norte for cars. On a side note, the Rios developer for North Palm Canyon and Chino, they were great. They were considerate when I listened to their presentation. Yep.
We're going to need to disconnect. Your time has elapsed.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Stephen Moses?
Yes.
Stephen Moses, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for letting me participate. I'm Stephen Moses, and most of you know me. What you may not know is that the bulk of my career was involved in government-assisted, government-financed, low and moderate income housing, and I was Housing Man of the Year for the National Housing Conference, actually before at least one of you was born. But what I want to do is endorse this project. It is very well designed. I have researched the developer and have received very high marks for the developer as responsible. What has not been mentioned tonight is the financing model. At least I haven't heard it. And it works. It is very reasonable, and unlike some other projects around town, I believe this one will go forward and be developed on schedule. The involvement of the Desert 8s project, I think, adds a certain amount of gravitas to the entire thing. The traffic issues which have been raised, I believe, are moderate and can be worked out very well. I live just a few houses away on Stevens, and I'm not concerned about that. So I urge you to accept it and move forward. It's a heck of a lot better than an empty hole in the ground, which is what we've been looking at for many years. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Palm Springs.
Hello?
Yes.
You're 1 second. You're going to be live. Ryan Letterman, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ryan Lederman, and I'm a board member of the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, and I am thrilled to be here tonight. I've actually been in Palm Springs since mid-March. I'm one of the pandemic refugees, if you will, and I'm thrilled to be in this very welcoming community. What Jesse and staff at the corporation have done is proposed a beautiful building, beautiful grounds that will bring a lot of value to the community. One just has to look at some of our existing projects, such as the courtyard at La Brea or the Sierra Bonita project, and we really do add a lot. But it's just not the physical structure, it's the ability to serve an underserved community, people with lower incomes. We provide a tremendous amount of residential services, and that really helps to improve the lives of our residents. And the building and the people, they will activate the street and they will walk on the sidewalks, or at least on Palm Canyon where there's a sidewalk. And that will bring value also to the neighbors as well. So thank you, and just again, happy to be here.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Kathy Wormick, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm speaking tonight as the chair of the Planning Commission, and I wanted to just add a few comments to David's excellent staff report. The 12 parking spaces will be in the development. They will have enhanced paving and movable lawn furniture and or planters on them, but all of the planters, lawn furniture can be rolled back in case the parking spaces are needed. So we're still meeting the city's parking requirement, but we were very sure we didn't need the parking. DAP in the 80 units of HIV housing that they have has since 2003 only used 50% or 40 of those units, parking spaces for their 80 units. And I believe we'll have we'll have the same kind of pattern here. It was also my experience when I was both an affordable housing lender and developer. The other item that I wanted to mention is the possible commercial space. We left this very flexible, requiring that any use in that space be C1, which would allow both a retail or small restaurant space as well as community space for the residents. The reason we didn't require it is because the developer can't finance it with affordable housing financing, and they would need a firm tenant to get a loan, which isn't available right now during the COVID period. The other thing we did was require that the affordability limitations that would be the project would be deed restricted to for 50 years match at least the tax credit requirements of 20 units at 80% AMI, 12 at 60% AMI, sorry for my dog, and 32 units at 30% AMI, and that those restrictions, when the deed restriction is placed on, should at least match what we anticipate the tax credit requirements to be.
Kathy?
Yes.
Sorry, 2 minutes has elapsed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment unless the applicant would like a rebuttal.
Thank you to the applicant. You may now use up to 2 minutes for a rebuttal if you would like one.
Thank you. We'll keep this brief. Regarding the gate on Camino Norte, the property does not need that to function except for the fire department to come in and out of. So no worries there. One of the callers had asked regarding the landscape screen. It will be it'll grow. We're going to probably plant it early in the construction cycle up against Villas Pompeii, and it'll grow to a large height there. And yes, there are window treatments that are consistent across the whole project that will be provided for all residents. So those will be consistent and provided. Thank you.
That was brief. We appreciate it. Thank you. So seeing no other speakers, we will now close the public hearing. Is there any discussion or additional questions from the council or a motion? Councilmember Kors.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first, just since this is a public hearing, Mayor Holstage and I have had numerous meetings with the developer, been on numerous public meetings. We're also liaisons on affordable housing and homelessness until later tonight, probably, and have been involved in this from the beginning. I also live about 1,000 feet from this, just down the street from Mr. Moses. I'm outside of the range where I can't participate, but I know that property very well and the area very well, and have been on with several of the neighborhood organizations and many emails back and forth with residents and some businesses on this. So just wanted to share that. So a couple things. First, I really want to thank the applicant for all the outreach that they did and for taking the time to meet and go over this with all the neighbors and meeting with so many of the neighborhood organizations. It's really appreciated. I think this is a much needed project. We very much need affordable housing for all different groups of folks, and seniors are definitely one of them, where there's a real need in our city. I think the project is going to look great, and really appreciate all the work that has gone into the design. A couple things that have come up that I did want to address. One was, of course, the gate, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Middleton that does need to come back to Planning Commission, and if there are other issues, obviously the council member can bring that up, and to make sure that gets out to the neighborhood organizations as well as residents in the area to weigh in. There have been some comments concerned that this is being rushed through, so I just wanted to ask if staff can explain that my understanding this went through the normal process. We've been probably working on this for about a year, as I recall, but just want to ask that because some people have expressed some concern on that issue.
Certainly, Councilman Kors. So this project has gone through the normal procedures that the city goes through for development review. I would say that this project has actually probably done more than our typical projects in that they've had 2 neighborhood meetings that we've attended, and I believe they've had other meetings with the neighbors outside of those 2 meetings. The city had a pre-application review at a public meeting with the Planning Commission back in October. So this was on public agendas back in October. And then again, it was noticed in December for the Planning Commission to consider, which was pushed to yesterday. And we did provide notice again for the council meeting this evening. So it has gone through the normal procedures that we typically have, as well as some additional outreach that the applicant has done.
Great. Thank you very much. Another issue that has come up and was raised tonight, obviously since Arrive went in, there's some more traffic there. But the issue I've heard from some folks is speeding on Stevens. So if just staff can take a look at that, especially after this comes in, to see if there's a reason to have another stop sign. I know the neighborhood organization has been working with staff on stop signs and yield signs in the neighborhood. So if that could just be looked at as well, I think that would be appreciated by folks. I also just want to say how much I want to thank the residents, especially those in Old Los Palmas in District 3. While there are some who would prefer it be somewhere else, it has been overwhelmingly supportive, and I think you've heard that tonight. I haven't heard much that this shouldn't be near our neighborhood or even people who live next door to it. And I really appreciate that openness and understanding that, you know, we need affordable housing in every part of the city. And when I look at these projects, I always look if I'd be comfortable with it. If it was on my block, this one is. And these are the kind of projects we need and want in the city, and we want them throughout the city. So I really want to thank the residents who really engaged on this and the neighborhood organizations who engaged on this project. That's all I have to say, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods, and then Councilmember Garner.
I won't repeat what Councilmember Kors just said, and with the cooperation of the neighbors and the cooperation of the developer and the applicant and that. But my response is, wow, what a great opportunity for the city. What an excellent place to partner, for the city to partner. And you probably say, what are you talking about? Why is this such a great thing to partner with? Well, I'll tell you, first of all, on many of these projects, we have very little discretionary approval on the design of the building. We could get a piece of schlock at this location, and what we're getting is really something extraordinary and outstanding on a vacant lot in a part of town that needs a little boost. That's one. This is just absolutely tremendous what they're bringing to us. Secondly, as we said, they worked great with the neighbors, which I think is absolutely to be commended. Thirdly, West Hollywood Housing Corporation has an incredible track record. And I think this track record we should be honored to have their track record come here and have them as one of our developers that are here. I think it's going to activate Palm Canyon. Currently, that section of Palm Canyon is dead space. When you walk by it, it's not comfortable. And what this will do is it will bring life to there from the people that live there. And it will put what James Jacobs says, eyes on the street. So hopefully crime will be reduced and there will be more interaction between the building and the street. It also provides kind of inclusionary housing because we have a very wealthy neighborhood right abutting it, along with this low income that's high design. That is incredible urban design. That, and the two that mesh together and work together is really something to be admired. I love the fact that they're providing services on site for their residents that need a little boost, especially seniors that need a little boost, that's being provided. It is near transit, which I think is also a fantastic opportunity for us. I think the concerns of traffic are unfounded. As a traffic engineer my whole life, 14 trips is nothing. 14 trips with these seniors will be absolutely nothing because they don't leave their houses every day to go to a job necessarily and return. So it's not like they're working a 9-to-5 job. I think it's completely unfounded that there's going to be an issue with traffic related to this project, both on the residential street and or on Stevens. So with that, I love the fact of if parking isn't used, to turn it into kind of a park space with movable furniture. I applaud our planning commission for coming up with that idea. I might suggest that we look at adding some bike boxes so some of the residents can have a place to store their bike and not in their unit, but in the parking areas it's safe. But I support this project. I support the residents. I support the applicant, and I support our city council for actually having the foresight to actually partner with a good partner on this. So thank you, Madam Mayor, excuse me.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I have a question first for staff. Can you just talk about the reason that you're not suggesting the Palm Canyon Drive entry and exit? I think there's some confusion about why that doesn't work.
Yes. Going back to the report, we've listed a few reasons why we felt that the third entry point is unnecessary and not needed. And so there's a number of factors that we called attention to for the reason for not having that third entry point, the vehicular entry point on Palm Canyon, namely the hazard to traffic. Because there is the bus stop at that location, it is a transfer point for 2 bus lines. And so the buses at that location do wait for longer periods of time. And with that third access point or the driveway from Palm Canyon, there's a visibility concern that vehicles exiting the project would not be able to see oncoming traffic, southbound traffic. And so that creates a traffic hazard and would be of a concern. It also, we felt it was problematic because it reduced on-site parking from 71 to 46 spaces. It would result in less open space for the project and it's due to the increase in asphalt for the project. And in terms of the urban design, the user experience of the building as they walk along Palm Canyon is diminished with the additional curb cut or driveway approach that would be installed for this, or that would be used for this access point. And then lastly, that we had some concerns about just generally good traffic planning and discouraging vehicle access points onto major thoroughfares when alternative means of access are available. So in this case, of course, there are the 2 other access points, and in the event that the council approves the project and with a restricted access, there would still obviously be the primary access point from Stevens. So those are the reasons that we had concerns with the alternate plan.
Thank you so much, David. The reason I wanted that explained is because I did get a lot of comments from the public about that issue. Why can't it be on Palm Canyon Drive? So I just wanted to make sure everyone understands the reasoning behind that. I think this is a really beautiful project. I did get to hear from the developer who basically presented the same information that was presented to all of you tonight. I appreciate the suggestions from the Planning Commission. Those are great. I also think the pedestrian gate access is a wonderful idea. I live in the very back of a unit and there's only one entrance. So even though this is a much smaller project, I know how much access and entry for residents can impact the day-to-day life. But I echo the other council members and that it's a wonderful project. It's a needed project, and I think that it will do a lot for our city.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And if I may, I would like to ask the applicant just 2 questions that I should have asked earlier. And thank you. First question is a really quick, simple question. So many of the residents you expect to be living alone. They frequently do have pets. Can you describe again what facilities you are undertaking to make sure that the residents will be able to comfortably have a pet with them?
Can speak to that. So we absolutely allow our residents to have pets. We don't have any restrictions about pet policy. Residents are always allowed to have pets. But Will, our architect who's in the chambers, can talk a little bit about the pet relief area and the puppy paseo that's in the front of the property, if you want to hear a little bit more about that.
So throughout the project, there's a series of gardens for recreation. And then there's the specific approximately 90 feet by 15 or 20 foot area along Palm Canyon at the kind of top of the terraced steps where there is a large place for people to have their dogs, and there's a dog watering station adjacent. And that's not just for residents, but it's also for the public as well as they, walk their dog up and down Palm Canyon or, make a circuit in and out of the neighborhood.
Okay, great. Thank you. My last question is, assuming that this project is approved this evening, could you outline for us and for the community what the timeline going forward will be? And I know for so many people in the public, when we approve a project, there's an assumption that we're going to be turning dirt within a matter of months. And I know it's going to take a little bit longer than that. So give us a realistic time frame of what kind of activity is going to take place over the next few years until you're actually up and operational.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So with the approval of the project's entitlements tonight, as well as the related item, the approval of the requested soft loan financing, this project will apply for a major leveraged state financing application next week, which will enable us to proceed with assembling the remainder of the financing over the next 6 months. And long story short, this would lead to breaking ground by early 2022 with an approximately 14-month construction schedule after that.
And if for some reason the financing that you're going to be applying for next week does not come through, what does that do to your timeline?
It would slow the timeline. We would need to identify different sources of funding to fill the gap in the capital stack.
And you'll know whether or not you get the funding next week approximately when?
The application is due next week, and the application is due in Sacramento. The state's Housing and Community Development Department will take approximately 4 months to review all applications across the state of California and announce awards, I think, in May or June.
All right. We'll be watching. Thank you. With that, I'd like to offer a couple of comments, and I don't want to repeat all of the things that my colleagues have said. I agree with every one of them completely. This is a beautiful piece of architecture. It's an incredibly important need in our community. We get phone calls and emails almost every day talking about the number of individuals that are homeless. And while this is not a direct from homeless to this occupancy, it will help us because the more that we are able to house individuals who need affordable housing, and I have a particular concern for seniors who need housing, and we're addressing that here. I want to applaud the mayor and last year's mayor for the work that they did on this project, the community in the fashion that they have stepped forward. The phrase NIMBY has been thrown around any number of times. And here in Palm Springs, I believe we have an outstanding example of a very prominent neighborhood that did not show that kind of attitude whatsoever. And I would encourage all of those that are out there who are considering trying to make affordable housing projects work in the city of Palm Springs to take a look at what the city council and this community has done in response to this project. You now have a roadmap. I hope you follow it.
Thank you. I have a few questions if I can as well, and I just want to echo Mayor Pro Tem's comments. This was a few years ago that we decided to put city-owned land up for requests for proposals for housing and for affordable housing. So it took us a while, but here we are. We made that decision. We were just sitting on this land, and it can be a beautiful project that houses our residents. So thank you to all the city council and everyone who's part of getting to this point. I just have a few questions. I'd like to make a motion to approve the originally proposed site plan, but just a few questions for staff first. So one, can you confirm the parking requirements, just so I'm aware of what these are? I don't like to see us require more parking than is necessary for projects because we need more units than we need unnecessary parking, and the future is not cars, especially for seniors that might have more sustainable and better ways to get around, especially when we're building something like this that's on Palm Canyon. We're not building it. You're going to build it if this motion passes. So could you just confirm for me the parking requirements? And then I'm looking at which of the Planning Commission recommendations that we should include in my motion. So if staff has an opinion or recommendation on those two, please. Thank you.
Certainly. So the parking requirements for this specific type of senior affordable housing are one unit or one parking space per unit. As I mentioned, had the developer proposed to have paratransit services on site, or in the event that there was a bus location adjacent within a half mile of the site that provided service less than every 15 minutes, then it would be 1/2 space per unit. That being said, the applicant has provided some documentation that suggests that in their experience with the complexes and projects that they have currently, residents of those complexes, only about half of them have vehicles, and they believe that only about 50 or 60% of those parking spaces would be used. What we can do is add a condition that says the parking areas, as I mentioned, adjacent to the southerly building wing, as recommended by the Planning Commission, may be used for outdoor usable space by residents if it can be demonstrated by the developer. These spaces are not being used, and off-site parking is not dispersed onto adjacent streets as determined by the planning director. And then I have other recommendations as well, if you'd like to hear those, specifically as it relates to the Planning Commission's recommendations, if you want those again.
Thank you. I have them here. I pulled them up. So I'm asking if you have staff has a recommendation of which of those we should condition in our approval of this project.
Staff is in support of all 4 recommendations from the Planning Commission, and we feel that we can implement those without having an issue. I also did take some additional notes relative to the discussion relating to other council requests for the project, so we can also include those in the conditions if you'd like.
Thank you. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the originally proposed site plan and include the Planning Commission's additional recommendations. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Corr seconded. And then now, is there any further discussion and clarification of any additional items you'd like to include as conditions? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. I would like to also include a provision that should that gate be changed, that it be referred to the Planning Commission for any changes in the Camino Norte gate in a public hearing.
So that was not part of the Planning Commission recommendation. Staff, do you have a recommendation on that item? Because I'm not convinced. So I'm not sure if to accept that in my motion.
Staff is comfortable with including that as a condition. Because the applicant is willing to gate the project, we're comfortable having that as a condition at such time in the future that if the gate is to be removed, we would bring it back to the Planning Commission at a public hearing.
Okay, thank you. So I'll accept that as a friendly amendment to my motion. And my only thought there was that, one, I think the future is not gated, but tearing down gates that divide neighborhoods, and also the added cost and expense and staff time for a nonprofit affordable housing developer to have to come through a whole planning commission process for something like that. So that was my thinking. Are there other conditions that any other council members would like to add to the approval if it passes? Seeing none, there's a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the applicant for developing affordable housing in our community. It's very, very much needed, as Mayor Pro Tem Middleton said, and thank you to the community for being open to having affordable housing everywhere in our city. We appreciate everyone's partnership on this. So if we can take a break before our next item, so we will go ahead, let's take do you want a 10-minute break? So we'll take a 10-minute break and adjourn. So that would get us to 8:01 when we'll reconvene. Thank you. Thank you all. So we will go ahead and restart our meeting. We're at item 2B, a public hearing to consider a major architectural application to construct a 6-story, 73,300 square foot mixed-use building with 45 for-sale residential units and ground floor commercial located at Bellardo Road and Museum Way. We could have a staff report, please.
Oh, anyway, it looks like.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you is a proposed development on Block B1 of the downtown development, specifically within the downtown Palm Springs specific plan. The applications before you are a major architectural application to construct a 73,300 square foot mixed-use building with 45 residential units and ground floor commercial space. The applicant is also proposing a tentative tract map for a one-lot subdivision to allow for-sale condominiums of the 45 residential units. This is the third iteration of the project that has been through our process. It has been reduced in size and scale since initially submitted. So the project initially submitted was 62 units. That's been reduced down to 45. A larger building at 82,000 square feet was proposed, and it is now 73,300 square feet. They've reduced the size of the 6th-floor wing, eliminating the westerly wing of the building. And they reduced the size of the westerly wing on floors 3 through 5. Creating additional natural light into the interior courtyard space. They've also revised the ground floor to provide retail and commercial uses along Museum Way and Andreas Road. So if you'd like to see specifically all the changes, those are identified on page 7 of your report, including a summary of review by both the each iteration by the AAC and Planning Commission. So to give you a sense of how the project has changed since the initial submittal, on the screen here at the top left, you see the original submittal for the project, a rendering of that, of the project if one were standing at the corner of Museum Way and Bellardo Road. The second submittal is shown on the top right at the same vantage point, showing the reduced size of the upper deck between the two corners of the building. And then finally, the current design that you have before you is shown on the bottom with revisions to the building, again, shortening that westerly floor areas on the 3rd through 5th floor, reducing it on the west wing. You can also see some various architectural treatment changes that have been shown since submittal. The first submittal, which you can see on the top left, is more vertical in nature. As it's evolved in its design, it's more horizontal with horizontal lines that you can see on the bottom. To summarize the reduction of the scale of the project, as I mentioned, this is the westerly wing being removed from the building that was initially proposed. So now what you have before you, again, it's a smaller version of the original project. This is a higher vantage point looking from Bellardo Road and Museum Way, showing the interior courtyard space as well as the top floor on the 6th floor being removed on the westerly wing, as well as an outdoor space on the northerly portion of that wing. In terms of the ground floor, just to orient you, on the left side of the screen is Museum Way. Bellardo Road is on the top, and on the right side of the screen is Andreas Road. You can see that the project has a courtyard on the interior with the lobby space near the corner of Museum and Bellardo Road. Communal space along Bellardo Road that involves office and lounge areas. And then what you see in the orange-yellow colors are the residential units on the 1st floor. And then in the purple along Museum Way and Andreas Road are where you see the proposed commercial office retail spaces. The The Planning Commission reviewed this item at their meeting on December 9th and recommended denial of the applications. There was a split vote on the major architectural application to deny it, and a unanimous vote to deny it on the tentative track map. The commission was unable to make findings for the architectural application relative to criterion number 1, relative to the site layout and the proposed ground floor uses. They were, and this relative to the specific plan requirement for ground floor commercial space on the 3 frontages. They were unable to make finding number 2 relative to harmonious relationship of the project with its surroundings, specifically the Bellardo Road frontage not being harmonious with the park with an active use on that frontage. Criterion number 3 with the overall massing. The commission felt that the overall massing was excessive and had an inappropriate scale. And then finally, finding number 5 relative to the harmony of the building composition, and that the project had a generally flat vertical design of the building exterior reaching a 60-foot height. In terms of the tentative track map, the commission could not make findings for criterion number 1 relative to the Subdivision Map Act and specific plan consistency. So that is relative to the ground floor being having residential units on it and not being for commercial uses. So going back to the ground floor exhibit, the applicant provided this exhibit to delineate the different uses along the street frontages. So the colors that you see were indicated by the applicant as being either public in green, semi-public in yellow, or private in red. And so they've provided this exhibit, and in their estimation, they are showing that 64% of the building frontage is either public or semi-public in nature. In staff's analysis of the lineal frontage of the building, our conclusions are that 64% of the Museum Way frontage includes commercial retail space, 52% of the Andreas Road frontage includes office or commercial retail space, and the communal space or lounge on Bellardo Road would result in 52% of that frontage being a commercial or office type of a use. So that's staff's analysis. As I said, the applicant has indicated that they believe 64% of the overall frontages do include or do comply with the specific plan requirement relative to ground floor uses. As a point of comparison, the applicant has also provided another exhibit showing the Virgin Hotel ground floor as it was approved in 2016. And what you can see here, this is actually upside down from the exhibit you saw just a moment ago. Bellardo Road is on the bottom of this exhibit. Museum Way is on the right, and Andreas Road is on the left, with the private paseo on the top of the screen. So in this exhibit, you can see that the main restaurant space was located at the corner of Museum Way and Bellardo Road. There was a small commercial space at the corner, at the southeast corner, where you see Museum Way and the paseo. And then there was a small commercial space at the northeast corner of the building at Andreas Road and the paseo. The other spaces along the Andreas Road, shown in red, and then on Museum Way, shown in red, are really back of house functions for that development. And then what they show here in yellow includes semi-public uses, which you can see on the screen on the bottom left, where you would have, there was an office or a boardroom, and then there was a foyer before you that was between the street and the ballroom next to that. And then the main lobby entrance for the Virgin Hotel was located on Museum Way. So this is just a point of comparison to what was previously approved for the project. The options tonight for the council are to approve as recommended by staff and the conditions in the draft resolution. Alternatively, you can agree with the Planning Commission and make the findings that they've identified and deny the project. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and this is a public hearing.
Thank you for that staff report. Are there any questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Woods.
David, thank you very much for the presentation. Can you tell me on Market Street, I can't tell from the plans, how wide the sidewalk is? The center line, I see that it shows 12-foot setback from the center line of Market Street, but I'm having a very hard time understanding what the sidewalk width is there.
So that street, Market Street is a closed street. It's not used for vehicles. So for the most part, it is a pedestrian paseo, I believe most of the time. I don't believe there's actually any time when it's opened. It's only being used for emergency vehicles, this is my understanding. I'll let the applicant explain further if that is not the case during their public testimony. But there is, let me see if I can pull up the exhibit here. So there's a 12-foot setback from the center of that roadway to where the planters are, the raised planter boxes.
And is the building actually projecting into the right-of-way on upper floors? I'm looking at the dotted line.
So the Market Street is actually not a public street. It's a private access way. Their property line goes to the center of the street.
Okay. And how did the specific plan deal with Market Street?
So in this specific plan, there's a requirement for a 12-foot setback, and they're proposing a 14-foot setback.
No, but I mean, is Market Street supposed to be situated? Is it just a dead alley? It's got bollards on it. What was the vision that was, when it was the Virgin and when the specific plan was approved, what was the vision for Market Street?
The Market Street access was really a pedestrian paseo, and that's how it was previously presented and approved back, 4 or 5 years ago when the Virgin Hotel was being proposed. So that space was really to be, if you may have seen exhibits from the Virgin Hotel that show that space being strewn with market lights and really a pedestrian access way between Andreas Road and Museum Way. So it was envisioned to have a pedestrian paseo, really make it more of a walking area for pedestrians and not for vehicles. So just to really enhance the pedestrian experience of the project.
And talking about the pedestrian experience there, what is the pedestrian experience? I mean, it looks very dead.
The applicant's plan is to install a public art piece along that entire frontage where there isn't the retail space on the corners. So their plan is to create an art piece, and I don't believe that that's been designed at this point, but they would have to get that approved with the Public Art Commission.
Madam Mayor, that's all for now. I may reserve to come back, but I just wanted to get some questions about Market Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. One quick question. It was indicated we have the ability to approve or deny this. Do we not also have the ability to add additional conditions and approve?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to get that out there so that as we start to move forward. Dave has, I want to follow up on the questions that Councilmember Woods asked. And could you refresh my memory? The stores that are on the east side of Market Street, are those, and I know their primary entrances are to the front, are those all back walls that we have now, or are there back entrances to those shops?
From the Virgin Hotel, when it was approved?
No, from the retail that is that faces Palm Canyon, and then the back side faces Market Street.
Oh, yeah. So there are some commercial spaces on Market Street that faced that paseo. I believe one was anticipated to be a cafe, and I don't believe they ever went through with that project. There is currently, I believe, other retail stores. There's another retail store on the other corner off of Andreas, but it also serves as the primary entry point for the second floor. So it's a mixture of both retail and back of house.
Yeah. Has the applicant presented us with any detailed drawings as to what Market Street would look like, what kind of activity would be taking place? And I'm concerned not only with what the proposed condo development is going to look like as it faces Market Street, but how we can revitalize and make activity from the building that is on the other side of Market Street, so that there is, in fact, some interesting activity for pedestrians on that street.
Certainly. The applicant, I'm sure, will explain during their presentation that their intention is really to have the mural or art piece that faces that's located on the ground floor draw people down that paseo as an interest piece for the pedestrians walking around the development. And with the retail spaces at the corner, that does provide some additional wrap around the building that would also serve as some additional glazing or store frontage that would face that paseo on those two corners for this project.
Okay. My last question for you, and there's been some issues regarding whether or not this building is harmonious to its surroundings. Has staff come to a conclusion in reference to the Kimpton Hotel and to the retail and office buildings that are immediately around the proposed building? Do you consider this architecture harmonious with those other buildings or not?
Staff has made findings relative to that specifically, and we do feel that the project is consistent with the findings that are outlined in architectural review guidelines relative to massing relative to the specific plan and what was permissible under that specific plan, particularly as it relates to overall size of the building. The specific plan allows for a much larger square footage than is being proposed with this building. So in terms of staff's analysis of the project, we felt that it did comply with the harmonious relationship of surroundings and corresponding streets as it relates to the urban experience for this development.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Dave. That concludes my questions for now.
Thank you. Other questions of staff? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. David, can you talk a bit more about Bellardo Road and how staff came to the conclusion that the lobby and the lounge are semi-public and public spaces?
In the specific plan, that does identify various uses that should be located on the ground floor on streets. It does have a variety of different uses that might be permissible on the street frontages, ranging from retail, commercial, to personal services, to office-related uses, office and office-related uses. So in staff's review of that list, we felt that the lounge space served as a similar use to what, to an office use. And so in our evaluation of that lounge area, we felt that having it more than half of, or more than 50% majority of it fronting the street, that was acceptable and permissible under the specific plan.
Okay, so when we're talking about public and semi-public places in terms of the specific plan, then it's not necessarily about whether or not the public can access it regularly, because this isn't a private building, so it doesn't seem like someone off the street is going to be using the lounge. So just a little bit confused as to what it actually means to be a public space.
I would say that the applicant provided an exhibit that showed public and semi-public, and that was their portrayal of the frontages. I think what I was mentioning was that the office use being similar to a lounge or a boardroom or communal space, you are correct that typically office spaces are accessible to the public, and in this case that is not being proposed. So to some extent it doesn't meet the strict definition of an office that the public can access. But again, because of its functions, because of it being a communal space, staff felt that the use was acceptable under the specific plan. So that was our conclusion.
All right, thank you very much.
Other questions of staff?
Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, this is City Attorney Jeff Ballinger. If I could help focus a little bit of the previous inquiry, the specific plan really doesn't speak in terms of public versus non-public on the ground floor. Instead, the specific plan talks about street frontage on the ground floor and whether it is primarily limited to retail goods, personal services, food and beverage services, and tourist and related services, versus other things like residential. So I just wanted to kind of reframe the question a little bit from public and non-public to kind of commercial versus residential. I think that's what the specific plan is asking us to look at on the ground floor.
Councilmember Garner.
Can you point out exactly where this is mentioned in the specific plan? Because I have it up and I'd like to see that. Because that kind of further confuses me in terms of the use of the space, because a lounge within a residential building seems like residential, not commercial. So I just want to make sure that our standards are, that we're all on the same page in terms of what the standard is.
Yes, Councilmember Garner, that is in section 3, E is in elephant 1. So Roman numeral 3, E is in elephant 1 of the specific plan.
Thank you. City Attorney, are those terms further defined, or are they just sort of the reasonable meanings of those?
The term primarily is not defined in the specific plan, and so I think if the council is interested in focusing on that term, you'd probably want to look to a kind of a dictionary or common sense definition, and the dictionary defines primarily as, you know, mostly or more than 50% is probably the most common definition of that word.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. One about the frontage for the Virgin, which you compared. So I don't know if you want to pull that up again. And I know the thinking might be different for the Virgin Hotel versus a residential complex, multifamily complex like this. But could you show us that frontage? And then was there any calculation of the frontage of the Virgin that might be, you know, similarly open?
I don't have the specific lineal feet. The applicant has given us some numbers that they've concluded, but you know, just generally eyeballing it, Velardo Road has more than half of it in the green, or having specifically a restaurant or a retail type of a use. They also identify the northerly portion along Velardo as being a semi-public or, you know, a space that interacts with the street. On the Museum Way, that was the lobby. It was also the restaurant space, and then there's another restaurant space at the other corner. So that definitely would be, I would say, primarily meet that primarily definition. The northerly side of the building, I would not, I don't believe that that would qualify as meeting the primarily definition.
Thank you. And we haven't yet determined if it's per street or overall, right?
It would be, it just identifies that each street should have, be primarily for these uses.
Okay, thanks. I have a question about parking. So there's a short paragraph in the staff report about parking, but could you just detail that more in depth? I know we get a lot of community questions about the public parking garage and spaces for the public. So can you just detail for us and the public where the parking spaces are coming from?
Certainly. So the specific plan requires that each time a new development is proposed, we evaluate the previous approvals for the project under the requirements, off-street parking requirements in the specific plan. And those are based on the type of uses that are being proposed. So for divisible commercial, there's a formula. For residential, there's a formula. For hotel, there's a formula. So to date, with the projects that we have approved for this development, there's a total required parking count, overall total required parking of 617 spaces. The project has roughly 900 public parking spaces, 300 private parking spaces within the underground garage, and about 70 surface parking spaces on Block A1 for the specific plan. And because and I should also mention, directly underneath this project, there is a private garage that would be exclusively used for residents of the development. And so when this project, or when the overall development was approved several years ago, there was a project finance agreement that allowed for the overall parking count for the development and the previous Fashion Plaza to meet the parking requirements. And so this project is well overparked for the uses that are being proposed.
Thank you. So the parking requirement for just this block and what's before us tonight, is that the 92 spaces?
Yes, that's correct.
And where are those coming from?
Those will be provided underneath the building.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Are there any others? Seeing none, we will go ahead and I'd like to open the public hearing. The applicant will have up to 5 minutes to present their case. If requested, the applicant will have up to 2 additional minutes at the end for rebuttal. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. And we do have, the last I saw, 21 speakers, which is at least in the public comment section, which is at least 42 minutes. So I encourage the public, you have up to 2 minutes. Feel free, you have that right. But if you agree with another speaker or you'd like to take less time, you are welcome to do that as well. So now we will give 5 minutes to the applicant. And if you're speaking, you are muted.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Kirkhart, Principal of Design Arc Architects, and we need to make Jason Greer the presenter so we can show our presentation on the screen, please. While we're waiting to do that, I will tell you that we do have an exhibit that specifically talks about Market Street, but I would like to have that be answered during a question period as opposed to taking up part of my 5 minutes. It'll be just a second, Mayor.
Yeah, Aaron, will you handle them sharing the screen, please?
The presenter, all they need to do is share their screen. It's ready to go. Great. Does everybody see that? We're all set?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So I'll start out again. So Mark Kirkhart, Principal of Design Arc Architects. As staff has indicated in their staff report, we have attended 3 public hearings to date. The design of this project has evolved with much improvement in our opinion, and we appreciate all of the thoughtful feedback and comments. As presented tonight, this project meets or exceeds, in some cases considerably exceeds, all of the objectives and criteria in the specific plan, as well as all planning requirements regarding setbacks, step backs, height, maximum area, and open space. As design professionals, it is our job to balance public and private interests. That is how the project presents itself to the city while also ensuring the optimal beneficial living experience for the residents. There have been multiple discussions in all previous hearings in front of the public regarding our approach to the typology or building configuration of this complex. In my very brief presentation tonight, I'm going to explain our thought process in this regard and demonstrate why our proposed approach is the most beneficial one considering both public and private realities. So initially, starting out, we looked at a most efficient scheme, which is a double-loaded corridor scheme with living spaces on the street frontages, which obviously doesn't meet the specific plan. This scheme doesn't give us the opportunity to turn units away from the street and facing an interior courtyard. It also does not have the ability to enliven the pedestrian experience on all sides. It's very much a box. The double-loaded L scheme is very similar, but it has similar kinds of issues. We landed on a single-loaded J-type scheme that breaks down the massing into 4 separate volumes. This allows us to have some inward-facing units, and it improves the solar access and view exposure for all the residents. It also improves the unit access entries, providing more privacy while allowing the opportunity for the public to see the activity and life within the project. So this is our final scheme that we ended up with, and it shows how it evolves into the actual architecture. We started out with our first scheme to the AAC that actually had a total of 62 units as opposed to the current 45, and it was much larger, and the AAC got back to us and told us they thought it should be a lot simpler and respond to the solar exposures. You can see that. The next version, we did that, but without reducing the mass. And in the final analysis, we huddled with the developer and decided that we'd be better off reducing the overall size. As I said, we've reduced it from 62 to 45 units and reduced the project by 10,000 square feet and reduced the height of the west wing by a story. This has had the added benefit of opening up the courtyard to the views and getting more sun. We also revised the colors and materials to a more neutral palette. These solar studies basically showed, starting from the top left going clockwise, these are shown at equinox, and shows that by early morning, mid-morning, you're getting sun down in the courtyard. Afternoon, you're starting to get sun against the face of the building. So we're quite confident that this is going to be a very lovely space inside that central courtyard. It's very wide, and this gives us the opportunity for these units on the east wing to be looking towards the mountain instead of over the commercial buildings. And here's a view what it would look like from inside that. These are the units that are on the easterly face, facing west, looking out through the opening in the building. David has already talked about the perimeter. It's our feeling that really what we're after here is activating the pedestrian experience. And so our percentages range between 64 and 75%, where the Virgin Hotel is around 67%. So seems like we're right in line with what the Virgin Hotel had provided. This has been covered by staff, but it's a very important issue. In addition to the gallery and commercial space that we added, our approach to significantly erode the corner of our building and set it back from the intersection provides a plaza on the corner, which will give pedestrians an earlier view of the park as they round the corner. The transparency of the lobby, which you can see in this image here, into the internal courtyard, activates the pedestrian experience, allowing them to view into the project. This is very similar in nature to a hotel lobby with residents coming and going throughout the day. And by the way, if you're a member of the public and you're visiting someone in that complex, you go through that lobby. So we all know that many people would like to see more commercial on this site, including restaurants and cafes on the ground floor. Unfortunately, the reality is the commercial retail world has changed significantly since the specific plan was imagined. Michael Braun is here, and he can further elaborate on the issues regarding agreements with the existing tenants in downtown Palm Springs, but multiple major tenants have the ability to break their leases if occupancy falls below a certain level in the overall project. If he builds more commercial space he can't lease it, it could spell disaster for the downtown project. In closing, DesignArc has been creating award-winning architecture in Palm Springs for nearly 2 decades. We take exception to some of the negative comments regarding this design, suggesting that it's designed in a pro forma way or that it otherwise hews to some typical DesignArc design palette. The design of this project is evolved from a considered and thoughtful response to the many contexts of Palm Springs. It is site-specific, respectful of views and solar orientation, attentive to pedestrian movement, careful in its massing, and reflective of mid-century grammar, all of which is appropriate and meaningful for this important site. As stated earlier, this project meets all of the objectives and criteria of the specific plan, as well as meeting or exceeding all other planning guidelines. We are not asking for relief in any way. We urge you to support this very important addition to downtown Palm Springs. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the public is welcome to speak for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, if you could begin public comment.
Anyway, we urge you to support.
Michael Kassinger, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Michael Kassinger, and I've been a resident of Palm Springs since 1978, and I am a commercial realtor for over 25 years. I wish to speak in relation of requiring a restaurant/retail operation along the Villardo Road of the condo project. In my opinion, this will not work because it is an inferior location. My recent research shows there are currently 24 plus retail restaurant spaces available along the uptown downtown corridor. Some of the shuttered businesses and restaurants will never come back. Therefore, adding even more retail restaurant space to the existing inventory, which will not benefit
the city. One prime example of a failed business due to an inferior location is the restaurant located in the courtyard complex of 777 Tacos Canyon Way, known as Blame It on Midnight, that was shuttered some 10 years ago. Before that, there were 3 other operators that tried and failed at that location because of minimal exposure to foot traffic and visibility. An example of a residential project with commercial residential split zoning is the Icon Residential project located on North Palm Canyon Drive. I don't believe a commercial component was required for this project. Also, yesterday, the Planning Commission has recommended approval to the City Council for the 71-unit Agave project on North Palm Canyon Drive, whereby the requirement for a commercial component was waived at the developer's request due to financing issues and if and until it becomes viable. The retail market was facing a lot of headwinds even before the pandemic hit our city. By creating more unoccupied inventory is going in the wrong direction. My suggestion is to fill up the existing vacancies before adding to the inventory at hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kathy Warmick, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm speaking in 2 ways tonight. One is as the chair of the Planning Commission, and the very first item I wanted to mention is because this project did not receive any approvals from either planning or AAC, there was no review of the materials or of conditions, so that it's coming to you in some fashion as a new project, and you should function as the AAC on this. The Planning Commission was, we split on the architecture, and in fact, I voted to approve the architecture. We were unanimous on the ground floor uses. We wouldn't have thought the Virgin was a good analogy because the Virgin invited the public in. So to some extent, the ground floor, even if there were some back of house uses, was entirely open to the public for use. Here we were very concerned about the activation of Bellardo, and instead we wanted some kind of street activity at a minimum, chairs, tables, things that people could sit on, enjoy the park, and possibly partake in something light to eat as a very minimum. On Bellardo, and I'm a bit of a historian on this, was sold to us as a walk through the project, a paseo through the entire downtown that was very activated with lights, fountains, cafes, and small retail. And also little carts and other things. So that was the vision. And the vision on the front of the property was something that faced our magnificent park that had eyes on the street.
Ms. Warmick?
Can I have 1 second? The rejection of the track map was essentially a rejection of the ground floor. You have 2 issues before you. I think the track map is the ground floor, and the other is the architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Ricks, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and City staff. I'm calling in tonight to speak in favor of this project. I think a mixed-use development project in Palm Springs will be a great addition to downtown, providing residents that can shop at our local businesses and eat in our local restaurants. I wanted to echo what Michael Cassinger said about a restaurant space on the Bellardo side of this project. I think as in the commercial agent side of my business, I think this space would be impossible to rent. And I don't think we would be able to find an operator that would spend the capital necessary to develop it. Also, I strongly believe we need to support our existing local restaurants who are having such a difficult time right now and not add competition to them. Overall, I think this is a great, well-designed project, and I urge you to approve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Peggy Trott, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm GM of the Row, and I'm a resident of downtown. Today, I'm speaking as a downtown resident and a little as a business leader in the city. I'm in favor of the plan to have a new residential condo project in downtown. The project will energize downtown and will help the existing restaurants and retail. The project is in full compliance with the specific plan, and it will bring permanent housing to downtown, which is a benefit for our city. As we allow these lots to be developed, they will vitalize the downtown rather than be a drag in the heart of the city. Thank you so much for your time. I truly appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Jerry Keller, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, my name is Jerry Keller. I'm managing partner at Lulu California Bistro, and I want to let you know that I think Michael Braun's new project is terrific. I think it's the right thing for the city. I think it's the right thing for the other business in the city. And it's something that will be very good for Palm Springs. I think that also insisting on having a small restaurant in the building where it is would be non-productive. There's just not enough foot traffic to support it. It wouldn't make sense. I think what Michael is planning to do with small art galleries and other things in there is excellent. This project will be a very positive element in Palm Springs, bringing enough people in to help our town, and I'm very much in favor of it. So thank you very much for this time to comment, and let's all stay happy and healthy as we can be. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Doug Watson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and Dr. Reddy's staff. I'm here this evening to speak in support of the project in behalf of Michael Braun and Grit Development. When we think about the journey of revitalization, these types of situations have no finish line. But they do have components and principles of success that I think are critical. Each of these projects should design to capture the spirit of the environment. They should then be reflective of the cultural imprints of the city. They must have a quality outdoor space with the invitation to the citizens to have unique experiences. They create architectural uniqueness and enhance this unique sense of place in Palm Springs. And then lastly, they add to the economic value of the city. When you have a vibrant food and beverage scene that's being created downtown, you have a community that has a sense of engagement, and you have beautiful buildings, albeit unique in their own perfect place, you end up having a recipe that is attractive to not only the merchants to continue to invest, the citizens continue to participate, and visitors continue to feel like this is a unique place. I am a big supporter of this development, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. David Friedman, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mejia.
Good evening, Mayor Holstitch, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council members. My name is David Friedman. I am a member of the City Sustainability Commission and its Standing Committee on Solar and Green Building, but for the record, I am speaking in my personal capacity. I would like to call your attention to the green building requirements for Block B1 Council established when you approved the original Virgin Hotel project and the Downtown Palm Springs specific plan in April 2016. Resolution number 24003 expressly requires in the conditions of approval that the building shall conform to the city's green building program tree level in accordance with the requirements of the specific plan. The specific plan states that projects approved after its adoption must be consistent with the city's green building program tree level in effect at the time of issuance of the building permit. Under the Green Building Program Manual, tree level requires projects to exceed energy code requirements by at least 15% and include additional sustainability measures from the program manual. The staff report for the April 6, 2016 council meeting at which the specific plan was initially presented notes that LEED certification is an alternative to the green building program, tree level. The specific plan mentions several LEED principles such as the use of recycled building materials and low-emitting paints and coatings. The city sustainability plan sets goals of encouraging the building or retrofitting of 1 million square feet of green buildings and establishing green building standards for the downtown redevelopment project. The general plan establishes the city as a leader in sustainable development, requiring the use of energy efficient and green practices that are appropriate to the desert climate. Similar language is in the vision statements and priorities for the general plan approved by the Planning and Sustainability Commissions that you reviewed at your meeting last October 8th. Should council approve the proposed mixed-use project before you this evening, I ask that you follow through on the goals that you have set and expressly include in the conditions of approval the green building requirements that you established in 2016 for Block B1. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Juan Serrato, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, good evening. My name is Juan Serrato. I'm a member of La Union Laborers Union. I'm here in support of this project. As you all know, we are facing these unfortunate times, but this project could help the economy going in our area. Projects like this are all built union. This project will keep our members working and working close to home. This project could provide nearly 400 jobs. It will continue to add the service, years of service for our members, keep our members' money right here in the community. This project is much needed because of the growing population. This pandemic has been tough for everybody. Let us build this project and build it with pride. Let this project be something positive for the community. So please approve this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Hoffman, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, City Council. And just as so that Jeff and Lisa know and put a face with the name, I served on the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce for 3 years through 2018 and am a full supporter of businesses throughout Palm Springs. I also received the 2018 Most Improved Business Award for the Latitude 33 Apartments and Arenas. I say that as a big supporter of housing in downtown. I live part-time in San Diego and also Palm Springs in the historic tennis club. And when you look at other cities around California and throughout the nation, our downtowns are dependent on residents that live there and not exclusively dependent on tourism, as our downtown is. When you visit our downtown between Mondays and Thursdays, it is a ghost town. And I'm very concerned with the continued requirement that city councils are putting on developers to maintain excessive commercial space in downtown areas. Our downtown is 100% right now commercial space, and it is oversupplied. We should all be concerned with the amount of supply coming on with the Andaz Hotel, the Andaz, let alone vacant spaces that continue throughout our town with Rob Winfold's name on it for lease space for rent. I am hopeful that the City Council will not put the continued condition of massive amounts of commercial space that are just difficult to rent, not only in a pandemic, but in a market rate society. I live in Palm Springs at and the Historic Tennis Club, and I watched Michael Braun and Grit complete the St. Baristo condominiums, where I also live part-time. And 11 new residents have come in and called that home. And all of those residents from Portland, they've moved from Seattle, they've moved from Newport Beach. We walk to downtown to support our businesses. We don't take Ubers, we don't drive. And adding more housing in downtown is vital, more important than it is to have commercial space. I'm in full support of what Michael Braun and Grit Development is doing. They've proven that they develop to the highest standard of construction possible in our town, and I hope that you'll support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Nona Watson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and Dr. Reddy. I'm Nona Watson. I'm the CEO of the Palm Springs Chamber, and I'm calling in regards to the proposed Grit Development condominium project. On behalf of the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, I'm pleased to announce our support for the 45-unit residential project proposed by Grit Development. We feel this condominium project is an integral and important element to complete the downtown project and the specific plan that was approved in 2009. We feel this project will help balance our downtown with residents who support our economy and not add more competition to our local shops and restaurants. We agree with Michael Braun. The additional retail space on the ground floor of this project will be difficult to retain. We are hopeful that the City Council supports this project as presented and will welcome a positive residential addition to our downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Zamora, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Alex Zamora. I'm a member of LIUNA, the Laborers International Union of North America, and I am in full support of this project. We have seen over the years how vital these types of projects are for our community, especially with good, responsible developers like Grit, who are willing to make sure that so many different areas benefit from a project like this. Several of these benefits include local hire during the duration of the building. This will help the workers spend less time off the dangerous roads commuting to other counties wherever there is work in construction, and allow them to spend more time with their families and in their communities. Because of local hire, it will also allow the workers to put the money that they earn back into the communities that they live. Again, local hire is so important because we see the difference in the building just based on pride being able to build so close to home. These are just a few simple benefits that a lot of us take for granted every single day that can improve people's life and mental health. Again, I am in full support of this project moving forward, and I believe this project is a great opportunity to revitalize the area and provide much needed homes in the beautiful city of Palm Springs. Thank you so much for your time. Please have a good night, and God bless everybody.
Thank you. Hello, Matthew Gonzalez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. Hello, Matthew.
Yes.
You can begin. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and City staff. Good evening. My name is Matthew Gonzalez. I'm a member of LIUNA, an acronym for Laborers International Union of North America. We have over 30,000 members right here in Southern California. We have a skilled and experienced union workforce that is trained to the highest standards who work safely in the construction industry. This project is vital to our community during these trying times. This project will deliver countless high-quality construction jobs that provide good wages right here in our local community. This project will keep our members working and help keep our local economy going. This project will help keep our local members close to home, keep them off the freeways and sitting in traffic. They will be able to spend more time at home and not on the freeway. For these reasons, I ask that you approve this project not only for our members, but for our community as well. Thank you for allowing me to speak in strong support of this project.
Thank you. Ethan Kaminsky, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for your time. I'd like to speak in support of item 2B. My name is Ethan Kaminsky, and I represent the United States and Canadian Academy of Pathology, also known as USCAP. The Academy is 110 years old and provides continuing medical education across the globe. We also host here in Palm Springs more than 1,000 pathologists annually who travel from across the globe to learn in this amazing place we call home. USCAP has recently chosen to combine our bi-coastal locations and make downtown Palm Springs our new world headquarters. We're excited to be moving this spring to the 3rd floor of Block A in the downtown development because of what the project has done for Palm Springs in creating an exciting anchor destination for downtown and an incredible experience for our attendees. At approximately 18,000 square feet, I believe we're the largest tenant in downtown and have strong interest in seeing the completion of the downtown project. USCAP believes that a residential project will bring more vibrancy to the downtown district than adding another hotel or additional commercial space. We believe that what builds character of the community is the diversity it represents in a variety of different aspects. In many urban developments like this, there is a housing component. Regular residential traffic, which also brings friends and families of the residents, will help to activate the downtown area year-round. A bustling year-round destination will help grow the local economy and the international reputation of Palm Springs. There are beautiful hotels, retail, and dining, as well as the new park. What downtown is missing is the ability to live right in the heart of the action. USCAP strongly supports and encourages approval of this project, and we look forward to meeting our new neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenny? Okay, Kenny Jervis, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Great. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm in excuse me. The demand remains very high for residential housing, and especially new construction in Palm Springs. A product like this will be very popular with its design style and the walking distance to downtown. Being a local realtor in town, I'm on the ground working with everyone and their demand and what they'd like. And this fits all the boxes and checks everything everyone likes. Palm Springs is growing and becoming an even more major national and international attraction with people from all over the world. I was speaking with a buyer coincidentally today that actually lives in Paris, France, and they are looking and described a building exactly like this. And they would be living here half the year and half the year in Paris. We cannot build residential housing fast enough to accommodate all the buyers wishing to buy a new construction product in our village. I know many locals at times have a hard time with new construction going in town, but Palm Springs will never lose its mid-century flavor as much of our city is built around such neighborhoods. This project will just provide another avenue for this buyer that likes mid-rise urban living. I appreciate all of you have done and continue to do for our village and take the time to listen to its citizens. Thank you for your time, and everyone, please be safe.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I'm going to contact the next speaker. We have just one short delay. 1 second. I'm sorry, City Council, we are trying to get our next speaker on the line. One minute. Chris Minrad, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, so I'm commenting about the Virgin Hotel, and I'm really making a kind of a hooray for the Architectural Review Board and the Planning Commission for really denying the project and finally, giving their very good opinions as to why the current design is just not very good. We just need something that is a little bit more Palm Springs oriented. It's not just sort of a bland design like this is. And I can tell you, I'm a real estate agent. So many people tell me, who let that happen to downtown, or what happened, or why did, who's in charge there, that sort of thing. And people just don't like what's going on there. And I think if the developer would reach out to a different architect, I hate to say it, it probably needs to be a different architect. He'll not only probably make more money on the project, we'll as citizens are going to have something better, and the people living there will have something better. And I just think that is what those other commissions are kind of trying to communicate to the council, and I think it's worth listening to them. And I can tell you the town is changing, because in real estate, we are selling to a totally different kind of people. I mean, this is slowly but surely changing into almost like the Hamptons of LA, and they're going to demand better. And I think we got to give it to them. And I think this council, for the first time, has the chance to actually do that. So I'm asking you to deny it and have them go back to the drawing board with probably a different architect that knows what they're doing and produce a beautiful design that our town and our citizens deserve. And that's it.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thanks.
John Shay. Madam Mayor, I would just like to note that we've tried to contact Maggie Montez twice, Mark Van Leyen twice, Richard Lucero twice, and John Shea twice as well. None of them have picked up, and anybody else withdrew their public comment. Therefore, that concludes public comment from the general public. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant will now have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Emily Hemphill. I am legal counsel for the applicant. And it's important to know that when the Planning Commission denied this project because of the ground floor uses, they were operating under the impression that only 17% of the ground floor was for the non-residential uses required by the specific plan. That was clearly an error, and in fact, your staff's analysis shows that the project does in fact meet the requirement that it be primarily non-residential uses. The specific plan does not require a restaurant there. It does not require any specific kind of retail. It allows offices, and it does not require that the offices be open to the public. So the staff's analysis is appropriate under these circumstances, and the project does meet all of the requirements of the specific plan. And in fact, it is far less dense. It is the setbacks are increased beyond what the specific plan requires, and it exceeds those requirements. in state law provides that housing projects that meet applicable objective criteria of the zoning and the general plan can only be turned down if there are specific and identifiable health and safety risks. And as the staff has indicated, this project was fully analyzed with a CEQA process and no such health and safety issues exists. And therefore the required findings to turn the project down cannot be made in this case. I also wanted to respond to the questions on Market Street. The applicant does plan a major art mural on that wall. And what we are looking for is some kind of an iconic piece of art, much the same that Marilyn was iconic when she was here, so that that spot then becomes energized with people taking selfies and putting Instagrams and that kind of thing, and it activates that pedestrian area on Market Street. And I did want to bring that up because that was one of the questions that came up. Finally, trying to put additional retail on those back streets, the problem is Palm Springs already has about 70,000 vacant square feet of retail space. And with this pandemic, we don't know what retail is going to look like in the future. We are likely to see much more vacancies. We do not think that having vacant buildings and vacant storefronts along that way will ever energize the downtown, and they will be vacant for a long period of time if they are ever leased. We need only remember that that very spot was the site of a failed mall where for years the Palm Canyon frontage had some success, but all of the inside mall, all of the things that are off Palm Canyon really struggled for many, many years, and we ended up with a failed project.
Madam Mayor?
What we're trying...
Madam Mayor, 2 minutes has elapsed.
Oh,
thank you very much to the applicant, Mr.
And Madam Mayor, I did get a call from John Shea, if you would allow him to provide his public comment.
That'd be great, thank you.
Mr. Shea, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comment.
Good evening, City Council members. This is John Shea, and I'm with Lulu California Bistro. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the grid project for the condominiums. I'm in support of it. The project will help businesses in downtown Palm Springs as well as our business. I'm in support because it conforms to the general plan, and it's a great project, and gives the opportunity for some housing that's desperately needed in Palm Springs. And I'm in support with not adding additional retail on the lower levels because it's been a difficult year and it's going to take a while before we're able to fully lease what available inventory. So I recommend that the council approves the project as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no other speakers, the public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or additional questions from the City Council? And before we do that, just for disclosure, like we did for the last public hearing, I met with the applicant to discuss this project. I also discussed the project with the chair of the Planning Commission and staff as well. And then just to confirm with the city attorney, I talked to the city attorney and I have no financial conflict or interest in this project, despite what some people were saying online. So I just want to confirm that from the city attorney.
That is correct.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments at this time? Councilmember Woods.
I would like to know what we're approving because what's in my packet is very different than what was presented by the applicant in his presentation. So the commercial space was different. The entrance to the condo complex to the courtyard was different. Everything was different, and I don't know what I'm approving. I don't know what I'm being asked to approve. At least I'm looking at my packet, which is very slim, and if we're supposed to act as the AAC and the Planning Commission, I have no material board. I have nothing. So I
Thank
don't know
you. Is that
answer that or not.
a question to the applicant or to staff?
The staff.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and council members, I believe the materials that you have in your packet are consistent with what the applicant is showing in his drawings. They did provide an additional exhibit that may not have been part of your packet that showed the entry to the lobby space relative to additional landscape. And so that would be one supplemental exhibit that may not have been included in the packet that you received. But for all intents and purposes, unless the applicant has additional comments, the materials that you have in your packet should be what you're reviewing tonight.
So then to clarify, they will be approving what's in the packet. Thank you.
So just to clarify that, if we can have the applicant pull up the site plan for the first floor, the packet that I'm looking at has bike storage and a workshop, and I think he has commercial. So I'm not clear what I'm approving. Unless I looked at, and I could look at it wrong, I'll plead ignorance, but I just want to be really clear on, this is a very, very, very important project for us. And I want to be clear on what we're doing.
Thank you. If the applicant would like to respond.
Well, this is Mark. Mark, can you please show the ground floor that we have provided, the latest exhibit?
Yes, if you'd make Jason the presenter again, please. I'm not sure about the confusion about what's in your packet, but we submitted a full set of drawings that show a commercial office and commercial space along Andreas and the gallery along Museum Way. So I'm not sure whether I'm not sure what you have in your packet, but we did submit the plan that we will show you on the screen here should be part of your packet. Because it is a continuous, it's one commercial space at this point.
That's not what's in our packet.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what they put in your packet.
Dennis, if you could refer to which page you're talking about, because I do see on
page 119.
The design.
Page 119 shows the bike shop and office retail on Andreas and the gallery space on Museum Way.
Thank you. We will all refer to page 119.
And it's A102 as the print.
Correct.
We can get that on the screen if we could make Mr. Greer the presenter.
Aaron,
he's ready to go. He just needs to request that. He has not done that yet.
We have a few other exhibits that we could show you as well regarding Market Street and so forth.
Thank you. So to city staff, is that identical to what's on page 119 in our packet?
Correct.
Okay, so bike storage and a workshop is part of it and not what he just said, which that was all office and commercial.
Jason, is this the most recent package?
That's different as well.
Yeah, that's we had provided that to the planning commission, showing the landscape on those columns.
And this is also different.
I think I apologize for this. I'm not sure how it's different from what the staff put in your package, but this is what we're proposing at this point. All one commercial space along Andreas. I'm not sure how that got confused. We have had 3 different versions of this, but this is what we're going to be asking you to approve.
And that's the last page at the very back of our packet.
That is? Okay.
So that would be page 145, shows that entire area is office/commercial. So is the bike storage workshop no longer part of the design?
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. So if I can, to organize this a bit, maybe we can have some questions of staff and then questions of the applicant so that we're not bouncing back and forth, and that hopefully we can have a conductive conversation, conducive conversation, and save some time. So if I can, are there other questions of staff before we move to the applicant? Councilmember Court.
Great. No, good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I ask the city attorney a question, please? Can you lay out for us sort of a little bit what's before us and what we can and can't do from a legal perspective, since I've heard some comments about things that I don't know that we have the ability to do. So what exactly, can we do here?
Yes.
Other than just approve it, obviously. But
yes, there was some reference to the California Housing Accountability Act. And there are some state statutes that place some limitations on the city's ability to use subjective zoning standards. Generally, under the act, the city is not able to either deny the project or condition it in a way that reduces the residential number of residential units based on a subjective standard. The city council retains the authority to either deny the project or condition it based on objective standards, and one of those objective standards that was mentioned earlier is the ground floor street frontage requirement that is in the specific plan. So that requirement is entirely within the council's purview in terms of enabling you to either deny the project if you find that that standard is not met, or conditioning the project in a way that complies with that street frontage requirement. You just need to be a little bit more cautious when you're looking at subjective standards such as massing or compatibility, those types of things. Again, with those standards, you can impose those conditions, you just can't deny the project or reduce the residential count based on those subjective standards.
okay, that's helpful. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Other questions of city staff? Don't see any. If more come up, we can ask them, but we'll move to the applicant. So questions for the applicant.
Certainly, they wanted to have an opportunity to talk about Market Street, and I think we should grant them that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. So an earlier question came up is what the sidewalk width on Market Street, and I hope you got your answer on that, and that is that basically all of Market Street is a sidewalk. There are bollards at both ends. There is no sidewalk. There is no curb and gutter. The whole thing is a pedestrian paseo, and along the back of the retail stores that front on Palm Canyon, there's really only one small storefront that's currently being used by one of those tenants. There is a space that was identified as a potential cafe or another kind of a bar at kind of the south end of Market on the it backs up to the Market Street. That if this project comes alive, there's a very good opportunity that might happen. Jason, can you go to the views that we want from Market Street, please? Regarding the mural. So the developer, I'm not sure, I think it is in your packet. I noticed that the developer has agreed with and has basically signed an agreement with the Arts Commission to allow 2 pieces of public art to be placed within this project. So this would be a view from Andreas looking down Market Street. You can see the corner of the existing building on the left there. So the kind of what's just rendered in that kind of a magenta color where it says public art, our idea there is that we're going to be very involved in the selection of that artist. And as had been mentioned earlier by council, we see that as a real Instagram opportunity, that it could really become a destination, a place where the influencers go. And so that could really help activate that, and that's why we're considering that a public or semi-public space. What also you can see above here is the access to the units that we've gone to a great degree of effort to make that in a very interesting facade, so that even when you're walking on the street, you'll see people going to and from their units, and there's little pods with seating areas and so forth, and landscape that strings up the building. But as an idea, we've got some images of some other, you're probably familiar with some of these Instagram kind of locations, but these kinds of places become very, very sought out. People come from all over just to get their picture taken. And so we really see that this could be become an iconic place that people seek out when they come to Springs. So that's why we're seeing it activating this Market Street.
Thank you. Anything else to add on that topic?
The other one is that we also have agreed to another art piece on the front of the stair and elevator tower that faces the museum. It's also shown on the renderings. It just says public art up there. That's going to be another potential for a sculpture or other art piece right there. That once again that the developer has agreed to.
So just to be clear, you can put art on your property without any problem. Are you looking to do this public art with money that you need to put into the for public art, or because it's quite a bit of art you're looking to put in here, or are you looking to do it just on your own?
Michael, are you there? I'm not exactly aware of that.
I'm right here. As an example, we put the Isabel statue and the babies in the art pit at our own expense. The city participated in the Isabel statue to the tune of about 50%, but we as a developer spent additional money to get the Isabel statue into the project. So the art that we want to place on the elevator tower and the art along Market Street are very important to us because that's part of the branding of the whole downtown district, and also to connect to the Desert Museum to enhance that whole area as a walkable cultural area where people can enjoy not only the outdoor living, the outdoors, the nice weather, as well as culture. I want to make one more comment on Market Street, while everybody is focusing so much on this. I think we need to focus on our existing businesses that are struggling right now, not only pre-COVID, but also post-COVID. And I'm puzzled that certain members of the council are focusing on Market Street, which is a side street that is pedestrian, is a connector street. But as shown, we have the bistro space available for lease since 2017. And so far, we have not found any takers or any operator who is willing to go in that space. So we need to focus on the businesses and our small business and local business that are along Canyon and support them, that they can survive and be alive into 2022 and prosper from that going on forward. So I'll leave it at that. I'm available for any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. I think this is probably a question for Mr. Braun. As I count on the first floor, there are 6 housing units. Is that correct?
That is correct. Mark, can you confirm that?
Yeah, if we go to the site, can you go to the ground floor plan on the screen, please? So there are 2 units on Bellardo.
Mm-hmm.
Those units, however, face the internal courtyard.
Right.
And by the way, by the time the Bellardo, there's about a 3.5-foot elevation change. So those units are partially buried from the sidewalk level with landscape up against them. And so we were able to turn those units so that they face the courtyard as opposed to facing out to the sidewalk. So that'll basically be the lower level will be a background level to landscape. And then there's units right above that on the second floor. And then there are 3 units on Market Street And those, so we really only have a total of 5 units that are actually on the ground level. The units on Market Street, as you can see on this plan, also have courtyard entries, and they face into the internal courtyard. And it's the back of those units that are going to become that art, that big graphic mural. So you have units on the ground
I would
floor.
like to add there, Mark. Mark, the units facing Market Street, the one-bedroom unit there is really for a caretaker, potentially for somebody who wants to purchase the 2-bedroom unit and then have a caretaker living in the 1-bedroom unit, and therefore is available there for in the future for assisted living. Again, what we said in the beginning, this project is focused on the baby boomers with high disposable income, supporting downtown, and that's the age group between 55 to 75. And so we designed those ground floor units for people who don't feel comfortable in elevators and rather want to live on the ground floor. So the overall project in its configuration and in the units are addressing the needs for various people and market demands. And we feel, based on the broker feedback that we received, that we're meeting the market demand that wants to move to or relocate from big cities to destinations like Palm Springs.
Okay. My question was really simple. How many units are on the bottom floor? And I'm also counting a unit that is, for want of a better description, on the other side of the gallery that faces Museum Way. Is that not the 6th unit on the ground floor?
It's the ground floor. Excuse me, it's on the ground floor. But, pardon me, is six units on the ground floor, but that is not facing any street, so that's why I didn't include that one. That was an internal unit. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
But you're correct. It is 6 units.
Thank you for that.
Then to clarify, Mrs. Milton, that unit is reserved for a person who is basically taking care of the overall building and of the residents.
Okay, so that you intend that for, in effect, a manager. Okay.
Correct.
All right. So if we add additional commercial or restaurants, does that come at the expense of these housing units?
Yes, it would.
Yes, it would become at the expense of the housing units, or it would become at the expense of amenities for the housing units. If you look at the launch that is planned facing Bellata Road to activate Bellata Road, then we would have to put a commercial space in there. And I would like to mention that if we add another commercial space, in order to get national tenants to downtown Palm Springs, tenants like H&M, tenants like Sephora, Kiehl's, Johnny Was, or Free People, we had to agree in order to maintain and guarantee the vibrancy and the activity of the downtown core that we never will exceed vacancies above 15%. If we add additional commercial space on the ground floor, that increases the risk, if we experience vacancies, that these tenants that I just mentioned could terminate their leases within 6 months if I'm unable to fill those spaces.
Michael, the price point on the first floor units in comparison to the price point on upper floor units will be 50%, 60, 70, 80, 90, or are you going to charge more to be on the first floor without the view?
I would say the ground floor units are clearly our loss leaders. Academic research and broker research confirms that the top 2 floors create the biggest premiums. The rest of the units are basically, especially the ground floor units, are the loss leaders. When I say loss leaders, these are still very attractive units for a certain demographic that rather wants to live on the ground floor but wants to live in downtown.
Okay.
But the 50% discount on the ground floor compared to the top floor is probably a reasonable estimate.
All right. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. I think that, I don't want to get into comments too much. Actually, I don't want to get into them at all. But there has been criticism that the architecture fails to inspire in the fashion that some other architecture does in and around Palm Springs. So we take architecture very, very seriously, as you know here. And frankly, I've heard far more concerns regarding that lack of wow factor than I have about anything else when it comes to the project. I'm frankly have not run into too many people who would prefer to see a Virgin Hotel here as opposed to a residential unit. So could you respond to some of the concerns that have been raised regarding the lack of wow to the architectural design?
Quite frankly, I'm surprised because I think it's a beautiful design building. The architecture fits the Rowan Hotel. It fits what we're doing in downtown, and it fits the evolution of mid-century architecture to represent modern architecture going forward. So I saw some letters where they presented some examples of buildings in New York City that we should build something like this in the downtown core. So I did some research with regard to the architect and what the cost of those buildings are. So a building on the High Line in New York was presented. To be very clear, the ground floor of that building is $15 million. The top floor of that building is $45 million. So Palm Springs is not a market to dictate prices like this. We building the architecture, what we can afford to build here, and what the market can bear. And that needs to be taken in consideration. With regard to the architecture design, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And I would like to pass that on to Mark Burkhardt again from Design Art, who are active in Palm Springs since 2001 and are responsible for various projects that have been celebrated and approved by various councils since 2001. And I think that's evidence and testimony that they understand Palm Springs, the architecture, and are building towards what people would like to see here. As testimony of all the projects they designed that are sold out and have appreciated in value tremendously since then, benefiting all the owners. So, Mark, I'll let you talk a little bit more about that.
Michael, if I could mention instead of Mark, this is Dion McCarthy. Just wanted to start by saying that we were charged with a very specific context with this site. We've been involved in the design of the projects in the downtown core for many years. We are the architects who designed the Rowan Hotel. And when we began this project, we were asked by Michael and then further suggested at the AAC meeting that we needed to produce a building which was more harmonious with the context. Frankly, we feel like with regard to the context of the Rowan Hotel and the other retail spaces along Palm Canyon, that what's necessary here is a quieter building. A quieter building doesn't mean it's any less quality or any less character. We feel like this has quite a lot of it. And as Mark said before, the grammar and the language is essentially a mid-century modern language and grammar. But, I see nothing wrong at all with creating some version of a brittle building here instead of a peanut building. There's quite a lot of peanut buildings all around this context, including Block A, which we also designed.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for the applicant? I just have a question if I can. You had support from labor unions call in and they referenced local hire. So could you, or I don't know if that would go to city staff, but can the applicant answer that if you're committed to a certain proportion of local hire or union work?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. We entered into an agreement with the unions that we would hire union contractors to benefit them and to benefit local contractors to work on this project. When we started phase one, which is consistent of Block A, where the West Elm tenant is, Block B, the middle building, and as well as Block C, where Starbucks is, we always wanted to give the business to local contractors who are capable of constructing those. So with this building, we entered into an agreement with the unions, and that's why I think they spoke in support of it to build it under union labor laws.
That's great to hear. Thank you. We very much care about local hire and getting jobs to our residents who often have to travel for these types of construction projects. I think that's really important and a benefit to the community. And then I have a question about the green building standards that David Friedman raised in public comment. So if you could speak to the green building elements and if that complies. Mark, thank you.
Yeah, we're certainly aware of those, and we are fully intend to meet or exceed those requirements of the green building by the time we produce the construction documents for this. So that is part of our goal as well.
Thank you. And to city staff, to bring you back, if this is approved, would that be a condition that we'd need to add here?
If I might add, Mayor, the new building code of 2020 requires us to meet those to meet green building standards.
Thank you. City staff?
Yes, we would require that, and that can be imposed as a condition of approval.
David, do you have an answer there? I don't know if you were speaking, we couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I guess it was muted. Yes, we can require that as a condition of approval, and correct. It can be a condition of approval if the council chooses to approve the project.
Would we need to, or is it incorporated in the building code update?
What I might suggest is that we add a condition that states that the project shall comply with the specific plan requirements as it relates to the green building code requirements directly therein. And if it does comply with the state codes, then I think we're covered. But if not, we can refer back to that condition if we need to.
Thank you. Any other final questions before I move into discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
This is a question for the city attorney for staff. We've had reference that this will be a union job, and I'm thrilled to hear that. Can we make a condition of approval that this is a union project?
I think that without some sort of contractual arrangement between us and the applicant, that would be difficult from a legal perspective. If they wanted to agree to that as a condition, we could include that, but we could not do it unilaterally.
All right, Michael, is that?
May I interrupt, Lisa, Mrs. Milton? We have already a contract signed with the labor unions that this project needs to be a labor contract.
Can we make that then a part of any approval that we have a copy of that contract?
I'm happy to agree to a condition that we show the CD, the labor agreement, with the labor unions. And that we will build the project under that condition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any final questions before discussion? So then if I can, in the interest of time, just like to have discussion in the context of a motion, which I think might be helpful here, and then we can discuss. So I'd like to make a motion to approve both the both applications, so the major architectural application and the tentative track map. I'm interested in council's opinions here about conditions and the scope of what we're able to decide in this project. But I'm persuaded by staff's recommendation that it complies with all the underlying requirements. It seems similar in street activation to the Virgin Hotel. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Middleton's comments that everyone that I've spoken to in the community is very excited about a residential project in downtown Palm Springs and on this block. I think it's much more needed than a Virgin Hotel was. And I'm persuaded by the comments about the need for residential over commercial. And I think that, this meets our specific plan. But the future of commercial is uncertain. We do, the future of a lot of our local businesses is uncertain. We do need a mix in our downtown, and we already have a lot of retail and commercial, and a lot is vacant, and that's a big concern that we've been dealing with as a city council as a policy issue, is vacant commercial. And so I'm interested to hear, I know we have some former planning commissioners on the city council as well as planners, so I'm interested to hear that. But I just thought we could limit and have the conversation in the context of a motion. I would like to include a condition about the green building requirements. I think that's really important. And then, any statement about labor union work and local hire that the applicant can agree to based on his agreement. And I'm open to other conditions and discussion. So that's my motion. Is there a second on the motion?
I will second the motion, and I thank the mayor for making the green issues and labor union issues relevant to our decision making here. I don't want to hold up approval on the project on developing a more robust plan for the vitalization of Market Street so that it truly is a pedestrian way. But I would ask that we include a provision that the applicant will continue to work with the Public Arts Commission in identifying ways to make the Market Street something that truly interacts between all of the buildings that are surrounding there. I think it's a mistake, a very well-intended mistake, but I think it's a mistake to believe that the building that we're possibly going to approve tonight has to include all of the elements that are already in downtown. We have restaurants, we have retail. We just need this building to interact well with those other elements that it currently exist. Lastly, each one of the iterations of this building has definitely improved it. And I know that that architects take their designs and their very, very seriously and are very jealous of their own concepts. I frankly believe this building does, in fact, blend with the other buildings that have been recently built in downtown. When I look at it alongside the Kimpton, it works next to the Kimpton. And I'm not an architectural expert, but I think some of the criticism in terms of not reflecting back the art museum and what will be in the downtown park are not unfair. And I would ask that the developer continue conversation with some of those who have been critical and look for opportunities in terms of how the design of the exterior works to better blend also with the downtown park and the art museum.
Thank you. Other discussion?
I'm happy to jump in. First of all, I think the fundamental thing is we're going from a hotel to residential. I think that's kind of step one that we're looking at, which is it's a big step. It's a big step for the city. It's a big step for our downtown, and I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it at all. I think, you know, high-end condominiums have a place, and I think that that place can be in our downtown core. So I applaud that part of it. I'm very concerned that we had 7 AAC members who are experts in the field, and I think we have a total of 6 planning commissioners who are experts in their field that denied the first floor of the project. So I think the first floor needs a little more work, to say the least. And I'm not saying that the project, I'm not talking about the project as a whole, I'm talking about how it interacts. And I think as one of the letters that we got said, or we sold a bill of goods, will that be activated all the way around? And, you know, I'm a little concerned about Bellardo Street and its activation. And I'm a little concerned that the floor-to-ceiling height on some of the first floor is really not a commercial floor-to-ceiling height. To make it a really viable commercial on both Bellardo and is it Andreas? Andreas. So I would, listen, you know, the downtown project as a whole is a partnership between Grit Development and the city. And both of us have a huge investment financially in this project. And so do the citizens of our city. When we saw the first project come in next to the West, I'll call it the West Elm project, that project basically canyonized Palm Canyon because of its height and its closeness to the street. And the outcry from that building cost many council members their seats. Let's be very aware of this. The Market Street, as proposed as an example, although maybe secondary and not important, is a canyon. It's a 6-story canyon. What we were sold, and I sat through those meetings on the specific plan, and it's not that long ago, was this vibrant pedestrian, streetlights across, umbrellas, the whole thing. I don't see a mural doing that. In fact, I don't like murals, but that's irrelevant. So I think if we're going to go down this road, I think that it's an iconic, it's going to be iconic. It's going to be next to the museum. It's going to be next to our multi-million-dollar park. It's going to be where people want to go. It's going to be where people want to live. And I think if we can't do, we could, when you look back at old town downtowns, they worked because the seamstress was in the window. The cobbler making the shoes was in the window. And you got to look through that window and you looked in to watch this activity, right? And that's what made these downtowns so interesting from years begone. We have a place for a little pet supply store. There's no dry cleaner nearby. There can be a seamstress in here. There can be a variety of small things that could actually go in here to make this vital. It doesn't need to be a national chain, as Mr. Braun had suggested. It could be something quite different. So I have a real hard time with just the interaction on the first other run, and I think we deserve a little better. If we do approve it, I would like to see it go back with maybe a group of people to roll up their sleeves and talk a little more about it, because we, again, haven't seen the materials. I don't know if they'll patina well, if they're not going to patina, if it's going to look horrible after 5 years, and I'm not the expert in that. I think some of the people on AAC and on the Planning Commission are really the experts on that. But we are making a critical decision about the future of our downtown, not what's happening with COVID right now, not what's happening with retail right now, but what we want ultimately to happen. I think the word Parisian was used. Well, Parisian has, maybe they have less, and I think we got an email basically saying that there was less retail in Europe than there was in the United States, and that's true. And I have no problems whatsoever when I did Livable Streets to have a residential building in the middle of a commercial district. I think it can work extremely well. I'm just a little concerned about the interplay between the sidewalk and the building. And if we look at the history of our downtown, where Tommy Bahamas is and the outdoor dining, when this new council came in just before Grace and I came on, they changed the downtown specific plan. And now it's vibrant. But it took a handshake between the developer and the city to make that happen, and maybe a little heavy-handed on the city to make that happen. And I think we just need some tweaks to this to make this thing much more plausible and much more in line with what the Planning Commission and the AAC were thinking. So I am not opposed to the project, but I'm not completely in support of it either. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion, Councilmember Garner.
I have a belated question. Has AAC seen this current form?
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
no, they have not.
Thank you. So that is Councilmember Wood's comment regarding AAC and just the fact that the AAC has denied the project twice now is concerning to me. I think overall, yes, it's nice to have residential downtown. I support that. But I am concerned that we're getting all of the emails that we're getting that are in support of the project are generally from business owners or residents, which is fine. But then the ones in opposition are almost exclusively from architects. And that's what kind of concerns me in terms of just that the project needs more work from an architectural perspective. So I'm just wondering kind of how we can move forward to strengthen the project architecturally while still approving it in its, conceptually, because I agree that more housing is wonderful. I wish I could buy in an apartment downtown. It looks like it'll be beautiful overall, but I do want to just be mindful of the fact that we do have amazing architects and people who are extremely architecturally minded in our city, which I think is not all that common in a lot of other places, right? But we are a city that values architecture, so we have those minds here, and I'd love to be able to really use them to make this project the best it can be. I thought it was also very interesting to see the iterations of it until now, and the way it looks now is way better than the first one. So I think that there could be more done. So I think we can do that, right? We can approve the project and add as a condition that there's more work done with the AAC or something along those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes, you could do that.
Okay, so I'm just curious if other council members are interested in having that be done.
Thank you. And if I can, before that, to the city staff, can you go over the procedural posture, for lack of a better word, the procedure with AAC? Because my understanding, and I didn't describe that in my comments, but that when AAC reviewed the initial iteration of the project, the issues that they raised were mostly addressed or nearly all addressed by the new iteration. So can you just describe that, what AAC brought up and then what was addressed in the later design? And then if the city attorney, because I still have legal questions about what we're able to decide here today in terms of compliance, and that's why I focus my comments not on the aesthetics. So if you could just clarify for us what we can decide in terms of the design. Thank you.
So, yes, the council can condition the project to have an additional review by the AAC if the council chooses. As you mentioned, this iteration was not reviewed by the AAC. So the AAC has not had the privilege of reviewing the latest reductions in massing. So that is something that the council has the ability to do. What we might do is have it reviewed by the AAC before, if the project is approved, the project gets reviewed by the AAC before it goes to permit issuance for construction.
Thank you. And to the city attorney, can you answer my question about design?
Yes, so you've got two applications that are before you. One is an architectural review and one is a tentative map, essentially for a condo subdivision. The condo subdivision map most likely would not change as a result of any architectural modifications that might occur after tonight. So that would be relatively easy for you to approve based on the findings that are required and the findings that staff has presented. The architectural review, you could also approve that tonight with conditions that it go through whatever additional reviews the council wishes. It'd just be important for you to identify for those other bodies kind of what the issues are that the council would like to see worked on.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Great. Thank you. So two things. The first, in sort of the more general way, I fully support residential in the downtown. I think that's something we've wanted. I'm really glad you're bringing this forward, Michael. I think we want to see that downtown. I think it's going to be beneficial for the project and for the city overall. So I am supportive of that. I know you reduced the units. I'm not sure I was supportive of that. I think we want more housing, not less, but I appreciate you responding to comments you received. And I wouldn't want to see less units in this project than you've proposed here. I think we want housing there. You know, we heard from someone who's saying they have a client who wants to be here for 6 months. Then it's going to be empty for 6 months. So, we don't want that either. So obviously people can do what they want when they buy condos, but too few units, we end up not having the activation that I think you and we want to see downtown with people living downtown. As far as the design, I tend to agree with Council Members Woods and Garner. I'm always concerned when I appreciate that AAC hasn't seen the most recent iteration, but I would like to hear their input on it. When both AAC unanimously and then Planning Commission vote against something, I'd like to have more discussion, right? And I think going back to them, if we approve, the idea of this condos in the map is a good idea. As far as the whole conversation about retail, restaurants, et cetera, I guess I have a couple comments and then really a question for the city attorney again. I fully agree with Councilmember Woods. We can't be looking at what's going on during the worst pandemic where we've had businesses closed for most of a year as making a decision for what we're going to have in Palm Springs for 30 years. I don't think that makes sense. I think looking at average amount of retail for full-time residents, well, that's not Palm Springs. We know our full-time residents are a small part of our population. We're not, Bakersfield or somewhere, right? We're based on tourism. And so I don't see that as that relevant. We obviously wanted things to do well. And I think when quality local businesses have gone on, like on the Mark, off Palm Canyon, they do amazingly well. So just saying we need to have more national brands in is not compelling, who want special deals is not compelling to me. But that's not, our decision. I'd like to see more local businesses. I think people want unique experiences when they come to Palm Springs. They don't want it to go to the same stores they can go to when they're at home. I know that's true when I travel, and I think it's true for most of my friends. More of them want to go uptown than downtown because they're all unique businesses. So that's just unsolicited comment that I want to give. As far as Bilardo Road and the street frontage, I think when there are good businesses, you will get folks going in, right? You have the new burger place going in that's not on Palm Canyon. So, you know, part of it is that this isn't built out, right? That the park's not done. Block, I think, F, where you think you might do a Virgin down the road. I mean, the whole idea, and I think how this was sold to the public to invest tens of millions of dollars into this project was it wasn't going to be a mall that didn't belong in the middle of a downtown and that aren't doing well anywhere in that kind of setting. It was meant to, and what the city paid for was to have streets and to make this a vibrant downtown. And the more we go with the, well, retail will never do well there, we're actually going against what people voted for when they voted for Measure J, what was presented, what's in the specific plan. So I'm concerned about that. But obviously, I want to follow our legal requirements, and I think there are two different views of what the specific plan says that I've heard. Maybe three, between three different views. So from the city attorney, is it that primary, which we'll say is 50%, you know, plus one, a majority, needs to be the items you said, which didn't include office, which is one way you could read it. And I think there's also a way you might be able to read it that it does include office, looking at the specific plan. So could you maybe help us with that? Because if it's supposed to be primarily, the street front is primarily, you know, restaurants, retail, tourism, I don't see how this gets there. If it starts being able to include office, commercial, and, you know, semi-public things that are only open for residents, you might get there, right? So that's where I guess I'm confused. And reading the specific plans paragraph didn't make it very clear to me which of the two paragraphs was fitting and what they meant.
So the language of the specific plan lists retail goods, personal services, food and beverage services, and tourist and related services. I'll certainly welcome the input of our planning practitioners, but in my mind, those don't sound like commercial offices. For instance, a real estate office or a auditor or CPA or lawyer.
Right. But if you go to the next paragraph, right, it then adds offices and related public and semi-public uses are permitted in any combination for Block B and B1. So is that separate and apart from the first one? That's where I'm getting confused trying to read this.
Let me look at it. I think that might be more general statement, not specific to first floor, but let me look at it real fast.
Okay, that's how I read it, that it doesn't, but I want to confirm. Oh, sorry.
Just one thing, that sentence is also followed by C table 3.1, which is up a few pages.
Couldn't find it.
Yeah, because it's like 5 pages before, which is why it's confusing. But in that table, under allowable uses, it lists a lot of things, including services for groups, office and related, residential, tourist and related. It has a ton of things. And most of them are permitted, and some of them require a conditional use permit. So when I saw that was what made me kind of understand more why this project qualifies. I think when you just read the one sentence, it wouldn't qualify, right? But when you look at this chart is 3 pages long, and almost everything is permitted.
Right. So that's very helpful. Thank you. So it's permitted, but is that
permitted on the ground?
To be there?
Well, and permitted on the ground floor.
On the ground floor, right? But does that get us to the primary for the floor that are mentioned further back? Because there are things like a fitness center and a gym that would actually help activate versus condos on the ground floor, right? That would activate the street that people would go to as a destination that don't need to be on a Palm Canyon. That would make it a more active place across from the park.
As I'm reading it, the ground floor limitation is the more specific of the two provisions between that and the table of permitted uses. And it really is specific as to what can be allowed on the ground floor. Now, the council certainly has some discretion in terms of defining what tourists and related services are. So if you find that a gym near the downtown and hotel is somewhat tourist related, I think you have the discretion to interpret your zoning ordinance that way.
Okay. But I don't see, so reading it that way, which is how I was reading it, but I can understand confusion on this since I was confused. I don't see how you get to over the majority of the ground floor being one of those four uses currently. And so I'm just trying to do the legal piece here, right? I've said my opinion piece. Now I'm trying to do the legal piece. And I'm having trouble getting there if you're including office space, which isn't listed there and I don't think fits.
But it is listed there because the second paragraph says on the ground floors of the following blocks and corresponding street frontages, retail goods, personal services, food and beverage services, tourist and related services, offices, and related and public and semi-public uses are permitted in any combination. And then right below that, it lists the blocks and it lists
B1.
Block B, B1, west, east, north, and south sides. That's all the sides.
Right. So that was my question earlier for Jeff was, is that piece just, those are allowed on the ground floor, but they don't fit the primary piece that it has to be a majority of the other four. That was where my confusion.
Correct. They are allowed on the ground floor. It's just the ground floor needs to be primarily non-residential.
So if I can, because you can debate this all day, there's too many lawyers, too many of us. City staff, and I was relying on the staff's analysis on page 10 of the report, that staff report that says in staff's analysis, they think it's sufficient. So if our planning staff could explain your reasoning there to back up that short paragraph, please.
Certainly. We, so as indicated in our report, when we measured the lineal frontage of those spaces that face the street, in our analysis relative to this section, we felt that commercial shown on the ground floor is a majority of both the street frontages, Andreas and Museum Way. If we considered the communal space as a common area or an office use that is, a common area that's similar to an office use where you have activity in and out of that space throughout the day, where you have people, you see, there's activity you see from the street. There's an outdoor space on that frontage. We categorize that side as being majority frontage with 52% of that frontage having an office type of a use. So for those reasons, that is why we recommended approval of those street frontages. While we've had much discussion tonight about the paseo, that's actually not a private, that's actually not a street, it's a pedestrian paseo. So we didn't evaluate that side as being quote unquote a street frontage.
So for the city attorney, the standard you're using is not the one that the planning staff is using because they're saying the office space counts. So there's a disconnect between what our lawyer's saying and what planning staff is saying we have to do. That's where I'm struggling.
You were asking about the definition under the specific plan. And so, yeah, there's a legal definition, but it sounded like the answer was within our purview to use our discretion to interpret our own specific plan. So that's why I wanted to ask our planner what his opinion is about the definition of it under our specific plan, since that's his job to interpret for us.
So David, do you consider that office space area, retail goods, personal services, food and beverage services, or tourist and related services? But the city attorney says has to be the majority of each street. Or are you adding offices into that?
I was including offices into that.
Okay. Which is what the city attorney is saying is not included.
Councilmember Woods.
Maybe, because, obviously we're at a little bit of a standstill. Maybe what we can do is approve the residential, but not approve the tentative track and allow it to go through AAC Planning Commission with a tentative track with a better understanding of what the specific plan actually says. It buys us some time to do that. It gives the developer some opportunity to know there's some assurances that we like the idea of residential. So it's just a suggestion I'm offering. I know there's a motion and a second on the floor, but we're a little bit at a standstill.
If I could ask a question, Councilmember Woods, when you say approve residential, is that an approval of not less than 45 residential units?
Yeah, I'm not asking to change the unit. You could add more as far as I'm concerned, but not taking any away.
All right. So I think that's important that we establish as a council that not less than 45 residential units are being approved. And then we are asking Planning Commission and AAC to just look at the latest iteration of the drawings and to work with the developer to come up with a first floor that meets the legal requirements of what we have discretion over, and one that is something that, from an architectural standpoint, is going to win over some of the doubters.
Councilmember Garner.
Last comment on this reading of the specific plan, but I just noticed that Table 3.1, the titles for each of the types of use coincide with the list. So tourist and related services is defined and listed in Table 3.1. So it's not up for interpretation, it's listed in the table that this sentence references. So based on what this is saying, it wouldn't meet the primary use issue, right? But anyway, that's just, I don't mind if this needs to be analyzed further by our legal team, that's fine. I just want to point that out, that it looks like this is how it's being written.
Thank you.
Council, if I might just mention, so the first paragraph on page 311, where it says street frontage is primarily limited to these uses, I think it's specifically identifying those uses that Councilmember Garner has mentioned as listed in the table. Specifically, those uses should be fronting North Palm Canyon Drive, Indian Canyon Drive, or Main Street, which in this case is Museum Way. So in this case, for Main Street or Museum Way, they are providing a retail or a personal service, food or beverage service, or a tourist or related service. It's not defined at this point yet, but the intent is that space along Museum Way, at least a majority of it in what we're reading as primarily, will be one of those uses. When you go to the next paragraph where it says on the ground floor of the following blocks, it references that it can be any of the uses, including office and public or semi-public uses. So on Andreas Road and on Bellardo Road, it can be any combination of those uses But the first paragraph dictates that it has to be along Museum Way, a retail good, personal service, food and beverage service, and a tourist or related service.
Thank you. If I can we hear from the applicant in terms of the intended uses and the issues that have been raised about the first floor?
Thank you, Mayor. The issue is we have worked on this project since 2012. When the buildings were designed and approved by City Council December 2012, and then again approved in 2014 with certain changes, our brokers went out and tried to get leases done. We went concurrently into construction documents before we pulled building permits in 2015 and then later in 2016. When a building permit is being pulled, you need to build what the spaces are designed for. If you design a space for restaurant use, it will remain a restaurant use. You cannot change that use again in the future. So if the City Council would like to see a project there being built and open up by 2022 or 2023, I need to make a decision as a developer by the end of this year, meaning by December or actually by June when I authorize the construction documents, what uses should be on the ground floor. I'll be honest, I'm being a little puzzled that we are trying to re-energize downtown with additional 45 residential units, and we're arguing about the ground floor, considering that there's too much commercial space in Palm Springs. The current residents in Palm Springs cannot support the commercial spaces we have as it is. So the residential units that we're trying to build here are there to support the existing restaurants and retail spaces, not only for the downtown core, but for the downtown core ranging from Ramon Road all the way up to Uptown. So you're trying to force something against the market where e-commerce is taking over. I'm giving you an example. In 2019, the forecast was that e-commerce, at the time being 12%, over the next 10 years, will make up 25% of retail sales. Because of the pandemic, the technology adoption has compressed a 10-year forecast into 1 year, meaning right now e-commerce is at 35%. So we need to be all aware that in a post-COVID world, things will never go back to the pre-COVID world. People are now adapted with their iPhones and their mobile devices to order directly from Amazon or from grocery stores or takeout food, and it will remain at 25 to 35% of overall gross sales volume. So what is the intent, or what is the purpose of somebody opening up a store that is off Palm Canyon to capture business when they're fighting for 65% gross volume versus 35% going over e-commerce? So I'm happy to offer the launch that is for the residents to find an operator to activate that space for commercial use. But I would like to have a time limit. If I don't find somebody within 2 years, that I can convert it into a residential launch that is not vacant. Means that the street looks vacant, it looks dormant, and it looks like it's vacated, and there's no activity. So I think the council needs to make a decision here. Do we want residential units downtown, or don't we want residential units downtown? Sending me back to the Architecture Commission, I need to get a better understanding. What does that mean? We spent a lot of money on plans. We spent a lot of time to recalibrate the building to make it work. The reason why the Architecture Commission didn't get a third chance to look at it is because the plan director said you have 2 chances to make the building better, and everybody continues to focus on the ground floor, not on the upper floors. So with that being said, what is the intent or what's the vision? I believe the project meets the specific plan requirements, and I think this council needs to look forward for the next 5 to 10 years what is possible and how do we want to energize and save downtown. We cannot go against the market. The market is what the market is. You heard 21 public speakers tonight, some of them commercial brokers, who clearly stated that those spaces on ground floor, if they're off Palm Canyon, are not working. If you look at Indian Canyon, if you look at Bellado Road, show me any places where we have a restaurant that works or any retail space that works along Bellado Road. The market shows you the evidence that they don't work. So I'm willing to work with the council to get this project approved, to explore if it's possible. But again, research, market forecasts, and the specialists in the industry are telling you that the spaces off Palm Canyon in a seasonal market like Palm Springs are simply they're not leasable, period.
Thank you. So can you explain when you say commercial or lounge or office/commercial? So it sounds like you just said that you were open for the lounge, but can you explain what's intended in those locations?
So if you have that space right next to the lobby on the Bellado Road, there is a residential lounge where the residents of that building should meet to community meetings, meeting for other events that basically support the residential communication and to meet and greet. I can make that space potentially a restaurant. I cannot make it a coffee shop because when Starbucks made a deal with us to put a reserve store on the corner of Tarkwitz and Palm Canyon, they requested an exclusive that I'm not allowed to have an additional coffee shop in the center. Starbucks had to invest about $2.5 million in the build-out of their reserve stop concept, which is well received and very successful in Palm Springs. So I agreed to that exclusive. So I'm not allowed to have a coffee shop in that space. So we can try to focus on a small restaurant that potentially wants to go there. You heard testimony tonight from Jerry Keller. You had emails from the Valeries, as one example, that none of them would consider that space as a restaurant space. I will go out there and look, and we'll find someone to activate it. But I think the community and this council is better served to focus on supporting existing businesses as they're struggling. And we have, as Michael Kastner just said, a lot of restaurant vacancies already along Palm Canyon, which are definitely better spaces than a space that should be built out along Bellado Road. To give an example, I, as a developer, need to spend $1 million minimum to prepare the space to be eligible for restaurant operator to take over. The restaurant operator itself needs to spend at a minimum another $1 million to $1.5 million to open up a restaurant space facing Bellado Road. So that's an investment of $2.5 million. Which operator is willing to do that when they have the opportunity to open up along Palm Canyon, which is a proven location that is more successful than any location off Palm Canyon? So that's why I'm a little puzzled why everybody's insisting on commercial spaces off Palm Canyon when we have 70,000 square feet of vacant spaces. We have the Andaz Hotel that will add another 35,000 square feet in downtown that needs to be filled. The last thing we need is more commercial spaces. What we really need is to have residential units that activate and support the existing business that we have, that we're not going to see downtown dying out.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Just a comment, and I want to go back and forth on this, Michael. No one said you needed to put a restaurant there with that extensive a build out, right? It's, for me, I'm making a decision on following what the specific plan says or not. And if the specific plan no longer works and we need to amend it, then we can have that conversation. But I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you you're wrong on your analysis or anyone's wrong on the market analysis. I'm just being asked to vote on whether this complies with the specific plan. And from my reading, what the city attorney said, I don't think it does. So if that needs to change, then that's a fair question. But don't draw it to the next step that we're all saying we think a restaurant's going to do great there and you should spend $2.5 million. It's a different conversation for me. So I'm
if
just
I
focusing on the
can-
legal requirement for it.
Yeah, if we can sort of move this forward, Councilmember Gardner, I don't know if you had a comment about that. You know, one, I do think that's our decision here, right? And our planning staff's recommendation is that it does meet the specific plan. And so I am a little bit confused about the hang up on this minor, you know, calculation when planning staff's recommendation is that it does meet that and the frontage is acceptable. So I am honestly a little confused about the focus on, you know, exact percentages here, because actually the percentage isn't even defined in our specific plan. And I do think we know our specific plan needs to be updated because it might not, you know, follow the new world that we live in terms of retail and commercial viability in the future. But okay, so if we can move forward here. So I don't know if there's a recommendation from staff about how to move this forward here tonight, or from council about where you want to go. I'll ask staff first.
So the council has a motion on the floor to approve the project. We've listed a few conditions that you've recommended related to complying with the green building requirements of the specific plan, as well as a requirement to hire local labor union. And then there's also been discussion as to whether or not the ground floor along Bilardo meets the specific plan. So if the council chooses to add any additional conditions that the communal space should be something other than an office, such as a communal space that's for the residents, then we can include that as a requirement in the conditions, but and then we'll just spell out that space is going to be devoted to another use. And then if that is acceptable to the council, and then it complies with the specific plan, then that's up to the council if that's the direction that they'd like to go. But that's, I mean, as it is right now, we have a recommendation, a motion on the floor, and I'm happy to work with any other conditions about additional review with the AAC if that's what the council would like to do as well.
Thank you. So if that lounge were turned into commercial, I know it's already your opinion that this meets the requirement of the frontage and the primary use, but would that then clear up some of the concerns from the council members who are raising that issue? Councilmember Garner.
So I'm not concerned about having commercial there. It was more about addressing what was shown to us in terms of public use and whether it does conform with the specific plan. I don't think it conforms with the specific plan, but I also don't think that the specific plan is necessarily what we need right now, as the mayor said. I like the project overall. I heard staff say that it is going to be going to AAC and they'll see the final version. I'm more interested in AAC seeing the final version because I think it's come a long way. And if there are any minor things that they could provide an input, then I think that's great if it advances the project. But overall, I'm fine with this project. And I think that a lot of the comments from people that I, respect, that are, former planning commissioners, for instance, they were not necessarily even saying that it needed to be commercial either, just that they were hoping to have more creative uses of the lower level in terms of something that the community as a whole could use and not just the residents of the building. But again, but that is, I think, asking a lot of a developer and the owner of the building to do. So I'm not willing to say that they need to open it up to the public when it's a private building. So overall, I'm fine with moving forward as it's been proposed so far.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Yeah. I'm largely going to second what Councilmember Garner just said. I want to make sure that we follow the specific plan to the extent that, that we follow it. We need to observe the rules that we have. I'm very concerned that a specific plan developed 11 years ago in an extremely different retail market is not relevant to the situation that we are not only in today, but will be in for years to come. We want our downtown to be something where people are engaged and active and going about. And I believe the fundamental missing element to the activation of downtown is getting residents more involved living downtown. And I don't want to give up any of the 6 residential units that are on the first floor. They're going to be, and I know this is not going to be a project that is going to appeal to buyers at the lower end of the market, but to the extent that anyone's going to live here who's going to be closer to medium income, it's going to be those people on the first floor. I don't. So if I have to give those up because I just can't get them approved within the specific plan, that's fine. But if you're asking me what I want residents down there.
Thank you. So it's late. We've discussed this for a long time. So is there any other, there's a motion and a second. We've had a lot of discussion. Is there the council would like to include in that motion before we vote on it, or make a substitute motion?
I would just like to make a substitute motion that really we approve the residential component. I just think the first floor needs a little tweaking. I think, Michael, you said that you're willing to do that. I'm not saying that we need to make it commercial all the way around. But I just think it needs a little bit of tweaking, and I think that we're not the experts to do that. And I haven't, again, I want to repeat that I haven't looked at all of the materials and all of that I think that we have experts to do. So I just like to make a motion that we approve the residential and we work on the track map, because is what we do.
Thank you. Can you define your motion more? So we have the tentative track map and we have the major architectural application. So can you define what you'd like to improve in your motion, and then what you mean by working on it more and what that would look like? And if it includes sending it to a different commission, what direction we would give to them to review it? Sorry, I didn't exactly understand the direction that we would be giving with that motion.
If I could, Mayor, just let me work through it a little bit, because I know a lot of people have put a lot of time, energy. It's a very emotional thing for the entire community. It's an emotional thing for the developer and his team. It's an emotional thing for all of us, because it is a very large decision to be making. I think for me, and then I'll talk about how we can get there, it's about activating the 4 sides of the building. For me. So be it tables and chairs that you can sit and look at the park across the street, be it lights across Market Street, be it whatever it is, I just think that it can be a little bit more than what we're presented with. And I don't think that little bit of more is asking much to get there. And I think it's about making the Market Street, making it a true paseo. What are the elements that make it a true paseo? And I don't know that I'm sitting here willing to say, oh, it's lights across the street and it's a bench and it's 3 tables. I think I'd like to leave that up to the Planning Commission of the AAC, or the same with Bellardo. So my motion would be basically to approve it, but to let the first floor and the surrounding area go back to AAC for a more intense review. And maybe that's saying not approve the tentative track until they've done that. I know that's a very long answer.
Thank you. So that's a substitute motion. Is there a second? So we'll vote on that, and then we would vote on the original motion per Robert's Rules of Order.
So I have a question. So is what you're proposing, Councilmember Woods, that we are approving the major architectural application?
Yes.
Which includes, as I understand it, consistency with a specific plan, right?
Yeah,
I think it does.
Yes, I would say that it would have
Okay.
to. I think, but.
Yeah. So, okay.
Right.
I might propose, it seems like, I know we've been at this for a while, I might propose we just take a 5-minute break. Do you all need a break, or do you want to do this and push through? Because it seems like we're kind of hitting our, you want to push through? Does everyone agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the motion. Is there a second for that?
If I could, I don't think anyone is opposed to having the AAC and Planning Commission look at ways with the developer to activate the 4 blocks around, and most particularly Market Street, as a very active paseo. It advantages the developer to make sure that that's a truly active location. And none of us are in a position to be able to design what that looks like. So I'm really comfortable with Councilmember Wood's substitute when it comes to that part. What I struggle with is not approving the track map for the first floor, because the developer's made it clear he's willing to turn the lounge into some kind of commercial space. But that's just a different use of the space that's already there. So it's what we have on the track map, which could be repurposed in one fashion or another, but not approving it is worrisome to me.
Okay, I can buy that. And I just want to really say that I think that the plaza in front of Starbucks and the Rowan Hotel, complete success. The plaza in front of Tommy Bahama's, complete success. And I think we have a formula. Michael had his hand up, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Michael, do you have something to add?
If I may, can I ask the architect to pull up the ground floor again? Because I would like to explain something that we are constrained by the existing underground parking garage that was built for a significant amount of money as requested by the past city council. So the existing structure and the column layout, as well as the elevators, are constraints for additional commercial spaces. And I think we have exhausted all the commercial spaces when it comes to Museum Way, Market Street, or Andreas Road. And the only other opportunity to add commercial space is really on Ballada Road. So going back to Architecture Commission or Planning Commission doesn't really serve any purpose because it's the only space. So if we can review that for a second. Mark, can you pull that up?
Yeah, we need to pull Jason up. Put Jason as the presenter.
Mr. Braun, I'm not sure you caught what we just said. We agree with you in terms of where the walls are going to be. What we've asked is that you revisit how Market Street interacts with the other buildings, how the other street fronts interact. You're not changing any walls, so what's underground doesn't make any difference. And you're talking to the AAC regarding what is the use of the walls that you're proposing.
No, the issue is, Mrs. Milton, and I appreciate your comment, first of all. We have a space, in the existing space that faces Market Street, and it's empty since 3.5 years. We have actively tried to lease it, and no tenant has come forward to lease it. So if I add another commercial space on Market Street instead of a public mural, that would be much more beneficiary. These spaces will just remain vacant. So I think it's much more important to activate Museum Way and Andreas Road, or potentially Bellata Road, than Market Street. That's why I would like to pull up that plan. Maybe
I don't think that, if I can, that wasn't the request of the council. So it wasn't to change the walls or to change commercial on Market Street. So if I can, so city staff.
But there's no more commercial space available. Then I have exhausted the ground floor other than Bellata Road, because there's no room on Andreas Road or Bellata Road on Museum Way to add more commercial space.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. We're trying to get to a resolution here, so I don't think that's what we're discussing. Okay, so Dennis, can you explain a little bit? So when you say activate Market Street and the surrounding areas, I mean, city staff, do you have an idea there? Would that be something that we should send to a commission? I mean, how do we move forward from here? City staff, if you can help us out.
Please.
What we might do is have the AC review the specifics relative to the detailing and design of the treatments at the ground floor. And that could be, tailored direction for the AAC to review and improve the project.
Thank you. So I will include that in my initial motion if Mayor Pro Tem Middleton will accept that. Thank you. And so I'd just like to, unless there's any other final discussion, call the vote, please.
So we're doing two separate motions, right? One on the track map and one on the major architectural?
City Clerk, do we need two motions, or can they all be rolled into one?
It can be one unless council wants to separate the motions.
Mine was one.
Okay. The only reason I would separate the motions is I can support everything other than that it's consistent with the specific plan, which I believe from the city attorney is actually the track map portion. But if you want to do it as one, that's okay. I can vote no. But that's the only reason I'm voting no.
Thank you.
I think we have rules and I'm going to follow them. For me.
Thank you. My position is it is consistent with the specific plan. Okay, so can we have a roll call vote on the motion, please?
Give me 1 second.
Can I just get clarification? Is the motion including both of them, or are we going to split them? I suggest splitting them.
My understanding is this is one motion.
One motion. Okay. Thank you.
And I'll also note that the substitute motion dies for lack of second.
Thank you.
So
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Yeah. If I'm hearing my colleagues correctly, I think if we split, we will have a vote that will be different, but will pass on both. And I think it might be appropriate to split it.
Thank you. Let's split it then. City Clerk, if you could please go ahead and call the vote on each item.
For the first item, which is to approve the major architectural application, Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
And Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. The motion to adopt approving the tentative track map, Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
No.
And Councilmember Woods.
No.
Motion passes 3-2. And if I could note, my understanding is this is also adding conditions related to the green building requirements, union labor, and referring the first floor to AAC. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was referring the activation of the street and surrounding areas in the ground floor to AAC without changing the walls and interior. Is that right? I'm seeing a yes from Councilmember Wood. And that was his request. Okay, thank you. Thank you to the applicant and the public for bearing with us for a spirited conversation here. I know it was long. As you know, this project is really important to our community, and we wanted to spend the time that it deserves. So thank you very much.
And we agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to do public comment since we have missed the time that we tell people that we will call them, or aim to. So if we can, City Clerk, be prepared for public comment on non-agenda items. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Although the City Council values your comments pursuant to the Brown Act, it generally cannot take any action on items not listed on the agenda. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. City Clerk, if you could begin contacting speakers by telephone, and if the speakers could mute or turn off their TVs or computers that they're watching the meeting so we don't hear the feedback. Thank you.
Robert Hogan, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Robert, and I've been employed at Ralph's for 24 years. I'm currently at the Smoke Tree Shopping Store. Ever since the beginning of this pandemic, we have been working 8 to 10 hours a day to make sure people get what they need. Even while the travel restrictions and stay-at-home orders are in place, we help not only our locals, but also hundreds of tourists from in and out of the state on a daily basis. But the company's standards for customer service does not always allow CDC guidelines to be followed at all times. As essential workers that put our lives at risk daily, we feel underappreciated, undervalued, and at these times underpaid. In the beginning, there was a hero pay mandate. The companies were forced into compensation. However, as soon as this mandate expired, so did the benefits. Now that the cases, hospitalizations, and deaths are all at an all-time high, we are left high and dry. The grocery industry has fortunately not taken a hit financially because of the pandemic, and at the very least are expecting bumps in sales. With record numbers of cases and an increase in foot traffic leads to higher risk of exposure. So now more than ever, it's time to implore our local governments to do what our employers and higher level government won't do. Take care of its essential workers. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Aaron Valverde, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Holstich and members of the council. My name is Aaron Velarde, and I am with UFCW 1167. The majority of our 20,000 members consist of frontline workers in grocery and pharmacy retail stores. I am calling in this evening to request consideration for a hero or hazard pay ordinance for grocery and pharmacy workers in the city of Palm Springs. As we all know, frontline workers in grocery and pharmacy retail stores have worked hard throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. While everybody was asked to stay home, grocery workers continue to work and provide food and necessities to the public. Over 1,500 of our members have been diagnosed with COVID-19. They live with a constant fear of contracting the virus, yet they continue to show up to work. Working under these conditions has taken a physical and mental toll on workers, yet they will continue to play a crucial role now in the distribution of the vaccine. Early in the pandemic, several grocery companies offered hero pay, but most of it went away during the summer. Families have struggled to make ends meet, while large grocery companies have earned up to 40% in profit during the pandemic in comparison to last year. we urge the Palm Springs City Council to draft an ordinance which would restore the hero pay for these heroes that they deserve. Other cities like Coachella, Santa Ana, LA, and Long Beach have already begun moving forward with a similar ordinance, along with the counties of LA and San Francisco. We would like for you to consider the following as part of the ordinance. $4 an hour hero pay for grocery and pharmacy retail workers, 120-day sunset with an option to revisit when it ends. This should apply to nationwide companies with at least 300 or more employees. Whistleblower protections so that workers don't fear reprisal for reporting any employer failing to comply, and enforcement language. Thank you for all that you do for the residents of Palm Springs, and we hope you take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Denton, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, my name is Alex Denton, a meat manager for Rouse, and as a frontline worker, I feel that Rouse is making millions since the pandemic has started. And I see that other companies honor their frontline workers when businesses sales are record high. And as an employee that got COVID and recovered and returning to work, not 100 like I used to be, Rouse should honor hero pay. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment for tonight.
Thank you. Thank you to the city clerk and for our residents and people who are calling in to us at 11 p.m. We very much appreciate your dedication to these issues. Next, we need to decide, since it's 11 p.m., what we need to do tonight. I believe that I'll ask the city manager. There are a few items that we need to do, including the Homelessness Housing Assistance and Prevention Program grant. And if you could let us know what we really need to do tonight with the remaining time.
Yeah. Mayor, we've got...
Thank you.
Yeah, obviously the homeless assistance grant, the homeless assistance grant, the allocation of dollars, that is important. The business assistance program, actually the item C, that was an item that could have been on consent calendar. That's the ability to apply for a grant. So it's 5A and B, which are the important items.
City Council, do you want to go forward with 5A, which is extremely time sensitive, and then we can see where we're at, or do you want to push through for all the items?
I would like to ask whether or not, as the city manager said, 5C could have been on consent. Is there any...
Sure, I'll explain. It was... I'm sorry, Councilmember Middleton.
It's one that I could approve without discussion. I don't know if anyone else is in that same spot, but if it is, we might be able to dispense with that very quickly.
And briefly, I can just tell you it was on new business, because originally it was going to require the city potentially to hire personnel with this grant, but then we realized that it's going to just pay overtime of current employees. So in essence, it could be on could have been on consent because it doesn't require any new personnel. I just didn't want to move it backwards.
I don't want to short circuit any debate that we should have, but
we have two members that have to recuse though, right?
Yeah, I was going to ask just that, right? It's not a city grant, but I still think I would abstain or recuse on that one.
Who's the second recusal?
I thought you recused, Mayor, on past Boys and Girls Club stuff. I mean, I might be mistaken.
Right, I have when it says city finances, and that's why I wasn't clear on this one, but I was planning on recusing or abstaining anyway, just for appearance, even if I didn't legally have to.
Councilmember Kors recuses. I don't recuse in Boys and Girls Club because our law and our rules don't require it.
No worries. That's my mistake.
That's okay. Okay, so am I hearing that we want to skip item 4A for now, which is the dog park item? Unless
what's the deadline?
Yeah, what's that deadline?
That can wait, Mayor. That can wait until the next meeting.
Okay, so we'll skip over that for now and go to item 5A. And we'll see where we're at and try to move forward with that. Okay, does that work for everyone? So the next item is 5A, consideration of requests and allocation of homelessness, housing assistance, and prevention program grant funds. Can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. The item before you is a request to consider two asks for financial assistance for affordable housing projects. The Coachella Valley Housing Coalition and Desert AIDS Project, Vista Sunrise 2 project, is requesting a funding commitment letter for $3.6 million for a 60-unit special needs project. The West Hollywood Community Development Corporation is requesting a funding commitment letter in the amount of $2.4 million for the Agave at Palm Canyon project, a 71-unit residential project at the southwest corner of Stevens and North Palm Canyon. The total amount of the request is $6 million. The funding commitment letter being requested will allow the developers to demonstrate to other potential funding providers that a local contribution has been provided. It should be noted that the final terms and project requirements would be subject to a disposition and development agreement or loan agreement, spelling out the detailed terms and conditions for the use of funds, project requirements, and other restrictions, and that such agreements would have to be brought back to the City Council for approval. At its meeting on January 30th, 2020, the City Council has a $6.3 million, allocated $6.3 million for delivery of permanent housing for projects such as these. That was during the discussions for the use of homeless housing assistance program funding. At this meeting, Barbara Poppy, a nationally recognized homelessness consultant who was assisting the city at the time with planning for the use of the HAP funds, emphasized that to truly reduce unsheltered homelessness in Palm Springs, it is essential that there be many more ways for people to exit homelessness. And she noted, only housing offers an enduring solution to homelessness. By increasing housing options, the crisis response will be more effective and efficient. Again, this is why the council allocated $6.3 million of the $10 million HAP dollars for delivery of permanent housing. It is important to note, however, that the city also has approximately $2.6 million in other funds that are restricted for affordable housing projects. In evaluating the developer requests, staff compared line item expenditures of the request to other projects previously reviewed, per unit cost of the projects as compared to other Palm Springs projects and projects from other cities throughout California. Average line item expenditures per unit of the request considered for the city. And the non-tax credit contributions to the projects for other projects that have received 9% tax credit awards. I use the 9% tax credit award model because when the proposals initially came in, they were pursuing 9% tax credits. However, a shift in federal legislation has made 4% tax credit a little more attractive. So at this point, we believe the developers may be pursuing 4% tax credits, which would be a nominal difference in their scoring for the current request of no place like home funds. And those comparisons are provided in the attachments in the staff report. Overall, the project expenditures and proposed contributions from the city were found to be within the range of the past support for affordable housing and in line with what other cities have provided for similar projects. And that concludes the presentation. Staff is available for comments. I believe we have developers in chamber and on the line to also answer questions.
Thank you very much, Jay. So is there a discussion or questions or comments from the council? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Questions for staff. Jay, the $3.6 million that we're being asked to provide to the Coachella Valley Housing Coalition, have we provided any other funding for this project?
No, we have not.
And so this is 61 units, and if I'm doing my math correctly, then we're providing support of approximately $59,000 per unit. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. As I recall, it was in that range, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. I don't find that an unreasonable and while my initial reaction to $3.6 million was it's a lot of money, but when you start breaking it down into the individual units, I'm comfortable with what we're being asked to do here, and we're using the money that we receive from the state. And second question for you, with the West Hollywood Agave project, that's $2.4 million, and we did provide some support to them because we sold the land at a discount to them. But as I understand it, they're adding an additional 22 units from 49 to 71 over and above what was originally proposed.
That is correct.
And that comes out to about $109,000 per unit, a little bit more in support than we've provided to the other project, but it still remains a number that I can get some comfort around. Last question I would have, are we loaning these two organizations money, or are we granting it to them?
The financial assistance would most likely be structured as a loan that is forgiven over time. So while it is structured as a loan with identified repayment, which actually helps the development in terms of qualifying for assistance, as they perform over time and provide residual receipt payments, I should say, those residual receipt payments would be what actually pays off the loan. So let me clarify. I think I said forgivable, but they're residual receipt loans that if the project generates revenue, those residual receipts would pay off the loan.
So forgiven if they perform and not forgiven if they don't?
There's no forgiveness. It's the terms of repayment are flexible, I think is the best way to put it. And repayment is only required if the project generates excess revenue.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. And my apology for asking the questions very quickly, but we're getting late and I think we're all a little tired.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just have a follow-up question. So we initially in our budget for these HAP dollars got approved by the state for $6.3 million in delivery of permanent housing. And so I just have a question because you just gave a number per unit for the total units, but I thought that we were talking about just the permanent supportive housing for homeless individuals as opposed to general affordable housing. Is that right, or are we allowed to spend this money on general affordable housing as well?
The money would be used for the permanent supportive housing. However, as you can see, it would leverage at no cost the creation of additional affordable housing units. So from a technical perspective and the way the agreements will be drafted is that the funds will go towards the permanent supportive housing. But in addition to that, the developers will be utilizing funds from other entities, such as the state of California, which will require the remainder of the units to also be affordable.
Thank you. So the amount per unit that you gave isn't correct. It's actually a lot more. It should be just for the units of PSH, permanent supportive housing, right?
You can look at it that way, yes, for isolating the city's funds and the use of the city's funds. But then as noted, along with those come affordable housing units that the city is not allocating funds for.
Thank you. I just have some questions for the applicants or the developers, if I can. And it's very late in the evening, so I'm just going to cut to the chase with the council and my questions because we appreciate you. We all want all the affordable housing and units that we can get with this money. So for the council, our council member Kors and I have been meeting almost every day working on this, and I think the decision for council is we have these limited $10 million from the state of California to do something on homelessness. We had conversations like Jay described with our community. This council gave direction to spend most of that money on permanent supportive housing for people who are experiencing homelessness in the city of Palm Springs. So the decision that we have is, we want the most amount of units possible with our dollars. And it's kind of a decision of we have two projects that are moving forward, and we could allocate this funding at their request, which is nearly, I think, almost all of the money that we allocated for this purpose. And so the question is, how much should we allocate from this funding, and should we retain any of this funding for a different project like the Ivy Palm, which is no longer moving forward, but was a hotel conversion that the state is really interested in. And then that might be able to help us get more funding specifically for Palm Springs in the future, because remember, we're the only small city that got this allocation because we were significantly impacted. And I think that state wanted to see us do creative things with it. So we're kind of faced with a difficult decision of, do we want to get these units that we know are moving forward and get them done quickly? We do have a limited time, a few years to use this money, or do we want to retain some of it for a different type of project or leverage more state dollars? So the developers, if I can just ask, we want your projects to be successful. We know that both projects were moving forward without the reliance on our this money, the $10 million. So you always expected to get some money from the city in terms of a local match. So could you tell us, these seem like big numbers for our community. We're fielding calls that people want something like the Ivy Palm was going to be, or a navigation center, or something that will more visibly reduce homelessness on the streets, though we know the need is permanent housing. So could you just explain to us why you're making the request at the amount that you're asking for, and how that will support these projects, and, you know, sort of what your plan was before the city was funded with this $10 million. Thank you. I don't know who would like to start. Kenneth Rogers, I see you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you so much for this opportunity. First off, thank you all for being here so late, and thank you all for being in public service at a time that is critical to have people willing to volunteer. It's both scary and important that you do this work. The money that we're requesting at CVHC, Coachella Valley Housing Authority, I'm not going to speak for West Hollywood, but I do want to say that first off, congratulations to my friends, my colleagues at West Hollywood for being successful in their work. We aren't the only ones doing this work in the Valley, and we're grateful that people are stepping up to provide the much needed affordable housing. So thanks to West Hollywood for doing this work. It's difficult. It's tough to structure these deals, and that's why it's so important that any money that comes from a local level is provided. I want to address the point about the per unit cost. I know that can be a big chunk to swallow when you look at a per unit cost of 400 in some cases 500,000 per unit. I know LA is experiencing higher costs than even that, but the competitive amount of money that's out there from the state via tax credits, and even via the money that's coming through HCD, which I think both my colleagues at West Hollywood and I are applying for the No Place Like Home funds. These are funds that are going directly toward homeless housing. As you all have recognized that some of these dollars are going toward homeless housing, but they're also meeting your affordable housing gap. For us at CVHC, while 29 units are designated directly for homeless or chronically homeless, we were only able to do that because we were using the county's Section 8 vouchers, which told us roughly about $5.3 million in contributions to the project. We don't foresee limiting that 29 units. All of these units are restricted to less than 50%. And that's not to say anything for units that are above that, because as many housers will tell you, the missing middle is still there. Those that are making 50, 60, 70, 80%, or even 95% of the area income, there's still a need for that. So we're not discounting them, but we'll be able to reach out to those families that are making 30% for sure with the 29 units, but we're restricting all units to 40 or 50%. So while they're not necessarily specifically homeless, there is a good chance that many of these folk are really at the edge of at-risk homelessness, and that's a big population, particularly when we think about what I think it was the New York Times had an article out in May of over 3 million Americans having been pushed into poverty since the COVID.
I respect you. I'm so sorry to cut you off. Could you just answer the specific question? So, and I really value your work, and I hate to do that to you, sir, but the specific question about why the amount and why you need it in order to get funded to score well, and, you know, what a lesser amount might do, just because you're preaching to the choir here in terms of support for your project in affordable housing. Thank you.
Absolutely. My apologies. The amount is that we're applying for the No Place Like Home funds, and that amount helps us to increase our scores to be competitive on a state level. My score would fall below 80, 180. We need at least in the last round, actually 171 was the competitive score. This amount gets us very close to, well, for me, it gets me to 198.14. That's not 200, but that's the max that we could get. But that gets me very, very close. I don't think we'll be able to compete without having the state funds. That's why the city funds. That's why the number is so high.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry to cut you off. Any other questions for Mr. Rogers with CVHC? Councilmember report.
Thanks. So, Mr. Rogers, so I just want to follow what you just said. So and I appreciate the other units are still in the 50% range, right? Not going all the way up to 80%. But you just said in the last round, 170-ish was the bottom to score and get the state funding, and you're currently over 199. So do you really need all of 3.6? Like if you were 185 or 190, it seems like you qualify. And given we have very limited dollars, and this money was specifically for permanent supportive housing for people who are experiencing homeless, that's what we were given it for. That's how we got the request in. You know, we want you to score to get it, but we don't want to give you more than you need to score to get it, given we need to do more of these projects. And so being at 199, yeah, that's great. But if people are getting the money at 170, why do you need to be quite that high?
I honestly don't know whether or not the 170 is going to be the benchmark that we need to stay at in the next go round. I don't know what's out there. I can say that there were 4 applicants that went last time. All of them were at the 168, 169 mark. The county opted to give West Hollywood and CVH, Coachella Valley Housing Authority, money to help their scores because we were ready. That lets me know that there are other counties out there that may do the same thing, and 170 would be probably just wiped out if we don't get that same support that some of those other projects will get.
Right. But let me try. So if you got 3 million instead of 3.6, you'd still be scoring over 190, right?
Yes, sir.
And is there any indication that 190 wouldn't get it for you, given 170 was the last round?
I'll tell you, Councilmember Coors, how adamant I am about affordable housing. I would say I'll take, and I hate my boss may be listening right now, but I would take 2 million, 3 million to get me close to that number, because it's not just me. I've talked to the county about making way for West Hollywood and others, even Monarch, because it's important to us to do affordable housing. So if it means enough to you all that we adjust our numbers, even if I just want to let you know that we all could be building up a nice pipeline, and we're all just planes waiting to take off if we don't have the thrust that you could give us. I'll take what you can give me. If that means other folk are going to get a chance, I'd love that for other folk to get a chance. But it will mean that we're probably we're bottlenecking because it's very competitive on a state level.
Thank you. And that's a difficult, if I can, that's the difficult place we're at, is we all want the most number of units. We all want the most number of projects. How do we maximize our dollars in a way that your project and each one is successful, but we're not overfunding them in a way that takes away from future projects? And that's, you're an affordable housing developer, nonprofit expert, and we need your advice here about what that number is. And if you're telling us it's 3.6, we want to hear that. If it's less than that, we need to know that so that we can fund more units for people who are living on our streets in the cold right now. Do you know what that number is?
That number is 3.6 is the magic number. This is something we kind of went back and forth on. We changed our model in the last our financing model. As you may know, we were looking at a 9% deal, which wasn't even close to getting us what we needed. But when we looked at the fortunate of the 4% finally being a fixed rate, we switched that, and it was like magic. We said, well, goodness, now we get the chance to get a lot. There are more of us that get a chance to get in queue. So I was excited for us, for potentially Monarch. I know they weren't in the round for this, but for our friends at West Hollywood. So the 3.6 is not a number that it's not kind of just arbitrary. It is a number that would make us very competitive. I think the closer we are to 200, we're better. I think we could I think and pardon me for looking at paper here and wasting time looking at it, but I do want to say I think we could go down if we were looking at trying to just make room. I mean, to keep our score in the high 90s. I thought I had a number here for it because I'm only seeing the numbers that don't work. But the three, I will make sure. We didn't make the 3.6 up. It was a number that really worked for us. And I'd love for maybe West Hollywood to be able to have a chance at this. So I think I've been doing all the talking. I don't want to be hogging the floor here. So while I look for the number, I don't know if they want to offer some other talk.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Rogers from CVHC? Okay, West Hollywood, we have the same questions for you. If you could answer, please.
Hi, of course, Mayor Holstead and members of the council, and thank you again for your support for the. Oh, can you hear me? Okay, I apologize.
Yes, so the audio needs to be turned up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Holstead and members of the council, and thank you again for your support earlier tonight in the approval of the entitlements for this project. So the request of the city of $2.4 million was done as an exercise comparing all of the available sources that we are currently able to apply for. And $2.4 million was the identified gap in the financing after all other measures had been taken to reduce budget size to the sort of bare minimum that we're comfortable that we can get this project done with. We have deferred a full $1 million in fee that we would otherwise be entitled to under TCAC rules. In addition, this funding provides us all of the soft finance aside from the No Place Like Home funds, for which we are applying next week. If we lose any portion of this gap finance, we lose the points that go along with having identified all of your permanent financing sources prior to the application. So for us, we have a 193 score. I'm a little disappointed to find out that we are being beat tonight with a higher score, but Kenneth, thank you again for your kind words as well. The $2.4 million request is critical to submitting a competitive No Place Like Home funding application next week. In addition, sort of the determination of what score will be successful this round is very speculative at this point. All HCD sources have become very, very competitive over the past year, including the MHP program, No Place Like Home program. To our understanding, this is the final round of No Place Like Home funding, and this is really a critical opportunity to leverage $6.4 million in funding for this project, and I would imagine a similar amount for Mr. Rogers' project as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Ford.
I didn't have a question for Sam, but I will ask one anyway. And then I have some comments. Sam, so when West Hollywood applied in a competitive process for the land, and I think what was agreed was the 1.3 value of the land that we controlled, our lot and the portion of the RDA lot. And you thought that was enough. So how did your plan change? Can you just share just briefly how it went from that being enough to needing an additional 2.4 above that 1.3?
Sure.
Right? Is it tied to the the permanent supportive housing units. I mean, if you can just explain that for us and the public, that would be helpful.
Sure, of course. So since that time, the project has grown, almost doubling in size. So the construction cost has increased during that time. In addition, the tax credit pricing has decreased, and pricing for construction has continued to increase, oddly, as the construction market has continued to be competitive even during a downturn in the economy.
Okay, thank you. I have a comment.
Let's do comments.
Okay, so, and thank both of you for bringing these projects to our city. I think they're both really important projects. And I think the reason Mayor Holstage and I have spent so much time trying to figure this out is we want, obviously, the most we can get, to make it work. And we want your projects to be successful, but I do think it's important, and to follow up on Mayor Holstage's point, we're really talking about a total of 50 units that are permanent supportive housing. And I realize on the Coachella Valley Housing DAP one, they're doing 50%. I believe Agave's going up to 80%. And so to use money that was given to us very specifically, and after all the community input, to reduce homelessness, right, address homelessness in Palm Springs, for 50 units of permanent supportive housing, I don't think would be a great thing to do, especially as we're looking to move forward and try and get more money, as we're the only city other than the Big 13 to have gotten any of this funding. And so I think the mayor and I, in talking about it, we've both been thinking probably all day, so if, jump in, if there's a different thought, is in order to get these numbers, using our other affordable housing funds, most of those first, because I don't want to leverage homeless money to get other affordable housing. If anything, it should be the other way around. And so I'd rather use that other funding plus some of this grant. So we still have money left in this grant to do the kind of project that we're still talking about with the county, to do a major, thing, something that was similar to the Ivy. And the governor in his budget has said he's, going to double down on this kind of funding for next year. I'm already talking to the county. He's looking at real estate for that kind of project. And I really think it's important that we utilize that funding for that. So if we're going to give the full amounts, I'd like to take at least $1 million, $2 million out of our not restricted funding and then supplement it from the grant. I think that's sort of what you were getting to, Mayor Holstage. And I think that is a better way to do this. I don't think we should be looking at cost per unit. I mean, LA is such a different market, as was mentioned. I mean, it's going to be different everywhere. And some of the units are 2 and 3 bedrooms, right? And we need that too, right? We need family affordable and family housing for people who are homeless. So that's just, I wanted to throw that out. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. So I agree. I think we have $2.6 million in our affordable housing fund that pre-existed, that probably we should have used a long time ago for projects that we have been using for affordable housing projects. So I'd like to see us use that for a chunk of these if we do fund them in their entirety. So that will reserve at least 2.6 for another project that addresses homelessness in the city of Palm Springs. Councilmember Garner.
You answered it. I wanted to know how much was in our housing funds. I support doing that.
Thank you. Councilmember Quartz, was that a motion that you'd like to make?
Sure. So we can make a motion that we do the funding, which I think between the two is $6 million, 2.4 on the Agave project and 3.6 on the DAP, Coachella Valley Housing Coalition project, using, so that's $6 million, so using 2.6 of our affordable housing fund and 2.4 from the grant.
I would second that motion. And then I would just, oh, sorry, were you done? Sorry,
Either way, I was just going to say, and adding in language that it's obviously conditioned on getting the No Place Like Home funding and getting the tax credits in the next 2 rounds. Because if you don't, we have timelines on use of this funding. And then to the extent legally permissible, that Palm Springs residents get first priority and focus in marketing and other ways to fill this housing, given the local contribution.
Thank you. And I just realized that we have, though 2.6, we might not want to use all of it for that purpose. We might want to retain some if we do have other affordable housing projects that are coming forward or request those. So I'm not sure what that amount is, if staff has a recommendation of how much to allocate right now.
I think, and Jay, you may want to help me in Marcus, when we talked about it earlier, it might be prudent to leave $150,000 to $600,000 in the housing fund for other projects that we will be looking at and potentially will bring forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the $600,000 makes sense, and we could always move that into a permanent supportive housing program later, if that's what we want to use it for. So let's change the motion that we're only taking $2 million and making up the difference. $2 million of our affordable housing fund and making up the difference with the grant funding.
Thank you. So that's a motion and a second. Is there other discussion? Councilmember Woods.
2 and 4. $4 million from the $10 million grant and $2 million from our current housing.
Yeah, correct.
And then the only other thing that we've discussed in terms of these dollars is, I know there is a strong request from our community and the city's interest as well, is to have Palm Springs residents who are currently experiencing homelessness or people who are living on our streets to have priority or preference, or however we can do that legally, to these permanent supportive housing units, since the purpose of this funding is to alleviate homelessness and serve people who are homeless in Palm Springs and not elsewhere. Is that possible, staff, that we can include something like that in the funding agreement?
Yes, we've included that in the letters that are being approved tonight.
Thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Mayor, if I could just to clarify, so you're approving the funding for both these projects. I do want to let you know administratively, we have an exclusive negotiating agreement with the West Hollywood project, which expires in May. We are going to administratively, I just want to let you know, extend that for 6 months through November of 2021. A 6 months extension is what they will require to timely make their application. So I just wanted to put that on the record to let you know we'll be doing that administratively.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the applicants. Thank you for bringing affordable housing projects that are very well done to our city and our community. And we wish you all the best. We know that we could sit here and negotiate, but we really want you to be successful so you can house people immediately and you can build more in our community. So thank you very much. The next item, if we can, council.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Sorry, we need to vote.
Yes. And were you the second of the motion maker?
I was.
Okay. Councilmember Kors?
Yes.
Mayor Holstich?
Yes.
Councilmember Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. I did not know what the vote would be, but I had a guess. I moved on in my mind. Okay, thank you very much. So the next item, council, do you want to do item 5C, which is Mayor Pro Tem's proposal?
That's fine with me. I do have just one request. If staff could explain quickly how we got to this project and why we're doing it.
Okay, so we will go ahead and do item 5C, which is an adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs authorizing the City of Palm Springs serving as lead public agency with the Boys and Girls Club of Palm Springs to apply for Proposition 64 Public Health and Safety Grant Funding. I believe that Councilmember Kors is are you going to recuse on this item?
The recuse or abstain, whatever the city attorney tells me to do.
City attorney, do we need to put him in the box?
Yes.
Okay, recusal.
Thank you. Can we have a quick staff report, please?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. This actually was a proposal that was brought to us by the Boys and Girls Club, sort of just very at the last moment. It is a grant. There's no match to the city, educational. It does require a public agency to apply on behalf of another organization. In this case, they did have the proposal. It seemed like it was something in line with what City Council had asked us to do previously, so that's why it's here before you. It does not require city staff other than administering it through a pass-through, and then apparently part of their proposal is that our code enforcement and cannabis special projects personnel will from time to time be providing webinars and instruction on some of the actual programs that they're doing. We will be compensated on overtime through that grant. That being said, what I do understand from staff is that this could be approved at the following meeting as well. It is due the day after, I believe, a couple days after the next meeting. So we do have a little extra time if there's additional questions and you don't want to pass it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Garner.
I just have one quick comment. I think it's great. The grant looks good. I just want to make sure that Boys and Girls Club, since we're partnering with them, is reaching out to all of the different communities in Palm Springs. And I know they're located on downtown in Sunrise, but we have multiple community centers that could also be used for this type of outreach. And I just want to put that out there that we really need to be in the communities that are affected, especially Veterans Tract and Desert Highlands Gateway Estates.
Thank you. I agree. And my understanding is that the Boys and Girls Club does do a lot of that outreach, and a lot of families come from those areas. I agree that continued outreach is really important, and thinking about meeting people where they're at and rotating through is important too. Other questions or comments on this item, or is there a motion?
What I would suggest then, Mayor, we'll drill down a little bit more on the program details that the Boys and Girls Club is expecting to do. My sense is that based on what I've seen, they certainly can meet that requirement of the outreach. We will confirm that. If that's not the case, obviously we can bring this back before you because we do have some additional time.
Councilmember Garner.
I'm fine with bringing a motion and voting on it now. I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't need staff to do more research.
I agree. I'll make a motion to approve the proposed resolution.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second.
Mayor
Holstich? Vote, please. Yes.
Councilmember Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
Aye.
And Councilmember Corse is recused. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We'll have Councilmember Corse back from the box of silence.
I'm back.
Okay, so it's 11:49. So we have two more outstanding items. Do we want to address those or move forward in adjourning and keeping those for the next meeting? Councilmember Corse.
Just one thought. On the business one, because I think we want to get a lot of input from council, and we were still working with the task force on what a program would look like on all the details, and I think that would be hard to have right now, but it might be helpful to get council's direction on using $1 million of general fund reserve money or general fund money, depending on where it's going to come from, for a business program focused on those who fall through the cracks or are unable to get other funding. And so if we know we have that, then we could really work with the task force and by the next council meeting, bring back proposal that's a little more in depth. So that may be one way to do it. So it's just an idea.
I see heads nodding. So we'll go ahead and do that, and we can continue the motion if we need to for further discussion. Does that work? Okay, so that would be item 5B, Palm Springs COVID-19 Small Business Assistance Program. This is a discussion of strategies to assist the city's local businesses and a consideration of appropriating $1 million or so from unrestricted general fund balance for the Palm Springs COVID-19 Small Business Assistance Program. Can we have a quick staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Given the lateness of the hour, I won't go into all of the details in the staff report that was prepared, but along the lines of what Councilmember Kors was suggesting was what David and I were going to suggest to you tonight was to get direction or even an action approving an appropriation for the program, and then we can work on those details of how we're going to capture the most businesses that are in most need of assistance that they may not otherwise be able to receive through the state and federal funding that's available, and more that will soon be available through different programs. So with that, we would welcome Council's direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to say, this started from a request from restaurants and retailers and local businesses in Palm Springs that they needed more support, that they were fearful that they wouldn't make it through, that they needed support from the city. And so that's the debate here is, what we would be able to allocate and afford and what we could use it for. Councilmember Kors.
Sure.
And if I can, I'm sorry, it's late. The Restaurants United and other groups have asked for other things. Those aren't included in the staff report, but this is what our task force has been working on for now. Thank you, Councilmember Kors.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so just briefly, what sort of everyone on the task force thought as we really looked at this, once the PPP and the state new grants came out, to focus one on what we're already doing, the city manager has put into effect, where we set up a hotline and email to help people, especially businesses who don't have access to accountants, and provide accounting support and other support so they can apply for the bigger money that we just could not possibly give with 4,500 business licenses in the city. Wouldn't go very far. And to focus our money on people who fall through the cracks, who don't qualify for various reasons, who we can help. So the thought now, I think, would just be whether people are comfortable, and my motion would be that we allocate $1 million and bring back a plan on how we would spend it, and that we approve an initial $25,000 that the mayor and I would like to approve to the chamber for a program to basically for restaurant, when people order takeout or delivery that's $30 or more, the chamber is going to be raising money to give $10 back to those restaurants. It's something Monrovia did, and we'd like to sort of help kick off the chamber program with $25,000 as they're building that. So that would just sort of be what my motion would be.
Thank you. Comments?
I don't understand that motion at all.
Okay, so let's just take it in parts. So one motion is that we allocate $1 million to a business assistance fund, and we'll bring back the details of it, and we can then tweak the amounts based on what we decide we want to do with it.
It's the $25,000 when we have no foundation that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, so let's just do that one part.
So that's a motion. Is there a second? Or do we need more discussion or clarification?
Wait, is this a second for just $1 million?
Yeah.
$1 million allocation from the general fund balance for small business relief.
Yes.
For businesses that have fallen through the cracks and need assistance.
Yes, I'm happy to second that motion.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Is there other further discussion?
Quick question.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
We're referring back to the task force to come up with criteria around that. Is that correct?
Yes. And staff, what would come back to council for approval? What would that look like next step?
We would be working on more particular details of like how much maximum funding a business what businesses qualify and how much funding they can get, and whether it's a grant or a forgivable loan. So some of those details we still have to work through. And there's different forms of assistance. Some are, some have suggested rent stabilization or and other types of assistance. So we still have to work through all of those details and bring those back in some sort of.
You. My question was, would that then program fund the city council for approval?
Yes. Yes, we would schedule that for the council's approval.
And the goal would be for it to be at the next meeting.
I'm comfortable with this, and I'd like to see us move forward. I don't want to try to write all the criteria here now, but I do think it's important that it be local businesses, locally owned, who have in fact had to shut down and did cooperate with us when they were directed to shut down.
Thank you. That's helpful. So if other council members have comments about what you'd like to see it directed to generally, we're happy to take that now, or I think you can work with city staff on that too to give feedback. Councilmember Garner.
I just want to make sure we're engaging some of the restaurants that are not, and businesses that aren't downtown too. I know you're probably doing that work, but I find that a lot of times the ones that are not downtown tend to get the information kind of last. So just whatever you all are doing to reach out to them. Just want to highlight.
The task force has intentionally said that that they wouldn't want to do a first in, first out, a first come, first served application, that it would be more targeted than that. Our problem is we've tried to do a lot of outreach to other businesses, and for understandable reasons, people are just trying to stay afloat, and we're having a hard time engaging. So if there are restaurants that you want us to engage with, or business owners, please let us know, or you can engage with them too. But that would be helpful, and we'd be happy to invite them to a task force meeting as well. Other direction from council for the task force?
I know we keep saying the word restaurant, but there are many, many businesses, small hotels, all kinds of businesses out there that are had to shut down due to COVID. So I just want to make clear, if it's just restaurants, I'm not interested. If it's full, I'm much more.
One of the things that was definitely a focus was looking at what percentage of time they had to be closed down and how much. Like, fitness-related businesses, some of them have been closed almost the entire time. So La Quinta did it based on percentage of time you were closed or what percentage you were closed. So that's the kind of stuff we're very aware. Nail salons, hair salons, all those businesses have really taken a tremendous hit. And some have already gone, unfortunately gone out.
And I guess the criteria would be like the criteria for the grants that have been given is you have to give documentation that's going to be used for rent or it's going to be used for a legitimate purpose. And the grants that are out there right now that you can apply for, as an example, the $5,000, $10,000, $25,000 grant, have these criteria set up because there was so much fraud in the first PPPs that went out. And these are grants, not PPPs, but I think we just need to set a system up where there's some checks and balances as you look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you. One thing we heard from businesses is that it was hard to comply with a ton of extra work in terms of compliance and documentation. So, but I think that's an important point, that maybe we can find a good balance of not requiring too much, but ensuring it's going to council's directed purposes. Is that okay? Other discussion on this before we vote? I don't see any. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
And this is for an allocation of $1 million from unrestricted funds for a small business assistance grant program.
Yes, thank you.
So on the other one, I think you probably spoke to the chamber CEO on this, and I'm too tired to explain it now. But basically they're launching a program that some other cities have done where businesses that are doing well are helping to support restaurants because they are such an important piece. So what they would do is they'd have a certain pool of money that they're raising. They already have raised some at the chamber, where businesses who did takeout or delivery orders of $30 or more could submit that to the chamber, and the chamber would match $10 towards that, right, to help the restaurant make more money. So they asked if the city was interested in being a partner with them and putting some money into their starting this program. So that was the request that we received.
There seems to be that it honors that it benefits certain restaurants over others. Some restaurants are having to close, as an example, because of it, and they're not getting any benefit from this. So I would rather see that kind of rolled into the 1 million and look at some other options, because it just seems to be very sided to those businesses who are either name brand out there already or doing some fairly good business as it is. And a lot of restaurants, you order, and the fact that it has to be 30 or more, right, leaves a lot of businesses that are, chow mein or whatever, that really doesn't come to $30 if you want to order something. And I think they're suffering as well. And I think it needs to be a little more even-heeled across the board.
Can we give direction to the task force to use up to $25,000 from the 1 million allocated for that or a similar program, or do you want it to come back to City Council?
I'd like to see it come back and look at a full breadth of everything. I mean, that's one option that we can look at.
Thanks. Any other comments? I know it's late. It's hard to just consider it. Councilmember Garner.
There was another program that I received an email about Great Plates. I don't remember all of the details, but if that's on the table as well. And I would like to know more. I had very limited information. If that's available, that could be an option.
Yeah, the county was running Great Plates, which supported restaurants and people who need assistance with food. It was a successful program. One city, I think Rancho Mirage, did their own Great Plates program, which was helpful. The county has ended or is ending that county program, so we can take that up in the task force. That's helpful. Thank you. Other comments? So it sounds like we can't decide or make a motion on the other issue unless someone has a suggestion there. We'll hold that for the next meeting. Okay.
And then I think the other thing that's just worth covering, just because we've gotten so many questions about this, even though we talked about it on the task force for the rest of council and the public, if the city attorney can just share on a couple of issues. There are some restaurants saying that it's legal to serve on their patios or let people do takeout on their patios and parklets. That was one issue. If you could answer, we'll take them one at a time. There are 2 or 3 of those quickly.
That is still not permitted. In fact, some cities that initially were kind of looking the other way or even expressly encouraging that type of behavior have since realized that it's not permitted and are now enforcing against it.
So Manhattan Beach, the one city that voted to allow it, rescinded it because they were seeing so much COVID increase. So just so it's clear, because people are telling us that it's allowed. And Marcus, my understanding, I don't know if it's Marcus, but the County Department of Public Health has said that from July through November, restaurants were the 4th largest number of clusters during the time it was outdoor dining in Riverside County of COVID cases.
Yes,
I'm sure a lot of that is workers, but yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. And the last question that's come up a bunch is relating to hotels. and vacation rentals, and why we're not going into the hotels and demanding to see that the people there are there for essential worker COVID reasons, which we're legally not allowed to do, as I understand it. But I know we have given some 10,000 fines to hotels that have had parties and where, we've been able to have that kind of evidence. But maybe you could explain that, City Attorney, as well.
Yes, with those hotel and vacation rental uses, enforcement is made more difficult because of privacy interests that are protected by the Constitution, and it makes identifying, the purposes of their stay more difficult. It's not impossible, but it's extremely difficult.
Thank you. Anything else on that item? And then if I can, just on that item for the council, there are other discussion ideas that our task force has raised, including the commitment to the continued use of the parklets, which I think would be helpful for us to take up when this item comes back with the program. So if you could put some thought into the list there and other ways to support local businesses in your districts and throughout the city, I think that would be a helpful discussion so we can decide what should come back. Okay, so we're good on that item, right, City Clerk? We can move on?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So the next item, we got through everything except for that item 4A. Dog park, so that will be continued to the next city council meeting. And then the last item before adjourning is city council and city manager requests and upcoming agenda development. Are there any city council requests at this time?
I was very impressed by the issues that were raised by the three speakers in general public comment regarding hazardous pay. One of the things that we know is those individuals who have to go to work in order to do their job are at far greater risk than the general population. And I'd like to see an exploration of what kinds of options we might have to provide additional support for our frontline employees that are working in grocery stores and drugstores and the like.
Thank you. I agree. If that item could come up to an upcoming city council meeting, that would be helpful. Other requests?
I was going to make a similar request, but a slight difference. So as that item comes up, if we can also, if we're going to discuss it, I think those two are, high up, but also other areas where we're seeing really greater risk, greater spread. We know we're seeing it among, I'm sure people working in kitchens at restaurants, because we know restaurants are one of the places, in big box stores. I mean, just really take a look through the health, maybe contact the county Department of Public Health and see where they're seeing the most workers being at risk, or low-wage workers. Because they're the ones who are keeping all of us eating and healthy. So I don't want to just limit it to necessarily one area.
Yep, thank you.
Agree.
And Councilmember Garner.
And I would add to that too, as far as advocacy for vaccines for those groups of people as well. I think as part of it, like we discussed earlier in the meeting.
Thank you. Do you want to bring that as a related item or as a separate resolution in support of that, or another?
I was thinking this is a related item of ways to support all of those essential workers.
Thank you. Other council requests? I have one that I received from the Sierra Club, which is requesting a resolution to oppose a move to undo the California Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan. So I believe that we've done a resolution in the past on this item when it was going to be reopened again. So just request that we work with the Sierra Club and possibly bring a resolution forward at the next meeting if we need to. or there might be a new administration and they might not need a resolution against their actions. Okay, City Manager, do you have any requests or upcoming agenda development to do with us?
Actually, not at this time, Mayor. Thank you. We're still doing some development of which of the subjects would be timely for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll move forward in adjourning, and that we'd like to adjourn in honor of a few of our important community members who we've lost. And we know we've lost a lot of our community members during this really difficult time, lots of our neighbors and loved ones, but just a few that we council members wanted to recognize. So I know Mayor Pro Tem as well as Councilmember Garner wanted to adjourn in honor of important members of our community. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And we've had an awful lot of conversations about all of the many issues. But what we know is that our friends and neighbors are dying of this virus. And those losses can never be replaced. There's so many in our community, but here are three. Tom Peachy, age 71, a nurse at Desert Regional Hospital. Someone who could have stepped aside many years ago, but he loved nursing. He loved contributing to our community and contracted the virus and succumbed to that disease. Beloved by his family and his friends. Jim Stewart, who was a legend for decades in this community, a realtor, provocateur for any of us who've engaged in conversations with Jim over the years. Usually, for those of us who tend to fall left of center, we would find ourselves debating with Jim and usually smiling during the course of that debate. Jim, in addition to all of the other many things that he did, served multiple terms under both terms of Governor Jerry Brown, serving on the parole board in California, where he made some of the most heart-wrenching decisions that anyone would have to do. And on a personal note, when one of the individuals who murdered my uncle was up for parole, it was Jim that I turned to provide advice back to my family on how to proceed as that parole hearing came forward. Last individual, Dr. Diane Ross, longtime neighbor, member of the Deepwell community, one of the founding mothers of 1PS, literally across every block in Deepwell and spreading throughout. There have been so many tears over the last week. Diane's contributions were enormous, and they date back to her time as a professor at Cal State Fullerton before she came out. Yet it seemed that every gay and lesbian and transgender child or student that attended Cal State Fullerton at one time or another found themselves in a private conversation with the one professor they thought they could trust with their deepest secret. We will miss them all.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner, did you have anything to add?
No, that was really beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We appreciate it. So with that, we will adjourn. The next regular City Council meeting will be held on January 28th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. Thank you to everyone for all of your work this meeting, and thank you to our staff for staying with us till 12:14. We know that you work really hard every day, and we appreciate you staying late for us and for our city. So thank you all, and we will see you on January 28th. Take care. Have a good night. And stay safe.